Hi friends, welcome back. You know that feeling when you finish a great novel and just wish someone could read the next part to you? That's exactly why we're here. We already have over 100 novels ready as audiobooks, and if you want your favorite fanfic, or even the next part of a story we've uploaded, I can make it for you. All you need to do is join my Patreon membership. The link is waiting for you in the description. Building a monster nation from zero in another world. Chapter 51, The Sealed Snow Empress. Energy with even higher quality than soul power. Could it be spiritual power? This guess surprised Rin. How is that possible? At this time, someone appearing in the northern icefield possessing divine power. Well, Rin hadn't researched Soul Land too deeply, so he really couldn't guess the old man's identity. A soul beast that has taken human form. However, the old man was currently sizing up Rin, as well as Ojapan and the two other girls standing beside him. In the old man's eyes, Rin was no different from a human, with no distinguishing features. But the horns on the heads of Ojapan and the two other girls were definitely not something humans could possess. When did the northern icefield gain 100,000-year soul beasts like you? The golden blue light in the old man's eyes grew brighter, especially with the appearance of Rin and the others, which made him subtly displeased that his plan seemed to be slipping out of control. Never mind, I'll take you down first, then interrogate you thoroughly. Huh. The old man's words stunned Rin. What the hell? After just meeting and exchanging a few words, they were forcibly defined as transformed soul beasts. Soul beasts in Soul Land, after training for over 200,000 years, could transform into human form. This transformation was not like a transformed soul beast abandoning its training to become human, but rather a change in appearance, allowing them to walk in human form. The old man obviously took Rin and the others to be in this situation. Tisk. Cheyenne was displeased with the old man's tone. Rin-sama, can I kill this guy? This time, Rin did not try to stop her again. Because even Rin was somewhat displeased with the old man's attitude. This attitude, as if he had them completely cornered, was truly unpleasant. Presumptuous. The old man was enraged by Cheyenne's words. A mere soul beast daring to speak to him like that was simply courting death. Boom. The old man's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Cheyenne. At the same time, a giant hammer shimmering with blue lightning, carrying an overwhelming might, seemed poised to smash Cheyenne into paste. Bang. However, Cheyenne's counterattack was no weaker than the old man's. The girl drew the great blade she carried on her back and simply held it horizontally in front of her, effortlessly blocking the old man's enraged strike. What? The immense force not only failed to kill Cheyenne, but the old man only felt a surging, overwhelming power coming from the front, forcing him to fly backward. Cheyenne's eyes narrowed, and she advanced with her blade, engaging the old man in battle. Neither of them used any special moves, purely clashing in terms of strength, causing glaciers to shatter and the earth to be scarred with ravines. The enormous commotion spread in all directions, startling countless powerful soul beasts living in this northern icefield. What powerful strength! Who is it? Beneath a distant glacier, a giant ice scorpion, entirely emerald green like jade, turned its head in a human-like manner. She was the second-ranked of the northern icefield's 3 Arctic kings, the Ice Empress. This aura doesn't seem like a soul beast. Damn it. It's those hateful humans. If it wasn't a soul beast, then it was a soul master. Upon realizing that soul masters had intruded into the core area of the northern icefield and were causing such a commotion, how could the Ice Empress possibly tolerate it? She immediately rushed out of her lair and sped towards the direction of Cheyenne and the old man's battle. To soul beasts, humans were mortal enemies. Now, they had even entered her territory and were openly engaging in battle. This was no longer mere provocation but a blatant declaration of war. Even to defend her territory and the dignity of a fierce beast, the Ice Empress had to go and bury these uninvited guests. A hammer with lightning. Could it be the Clear Sky Hammer? Someone from the Clear Sky sect. The old man's strength was absolutely not comparable to an ordinary titled Dolua. According to Rin's estimation, Cheyenne, constrained by world rules, could at most unleash nuclear bomb-like destruction on the Dolua continent. Such power even surpassed that of a limit Dolua, reaching the demigod realm of this world. And this was still in a sealed state. Once Cheyenne disregarded the world's repulsion and fully unleashed herself, even a first-class god descending would fall beneath her blade. To be able to fight Cheyenne to this extent, the opponent must also be a demigod-level soul master. But does the Clear Sky sect have such an individual? Tang Chen from Soul Land 1. Or De Ming and Air Ming from Soul Land 2? Rin had some guesses about the old man's identity, but a better method was to directly use appraisal. He hadn't used it earlier out of politeness. Appraisal wasn't a very high-level skill, it wasn't silent. Rashly detecting others, if detected, would certainly be seen as a provocative act, leading to conflict. But now, the old man was already fighting Cheyenne, so Rin naturally had no need to hold back. Appraisal. Appraisal failed. Reason for failure: interference from special mental energy. Interfered. The skill feedback surprised Rin. He quickly used the more powerful Dragon Eye's appraisal ability for another investigation. Detection started. Interference successfully broken, true name of individual obtained, Tang San. Tang San. Rin's pupils constricted. This result almost fried his CPU. No, is Tang San like this? Are you sure this is Soul Land? No. Incorrect. Rin continued to observe with the Dragon Eye and quickly discovered something amiss with the old man. It's not Tang San himself. In Rin's investigation, although the old man was strong, he was only a level 99 limit Dolua, not a demigod. The old man's state was more like that of a manipulated puppet. Within his body existed a more powerful consciousness that was controlling him, and the source of the spiritual power was also him. Dragon Eye. Immediately after, Rin cast appraisal on the soul tool the old man held in his left hand. Level 9 soul tool, God Sealing Altar. 100,000-year soul beast embryo, Snow Empress. Good heavens. At this point, Rin finally cleared up his thoughts. It's now the period of Soul Land 2, Peerless Tang Sect. The Snow Empress transformed, but was discovered by human soul masters and captured using the level 9 God Sealing Altar. This was a plot point in the original novel. This matter was Tang San scheming behind it. When reading the original novel, Rin felt this plot was very unreasonable. The Snow Empress transformed in the core area of the northern icefield, and the place she chose must have been safe. But even in this situation, a soul master just happened to run nearby, and just happened to carry a sealing god platform capable of sealing a 100,000-year soul beast. One must know that a level 9 soul tool like the God Sealing Altar could only be crafted by the most top-tier soul engineers of the Sun Moon Empire. A soul master of extraordinary strength just happened to come to her chosen safe zone when the Snow Empress was transforming, and just happened to carry a level 9 God Sealing Altar. Even more absurd was that this soul master didn't use it himself, but instead sold the Snow Empress's 100,000-year embryo. A 100,000-year embryo could allow one to gain a second martial soul. Even if that couldn't be achieved, one could still obtain a 100,000-year soul bone. Such a treasure, yet someone would sell it. Chapter 52, Free. So it was Tang San himself who orchestrated it. If the matter was explained this way, then all the unreasonable parts could be accounted for. After all, Tang God King, Tang family's backyard, what could be hidden from him here? No wonder Tang San reacted that way when he encountered Cheyenne and the others. The appearance of the four clearly exceeded Tang San's expectations, becoming an unstable factor not within his Grand Millennium Plan, and thus had to be eliminated. But do you, with just yourself, think you can defeat my Cheyenne? Rin had more or less figured out Tang San's true nature. This guy's true body was a god king. Even if the rules of the Soul Land world were weaker, the dragon god of this world, if placed in the cardinal world, might only be at the level of an awakened demon lord. But that was still an awakened demon lord. The current Tang San certainly could not compare to the dragon god. He was barely at a similar level to Clayman. Unless Rin allowed Ogerpon to unleash her power at the cost of being expelled, it might be possible to defeat God King Tang San. However, once Ogerpon unleashed her power, she would not be able to stay in the Soul Land world for long. She would soon be expelled and then blacklisted. The cost was so high that Rin hesitated whether to use it or not. While Rin was considering, Tang Sen noticed Rin's covetous gaze on the God Sealing Altar in his hand and immediately put it into a soul tool that could store living beings. Snow Empress was a soul beast, but the Soul Land continent was his backyard. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every soul beast here was Tang San's property. Tang Sen would never waste powerful fierce beasts like the Snow Empress. They were perfect for cultivating the child of destiny and helping him advance further. Shuna, go help Cheyenne and then snatch the ring from his hand. Snatching something? Shuna did not ask what the God Sealing Altar was. She would obey Rin's commands unconditionally. Thus, following Cheyenne, whose close combat ability was off the charts, Shuna, who could freely control various elements, assisted Cheyenne while simultaneously looking for opportunities to cast magic attacks on the elder possessed by Tang San's divine sense. The two women's combat style completely defied the Soul Master system. Here, soul skills, which were like shortcuts, no matter how continuously they were released, would still have intervals and cooldowns. But the two women's attacks had no such restrictions. Cheyenne's attacks were extremely violent. Each slash was comparable to a full power strike from a demigod. With the addition of dark magicals, even Tang San had to avoid her sharp edge. Shuna, needless to say. Mages were inherently output-oriented classes, and Shuna, who was even stronger than in the original work, stood behind Cheyenne, directly transforming into an infinite firepower cannon. In no time, she had Tang San beaten to a pulp, scurrying around with his head in his hands. Damn it! Where did these two women come from? Tang San, in the Divine Realm, was observing the battle in the northern icefield with his divine sense. Being watched by the god of destruction, he could not personally intervene. It was already the limit to split off a wisp of his divine sense to control the elder, allowing him to exert demigod-level combat power. However, neither Shuna nor Cheyenne, in their sealed state, were weaker than demigods. They were even stronger. 2 against 1, Tang San's puppet was already on the verge of collapse. These people cannot be soul masters or soul beasts from the Soul Land continent. Tang San knew the Soul Land continent like the back of his hand. He even knew about the Silver Dragon King hidden beneath the Star Do Great Forest and had already started planning to scheme for the dragon god's power. But Rin and his 3 companions were undoubtedly outsiders. Opportunity. It was precisely when Tang San was distracted that Shuna seized the opportunity and quickly used spatial motion, successfully severing the hand where Tang San wore the storage soul tool. Through the connection of divine sense, Tang San, in the divine realm, also felt the pain of the severed hand. Damn it! Martial Soul Avatar. Ring explosion. Seeing his puppet falling into a disadvantage, Tang San no longer hid his power and directly detonated all the soul power stored within the elder. 9 soul rings, black, 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 red, red, appeared behind the elder. I have the item. Looking at the storage soul tool that Shuna had teleported into his hand, Rin ignored space and directly took out the god's sealing altar stored within it. If it were not to prevent Tang San from destroying the god's sealing altar in a desperate move, Rin would not have gone to such trouble. Deal with him, Ogerpon. Pony Eye. As soon as he spoke, Ogerpon, who was standing in front of Rin, had already vanished without a trace. Rin did not care much for mere demigod-level combat power. Moreover, only a fool would wait for an enemy to finish casting. Ring detonation was indeed powerful, but would Rin give Tang San such an opportunity? In the God realm, Tang San, who was controlling the clear sky hammer and preparing to unleash his martial soul avatar and then crush his soul rings, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Looking at the battlefield, Ogerpon was holding an ivy cudgel dripping with blood. And behind her, a headless corpse lay in a pool of blood. It was the demigod elder controlled by Tang San. If Cheyenne and Shuna were equivalent to first-class gods who could only use demigod power, then Ogerpon, in the Soul Land continent, was a restricted god king. Killing a mere demigod was effortless. Rin-sama. Cheyenne and Shuna showed no dissatisfaction at their opponent being snatched by Ogerpon. The 3 women returned to Rin-sama's side, examining the god's sealing altar in his hand. What is this? Our harvest from this trip. Rin had thought about what benefits he could gain in the Soul Land continent. Would it be awakening a martial soul, or soul rings and soul bones, or perhaps some rare heavenly treasures? No, none of them. Rin's path of growth had always been clear from beginning to end. That was to capture powerful beings, make them his dependents, and then bring them back to the cardinal world. The cardinal world would provide compensation based on the strength of their souls and their unique characteristics, granting them race, magicals, and unique skills. Looking at the entire Soul Land continent, what truly caught Rin's eye were none other than those fierce beasts. As for soul masters, gods, and the like, Rin had no interest in them. Humans, when they reached the cardinal world, would still be humans, lacking the potential for evolution. Instead, the 100,000-year embryo in Rin's hand contained a sleeping being that was considered top-tier among soul beasts throughout the entire Soul Land series. Similar to Rimuru's superior fire elemental Ifrit. A blazing ruler possessing the power to burn all things, second only to the elemental king among fire elementals. Let's talk to her first. Rin actually had some confidence in taking down the Snow Empress. As Rin extended his spiritual power into the god's sealing altar, he saw a tall, slender girl curled up within the space, which resembled a golden birdcage. To be continued. Chapter 53, Snow Maiden, Bonus. Who are you? Her long, pure white hair trailed down to her feet, and upon sensing the intrusion of an outsider, the girl opened her eyes. Those ice-blue eyes were ethereal and clear, as if they could see through everything in the world. Her slender, delicate figure was flawless. A plain white dress, though without any adornment, made her appear noble and exquisitely beautiful. My name is Itoshi Rin, and I am the one who saved you from the evil God King. Evil God King. Although the Snow Empress was sealed and could not easily perceive the outside world, the intense battle earlier between Tang-san, Shuna, and Cheyenne had been strong enough for her to sense even within the seal. So, the Snow Empress did not doubt Rin's words. She simply did not understand what Rin meant by God King. Do you remember the group of soul masters who ascended to the divine realm 10,000 years ago? Rin quickly explained about Tang-san, how he treated the Soul Land continent as his backyard, and how he schemed against her, wanting to turn her into a chess piece. The more the Snow Empress listened, the more her anger surged uncontrollably. Even though this was a mental space, her power still affected it. Large amounts of ice crystals began to spread, and even the space itself subtly showed cracks. She did not suspect Rin was lying. Firstly, Rin was not human, and that was crucial. The monsters of the cardinal world were different from the soul beasts of the Soul Land world. The Snow Empress was certain Rin was not her kind. But just as importantly, Rin was not human either. That alone was enough. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Snow Empress's logic was very simple. Thank you. If you really want to thank me, how about coming with me? Come with you. The Snow Empress did not understand his meaning. Was he asking her to follow him, to become his subordinate or something similar? In the world of soul beasts, the strong were respected. The Snow Empress valued her dignity greatly and would not stoop to serving others. But Rin had saved her life. As repayment, the Snow Empress was not unwilling to do something for him. I will not be subservient to anyone. After saying this, she quickly added, but if there's anything you need me to do, I am willing to help you. Her words, in a roundabout way, already told Rin she was willing to do things for him to repay this life-saving grace. Moreover, given my current state, if there's anything, please wait until I complete my human transformation. The Snow Empress was helpless when it came to soul beast transformation. She had no confidence in surviving the heavenly tribulation, so she could only choose human transformation and retrain in hopes of a chance at godhood. For some reason, she began to wonder whether, with her current strength, she could truly help Rin at all. No, it's not about working for me. Just as the Snow Empress was bewildered, Rin spoke, instead, come with me to leave this world and venture into a vaster expanse. Leave this world. Rin's words completely exceeded her expectations. You can take me out of this world. That's right. Having read the original work, Rin knew the Soul Land continent was a huge cage for soul beasts. The Snow Empress was already nearing the end of her lifespan, otherwise, she would not have chosen to transform into human form to gamble on that slim chance of becoming a god. However, Rin had a ready-made solution. As long as she left the Soul Land world, the Snow Empress could immediately break free from her shackles and gain a new future. So the question arose. Could Rin take her across worlds? The answer was no. Unless she became Rin's dependent, she could not leave the Soul Land world. To leave, she could only become Rin's person. So, you want me to become your dependent, just like those few who fought Tang-sen earlier? That's right. Rin said, don't worry, I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do. You can understand the relationship between a dependent and me as a shared fate. If you become stronger, I will also become stronger. Conversely, the stronger I am, the more you will gain. At this time, the Soul Land continent did not yet have concepts like soul spirits or intelligent soul rings. At least, the Snow Empress had never heard of them. Clearly, following Rin was much better than becoming someone else's soul ring and soul bone, or simply dying under the heavenly tribulation. However, the Snow Empress had her own pride. She felt that transforming into human form, then obtaining a divine position and ascending to godhood like Tang-sen had done many years ago, was also a path. You should be thinking about ascending to godhood. Forget about it. Rin poured a basin of cold water on her hopes. You don't really think someone can ascend to the divine realm from the Soul Land continent under Tang San's surveillance, do you? Any superior would not allow such an act of breaking free from control. A mere resource wanting to establish its own household. Unless the Snow Empress became Tang San's pawn, he would absolutely not allow such a formidable person to appear on the Soul Land continent. The Snow Empress had a cold and arrogant personality, but she was not foolish. On the contrary, she was highly intelligent, and she could fully understand the meaning behind Rin's words. With God King Tang above her, no matter how confident or talented she was, she could not escape the fate of being schemed to death. Just like the confinement left by the dragon god. Whatever its original intention, under the schemes of the gods in the divine realm, that confinement, which prevented ascension, directly harmed countless soul beasts and cut off her path to godhood. So, as long as you leave the Soul Land continent, the lightning tribulation that binds you will disappear. If you don't want to follow me, I can also take you to other planes to help you break through. Rin was serious. Even if she broke her shackles and became a god in another, better plane, Rin would still have the opportunity to subdue her and make her his dependent. It was just that, in that case, she would owe him an even greater favor. The Snow Empress was cold and arrogant by nature, but that god realm not mean she lacked emotions or failed to understand gratitude. By the way, following me is definitely better than following someone like Tang San, right? Rin had this much confidence. He was not someone like Tang San who had one face in public and another in private. Rin was always generous to his own people. As long as he had enough to eat, he would never let them go hungry. That's right, Rin is very good. Ogerpon's consciousness joined in, forming a lovely maiden's phantom beside Rin. Indeed. Shuna and I were just very ordinary ogre clan members in the forest, but Rin-sama bestowed upon us great power. Shuna also appeared. At this time, it was their turn to persuade a new companion to join. Chapter 54, Wrong Time, Bonus. This world is so weak, what's the point? Following us, you'll definitely meet many strong people in the future. Cheyenne's words resonated even more with the Snow Empress. Fighting them and constantly getting stronger, isn't that much better than being trapped in a small world? Yes, Cheyenne and the others were right. The three of them felt genuine gratitude and affection for Rin, and this could not be faked. Most importantly, following Rin could make her stronger. Just this point alone made the Snow Empress feel she had no reason to refuse. I can agree to your terms. But I also have a few conditions. If you can guarantee them, I am willing to fight alongside you and never betray you. The Snow Empress was a person of unwavering loyalty. Once she made a decision, she would not go back on it. Moreover, Rin had given her immense respect. She was currently only in an embryonic state. With the strength of Rin and the others, they wouldn't need to say so much to enslave or control her. Self-destruction was only effective when the strengths were not too disparate. But what about Rin and his companions? The Snow Empress had a feeling that Rin possessed the power to forcibly control her. He didn't use it because he wanted to gain her true devotion, not a servant who was outwardly compliant but inwardly rebellious. Just this point alone made the Snow Empress develop a considerable fondness for Rin. Yes, speak. First, I hope you do not force me to do anything I don't want to do. No problem with that. Second, I hope to return to this world in the future. At this point, the Snow Empress's voice carried a hint of chilliness. I want to take revenge on Tang San, and those high and mighty gods. Being captured like a plaything. Such humiliation, the Snow Empress absolutely could not tolerate. She wanted to become stronger, then return here and make those high and mighty gods pay the price. Even if you don't say it, I will help you with this matter. As long as the Snow Empress became his dependent, she would be his own person. Rin would help her bear the Snow Empress's hatred. In the future, if there was an opportunity, Rin wouldn't mind directly conquering the Soul Land universe and making it a part of the cardinal world. Good. Seeing Rin agree, the Snow Empress breathed a sigh of relief and became even more satisfied with her new master. What do I need to do to become the dependent you spoke of? Just relax. Seeing that the Snow Empress had acknowledged him, Rin didn't hesitate and quickly activated his capturer ability on her. This is. The Snow Empress vaguely heard a question, asking if she was willing to become Rin's dependent. The capturer could forcibly capture, or it could gently inquire like this. I am willing. Having made her decision, the Snow Empress would not be suspicious. She was willing to trust Rin once. If she were deceived, she could only blame herself for being too naive and blind. You won't regret it. Rin's dependent transformation of the Snow Empress proceeded very smoothly. Without resistance, the connection between them was as natural as water flowing into a channel. Rest in my spirit space for now. Rin opened the god sealing altar, released the Snow Empress from it, and then used magic power to stabilize her form. Pale blue magic power transformed into a gentle stream, nourishing the damage the Snow Empress had sustained from her transformation being interrupted. The complete transformation would have to wait until Rin brought the Snow Empress back to the cardinal world and utilized the rules of that place to fully complete it. Thank you. The Snow Empress didn't hesitate and immediately entered Rin's body. The dependent contract allowed Rin to safely accept the Snow Empress, and the latter also learned of Rin's origins and some of his thoughts from this oath. He had not deceived her. The relationship between a dependent and a master was like companions and family who shared honor and disgrace. He would not harm or enslave her. And she would genuinely protect him and fight for him. Rin-sama, where do we go next? Shuna asked, do we continue exploring this world? No. Rin looked up, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. We cannot come to this world again for a short period of time. Before the three girls could ask why, an invisible and formless pressure descended from the sky, instantly enveloping everyone. This is. From a sheer magnitude perspective, this pressure was already not weaker than a special A-rank monster, though it still lacked in quality. It's Tang-san. In the spirit space, the Snow Empress's voice echoed in Rin's ear. He really has been watching this world all along. With the facts laid bare, the Snow Empress no longer had any doubts. If Rin hadn't appeared, she could imagine her future, which would definitely end with her being schemed to death by Tang-san. Let's go, we're heading back. Rin didn't intend to clash head-on with Tang-san. Fighting one Tang-san was fine, but 5 god kings working together would be a bit troublesome. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, and furthermore, Rin had taken full advantage of this operation. The old man's death meant Tang-san lost a puppet he could directly control, greatly reducing his ability to interfere with the Soul Land continent. Taking the Snow Empress meant Rin gained a powerful dependent whose aptitude and potential were no weaker than Ojapan's, and perhaps even surpassed her. Traveler. Boom. Damn humans. Just as Rin was about to activate the Traveler to return to the Cardinal World, a colossal emerald green creature burst out from under the ice, sweeping a rolling cold current toward the position where Rin and the others stood. Bang. Ojapan moved quickly, appearing in front of Rin in a flash. Pony Eye. The girl held both hands out in front of her, tearing through the cold current formed by the ultimate ice. She actually blocked the Ice Empress's long-accumulated fatal blow with sheer brute force. What? The Ice Empress's jewel-like eyes widened slightly, clearly not expecting her attack to be blocked. And so easily, so casually. Binger. Immediately, the Snow Empress recognized the identity of this emerald ice scorpion. It was her rare friend in the northern icefield, the Ice Empress. TSK, this guy came at the worst possible time. Because of Tang-san's spiritual power lock, Rin and the others hadn't noticed the Ice Empress approaching. But this put Rin in a rather awkward situation. He needed to take people back. So what about the Ice Empress? Leave her here. Rin felt that if Tang-san lost track of them, he would definitely take his anger out on the Ice Empress. To be continued. I just finished a FIC I was working on and I'm thinking of starting another soon, so if you have any recs, drop them. Also, it's a new week, don't forget to drop more stones for bonuses XD. Chapter 55, Ice Scorpion Type. Master. Can we take Binger with us? Although the Snow Empress's voice was cold, Rin detected a hint of pleading in it. Given the relationship between the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, she was unwilling to leave the Ice Empress alone to face Tang-san's wrath. But this left Rin with only one option, to forcibly capture the Ice Empress and bring her back to the Cardinal World with them. Alright then. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, or rather, all Fierce Beast-level soul beasts, could theoretically provide assistance to Rin. The Ice Empress's aptitude certainly couldn't compare to the Snow Empress's, but Rin wouldn't lose out at least. Ojapan, control her. Pony Eye. Hearing Rin's command, Ojapan unhesitatingly summoned her Ivy Cudgel, then, before the Ice Empress could even react, slammed it hard onto her head. Bang. Terrifying monstrous strength poured down, and the Ice Empress only felt a world-shattering tremor before she directly fainted. Capturer, activate. For beings who had lost the ability to resist, the capturer required no preparation whatsoever. With a flash of light, the enormous Ice Jade Empress Scorpion vanished into the giant pit, and with her, the figures of Rin and the others also disappeared. How is this possible? In the divine realm, Tang San sat on the God King's throne. A screen floated before him, displaying the exact location where Rin and the others had previously stood. However, at this moment, the screen was completely empty. Where are they? Space transfer? Or aura concealment? Tang San's divine sense continuously poured into the image, then searched the entire northern ice field in a carpet-like fashion, and spread to even more distant places. Tang San. However, Tang San's actions were quickly discovered. The god of destruction burst in with fury, his face grim as he glared at Tang San. What are you doing? Gods cannot interfere with the lower realms. As the god of law enforcement, do you intend to knowingly break the law? Destruction. With his plan ruined by Rin, Tang San was brimming with suppressed anger. And yet, the god of destruction still came to question him. However, Tang San had not yet fully mastered the power of the Azura god, and he was not confident he could defeat destruction, an old guard god king. There was no choice. Tang San could only feign compliance with the other party. You mean to say, evil gods from other planes have entered the Soul Land continent? Exactly. In a few words, he depicted Rin and the others as evil individuals with malicious intentions. They coveted the Soul Land continent, and he had merely discovered this in advance and gone to stop them. The god of destruction stared at Tang San. The other party's compassionate demeanor was simply too deceptive. Even the goddess of life, who had accompanied him for countless tens of thousands of years, was now speaking up for Tang San. Leaving aside the mutual suspicion and schemes between destruction and Tang San in the Soul Land universe, Rin successfully returned to the Cardinal world with the newly subdued Ice Empress and Snow Empress, as well as Ojapan, Shuna, and Cheyenne. Beginning transformation. Transformation complete. Individual, Snow Empress has gained the race, High Ice Elf. Individual, Ice Empress has gained the race, Insect-type Magic Beast, Ice Scorpion type. New rule detected. Beginning analysis. Analysis successful. Gained additional skill, Extreme Attribute. Adding new elementalization types. New energy detected. Beginning analysis. Analysis successful. Gained new magic power variant. Beginning naming. Naming successful. Gained soul power. Gained spiritual power. Because soul power and spiritual power are related to the Soul Master system, skills are merging. Fusion successful. Gained new special skill, God's Ring. Discovered new unique skill, Sword Saint. Discovered new unique skill, Nature. Discovered new unique skill, Domain of Perpetual Ice. Acquired Soul Master profession. This profession meets the acquisition requirements for the unique skill, Spirit Controller. Individual, Itoshi Rin, has successfully acquired the unique skill, Spirit Controller. Ah. What is this place? You hateful human, what did you do to me? Within the boundless pure white world, a chibi Ice Empress was throwing a huge tantrum. The Ice Empress remembered that not long ago, she had ambushed a human Soul Master, but was struck on the head by a green stick. What happened next, the Ice Empress had no idea. Bing bing, stop making a fuss. Suddenly, a cold female voice came from behind the Ice Empress. She turned her head and saw a beautiful woman in a long ice blue dress. Snow Empress. The Ice Empress was first delighted, then plunged into deep despair. Even you were captured by that hateful human. How could this happen? The Ice Empress had clearly misunderstood something. The Snow Empress shook her head helplessly, comforting her good sister while explaining the current situation to her. Upon hearing that Tang San was monitoring the Soul Land continent, and that the Snow Empress, and even she herself, could very likely be schemed against, the Ice Empress immediately cursed Tang San as despicable. What happened next, however, was somewhat beyond the Ice Empress's expectations. Beings from another world, special vows, escaping the Soul Land world, the possibility of continuing to grow stronger. All of this left the Ice Empress feeling incredible. So, Snow Empress, you are now that person, that Rin's dependent. The dignified Ice Empress, leader of the 3 Arctic Kings of the Northern Icefield, becoming someone else's dependent, the Ice Empress found it somewhat unacceptable. Dependent, it sounded nice, but wasn't it essentially a servant? Snow Empress, are you really going to be a dependent for that Rin? Yes, I have decided. The Snow Empress's nature was cold, but unlike humans, her thoughts were not complex. Since she had said she would follow Rin, she would remain loyal to the end, in this life and this world, never betraying him. Also, Binger, you are actually Rin's dependent now as well. What? Upon hearing this, the Ice Empress's eyes immediately widened. Chapter 56, God's Ring, Bonus. Rin's capturer can forcibly transform beings weaker than him into dependents. Theoretically, the Snow Empress, like the Ice Empress, was far weaker than Rin. If Rin were a bit more shameless, he could have completely enslaved the two sisters, forcing them to sign various unequal treaties. Instead of the current situation, where the Snow Empress, aside from fulfilling her duties as a dependent such as protecting Rin, fighting for Rin, and not betraying Rin, could refuse some of Rin's unreasonable demands. But the Ice Empress was different. Because the situation at the time was too urgent, Rin, in his haste, had genuinely captured the Ice Empress by force. The result of this capture was that the Ice Empress signed the most stringent contract. Unable to resist Rin, she must obey all of his commands. How could this be? Isn't this too despicable? The Ice Empress was on the verge of tears. She had pretty much understood. Rin was not a human soul master, and he bore no ill will towards soul beasts. The Snow Empress's dependence vow was the best proof. Sorry, circumstances call for immediate action. You'll have to endure for a while, Ice Empress. Rin's figure appeared beside the two sisters. He didn't mind the Ice Empress's sudden attack. Soul beasts attacking humans and humans hunting soul beasts was a daily occurrence on the Soul Land continent, nothing to dwell on. It was just that the Ice Empress had now become Rin's third otherworld dependent and had signed such a harsh contract, which made Rin a bit awkward. The validity of the contract was absolute. At least, the current Rin did not yet have the ability to change it. Of course, as Rin continuously broke through and achieved the awakening of a demon lord, at that time, his unique skill would sublimate, and Rin would be able to perfectly control it, then convert the servant contract into a proper dependence vow. Although the servant contract was useful, Rin felt it was a huge pitfall. Forced servitude would create rifts between the dependent and the master. This was not conducive to the dependent's subsequent breakthroughs. Fortunately, Rin was not that kind of person and would not do as he pleased with the Ice Empress. You are Rin. When the Ice Empress saw Rin appear, her first reaction was not to question or curse. The small, chibi Ice Empress instinctively took a step back, then felt it wasn't safe enough, so she directly hid behind the Snow Empress. Only then did she dare to peek out half her head, looking at Rin timidly. Rin knew the Ice Empress's current state. The power of the servant contract made it impossible for the Ice Empress to defy Rin. In her eyes, Rin was like an evil slave owner holding a whip. Just standing there would bring her immense pressure and fear. All thoughts of bargaining or proud defiance became a joke at this moment. I'm actually scared of this guy in front of me. What humiliation. The Ice Empress wanted to fight against the tremor in her heart, but the power of the contract prevented her from even conceiving the slightest thought of resisting Rin. Alright, Rin isn't like that. He won't bully you. Let's get along well, Ice Empress. Rin smiled gently at the Ice Empress. He waved his hand, signaling the Ice Empress to come to his side. He did not use the power of the contract, so even if the Ice Empress was unwilling, she could refuse. However, how could the Ice Empress succumb to the fear in her heart? She would face the abyss. So, when the Ice Empress clasped her small hand with Rin's, she truly felt the emotions from her master, a heartfelt welcome and affection. Perhaps this dependent transformation came too suddenly, catching Rin somewhat off guard. But since it had happened, Rin regarded it as his destiny with the Ice Empress. Don't you want to see your newly acquired power? Rin stroked the Ice Empress's soft little head and laughed. You're much stronger now than before, you know. Perhaps the previous changes came too suddenly, and the Ice Empress hadn't carefully examined them. Now, after Rin's reminder, the Ice Empress suddenly discovered her enormous changes. She first transformed, changing from her chibi scorpion form back to the appearance of a young girl with emerald green hair. What's going on? So that's how it is. The Ice Empress was shocked by this sudden pleasant surprise. She had never imagined that happiness would arrive so abruptly. The surging energy within her body was called Magicules. In terms of quality, soul power wasn't even fit to carry Magicules' shoes. Magicules corresponds to the spiritual power. No wonder it's so strong. The Ice Empress thought of a possibility. Then doesn't that mean I'm essentially a god now? Thinking that way isn't wrong. Rin looked at the Snow Empress, who was also carefully sensing her own changes. If you two return to the Soul Land continent again, you might not be enough to fight Tang San, but ordinary gods are definitely no match for you. Not just no match. If the two sisters joined forces, they might just go on a rampage. Thinking this, Rin opened the Ice Empress's attribute panel. Ice Empress. Race, Insectoid Magic Beast Ice Scorpion. Magicules, 34,000, A rank mid-tier. General skills, Ice Magic, Ice Bug Dual-type Pokemon Magic. Intrinsic skills, Extreme Attribute, Ice Body, Full Melee Mastery, Magic Power Amplification, Hyper Regeneration. Extra skills, Thought Acceleration, Universal Perception, Ice and Snow Domination, Spatial Motion, Multi-Layer Barrier. Unique skill, Domain of Perpetual Ice, creates a domain where the flow speed of matter within it can be freely controlled. Exclusive skill, Twin Martial Soul Eternal Night Blazing Sun, both Ice and Snow Empress are Rin's martial souls, sharing life and death, capable of martial soul fusion. Special skills, Magicule Solidification, Inheritable, God's Ring, Non-Inheritable. Resistance, Physical Attack Nullification, Status Anomaly Nullification, Mental Attack Nullification, Natural Influence Nullification, Holy Demonic Attack Resistance. Insectoid Magic Beast, Ice Scorpion, huh? The insectoid race is a race in the cardinal world, but they are not true insects. Rather, they are a variant of cryptids. Or rather, the insectoid race is one of the products of cryptids' degradation. 34,000 Magicules, almost the same as Ogerpon, both reaching A rank mid-tier. According to Magicules, A rank is 10,000 to 30,000 for beginner, 30,000 to 60,000 for mid-tier, 60,000 to 90,000 for high-tier, and 90,000 to 100,000 for peak, which is equivalent to Quasi-Special A, Quasi-Calamity. Ice Empress's potential should be similar to Ogerpon's. To be continued. Chapter 57, Twin Martial Soul. General skills, Ice Magic, Ice Bug Dual-type Pokemon Magic. Ice Magic, presumably a mix of Ice Empress's abilities from her Soul Beast period and the elemental magic she obtained from me. Ice Bug Dual-type Pokemon Magic. Rin wasn't surprised by this. His retainers seemed to be able to awaken Pokemon moves from 18 attributes based on their own compatibility. Here, it was called Pokemon Magic. The name was different, but the essence was still the same. Intrinsic skills, Extreme Attribute, Ice Body, Full Melee Mastery, Magic Power Amplification, Hyper Regeneration. There was nothing much to say about the intrinsic skills. The latter three all came from Rin. Extreme Attribute, I remember the voice of the world mentioned discovering new rules earlier. Rin remembered that the extreme attribute in the Soul Land continent should mean that a certain attribute had reached its peak, and it was also a symbol of talent. However, after the transformation by the cardinal world, the extreme attribute underwent some changes. Broadly speaking, the extreme attribute was equivalent to a passive ability that could amplify the same attribute and greatly suppress other attributes. Regarding this, Rin could only say it was pretty good, but that was all. After all, it's just the Soul Land continent. Even if the attributes there reach the extreme, how strong can they be? Compared to the extreme attribute, this ice body is a bit more interesting. Simply put, Ice Empress's ice body was somewhat like Akiji's ice fruit in one piece, possessing the ability to elementalize. This allowed the Ice Empress to be immune to almost all general skills and have great resistance to most physical extra skills. To defeat the Ice Empress, one would at least need to use magic type or rule level extra skills. Otherwise, with a bug-like elementalization ability like Ice Body, she would be virtually invincible. Of course, there was pure Magicule suppression. For example, Malim's kind of destructive Mana Bullet. Even with Ice Body, the Ice Empress would be obliterated by a single shot. In the cardinal world, Magicules weren't absolute, but they were truly overbearing. Extra skills, Thought Acceleration, Universal Perception, Ice and Snow Domination, Spatial Motion, Multi-Layer Barrier. Most of the abilities were inherited, and an Ice and Snow Domination was added. What Rin truly looked forward to was what kind of unique skill the Ice Empress would acquire. Domain of Perpetual Ice, this unique skill, made Rin think of Chloe's Infinity Prison in the original work, the move that sealed the Storm Dragon Veldora. It was just that the Ice Empress's version was a lower tier one. According to Purity, unique skills of the ability system like Domain of Perpetual Ice should be classified as low-level rarity. But this ability. Rin felt that this unique skill was very strong, extremely strong, and its future potential was no less than Chloe's Infinity Prison. The types of both were the same, sealing, confinement, and control abilities. Once unleashed, challenging opponents beyond one's level would be effortless. Exclusive skill, Twin Martial Soul Eternal Night Blazing Sun. Special skills, Magicule Solidification, Inheritable, God's Ring, Non-Inheritable. Twin Martial Soul. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. No, it's not a Martial Soul Fusion skill. Rin carefully analyzed this exclusive skill. Unique, exclusive, and special, these three types of skills could not be copied or seized and possessed strong independence. Essentially, all three belonged to unique skills, but because they could not be accurately judged, they were further categorized by the voice of the world. Twin Martial Soul Eternal Night Blazing Sun has two ways of use. The first is for the powers of the Ice and Snow Empresses to resonate, then with Ice Empress as the primary, instantly unleash an attack capable of rivaling a Demon Lord's level. The destructive power of a Demon Lord's level, that was truly terrifying. However, what truly intrigued Rin was the second use of Eternal Night Blazing Sun. That was to have the Snow Empress and Ice Empress simultaneously possess Rin, allowing him to break through a major realm in a short period and fight in a new form. So, this is actually a transformation skill. Similar to Soul Master Possession. Well, as expected of a power system from the Soul Land continent, it indeed had its unique characteristics. No wonder it's called Twin Martial Souls. Strictly speaking, Rin was also a Soul Master, and one who possessed the Ice Jade Empress Scorpion and Ice and Snow Martial Souls. Finally, Rin turned his attention to the special skill brought by the Ice Empress. The special skill was special because it was different from the cardinal world. If Rin had to describe it, it was probably a fragment from another world, forcibly loaded into the skill system by the voice of the world through Rin. Star particle manipulation was the origin of the cardinal world. Magicule solidification was the integration and sublimation of the Konosuba world's skill tree. The current God's Ring was the same. A unique feature of the Soul Land world was that Soul Masters had Soul Rings, and gods had God's Rings. Leaving Soul Rings aside for now, God's Rings could have a maximum of 9 according to their number, which signified a supreme God King. However, Rin's God's Ring had a maximum of 10. This meant that Rin could store 10 skills in advance, and then release them instantly at critical moments without cooldown or delay. A divine skill. This God's Ring is simply a divine skill. One should know that the storage limit of the God's Ring was linked to Rin's endurance limit. For example, the maximum explosion magic used during the previous battle with the insect monster, Rin could prepare 10 of them in advance. As long as he had free time, he could store them inside. Not only that, but the God's Ring could also store magicules, as well as any energy Rin could control. Skills, energy. Rin was at a loss for words. This special skill was simply a divine combat skill. The only problem was that the God's Ring seemed to be exclusive to Soul Land dependents. Rin could not transmit it to dependents like Ogerpon, or other named monsters through other means. However, Magicule solidification. Versatile Magicule solidification, I, Rin, declare you the model worker. Magicule solidification was a special skill, so it could not be simulated or copied by outsiders, which established its proprietary nature. However, Magicule solidification also allowed Rin to freely spread it among his own people. From dependents to named monsters. This greatly enhanced the overall quality of Rin's followers. After all, Magicules were equivalent to physical strength and mental power. Increasing Magicules meant a comprehensive improvement. Seemingly unremarkable Magicule solidification can cultivate a bunch of stat monsters. With the existence of Magicule solidification, if the Magicules reached a certain level, it could even immunize against most mechanisms. Because. Chapter 58, Sword Saint, Bonus. Rin found that special skills were the greatest benefit he gained by traversing countless worlds, and they were also his capital for challenging the cardinal world and other worlds. What exactly are these? So strong. The Ice Empress was stunned by the attribute panel that appeared before her eyes. She had never imagined that becoming someone else's dependent would bring such a tremendous improvement. Arrogance was relative, and so was freedom. In the world of soul beasts, the strong were respected, and the fittest survived. In the original work, the Ice Empress, in order to survive, accepted the persuasion of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm and became Wei Yuhao's second martial soul. In Soul Land 2, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, in essence, became divine beasts by Wei Yuhao's side. It seemed good, but in reality, they were still pets of humans and gods, their lives not their own. Sorry, I misunderstood you, Master. The Ice Empress's address of Master was utterly sincere. If the soul beasts of the entire Soul Land continent knew that becoming Rin's dependent would bring such earth-shattering changes, countless of them would fight to the death for it. The Ice Empress paid the price of her freedom. But what was that small price compared to a bright future and continued survival? The only difference was whether one could follow the right master. However, looking at the present, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress were undoubtedly fortunate. They met a generous and humane master. Master. The Snow Empress, standing nearby, nodded. She also saw her attribute panel. Calling Master by his name is indeed improper. From now on, I will also call him Master. Actually, there's no need. Rin originally wanted the two women to call him Rin directly, but seeing their firm attitude, he said nothing more. Dependent and Master. This was originally a transaction. However, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress truly won big. Perhaps some might think that Rin also gained benefits. But in the eyes of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, Rin had countless choices, while they only had this one opportunity to follow him. They were fortunate, far more fortunate than other soul beasts on the Soul Land continent. From now on, please allow me and Ice Empress to serve by your side to repay your life-saving grace. MHM. The Ice Empress nodded obediently. Since even her older sister said so, as the younger sister, she naturally just had to follow suit. All right. Rin looked at the Snow Empress and asked, Snow Empress, what do you think? Very strong. On the Snow Empress's cold and beautiful face, a smile like melting winter snow appeared. Perhaps, among Master's subordinates, I am the strongest now. Snow Empress. Race, High Ice Elf. Magicools, 86,000, A rank high tier. General skills, Ice Magic, Ice and Fairy-type Pokemon Magic. Intrinsic skills, Icy Body, All Swordsmanship Mastery, All Melee Mastery, Magic Power Amplification, Super Regeneration. Extra skills, Ultimate Attribute, Thought Acceleration, Omnidirectional Perception, Ice and Snow Domination, Spatial Motion, Multi-Layer Barrier. Unique skills, Sword Saint, possesses the pinnacle of swordsmanship and martial arts realms, nature, can absorb external magicools, create natural substances, and evolve them to obtain new states. Exclusive skill, Twin Martial Souls, Cold Desolation Empress, same as Ice Empress, both are Rin's martial souls, twin-born, can perform martial soul fusion. Special skills, Magicool Solidification, God's Ring. Resistance, Physical Attack Nullification, Status Anomaly Nullification, Mental Attack Nullification, Natural Influence Nullification, Holy Demonic Attack Resistance. 86,000 Magicools. Sword Saint and Nature, 2 unique skills. Also possesses the exclusive skill, Twin Martial Souls, just with a different name. This exclusive skill, with the Snow Empress as the lead, fusing the Ice Empress's power, would allow her to break through a major realm, entering the Cold Desolation Empress state. However, this transformation would greatly consume the Snow Empress's magic power and could not last long, only usable for a burst at critical moments. Additionally, when Rin performed Soul Master Possession, he could also enter this state. To be precise, these 2 exclusive skills were the same. With the Snow Empress as the lead, she transformed into the Cold Desolation Empress. With the Ice Empress as the lead, she unleashed Eternal Night Blazing Sun. When Rin used it, he would first transform, changing his title from Empress to Cold Desolation Sovereign, and then gain the qualification to unleash Eternal Night Blazing Sun, the ultimate destruction. Whether it's the Snow Empress or the Ice Empress, the fusion of their powers has flaws. Only by fusing with me can this exclusive skill's power be fully displayed. One should know that after Soul Master Possession, the Magicools of the 3 would stack. After the Magicool stacked, aside from the inability to qualitative change, it was purely the beauty of numbers. Just the current 3, once they performed Soul Master Possession, their Magicools could increase to over 200,000. This was already the level of a Demon Lord seed. In other words, Rin truly possessed the strength to contend with a Demon Lord seed. Snow Empress, your unique skill, Sword Saint. You also know swordsmanship. More than just swordsmanship. Before the Snow Empress could speak, the Ice Empress, who was a natural Snow Empress fan, excitedly said, Snow Empress is unparalleled in both sword and palm techniques. MHM. The Snow Empress did not act humble at all, nodding naturally, indicating that it was indeed as the Ice Empress said. Soul Masters of the Soul Land continent used soul skills, and soul beasts were pretty much the same, just those few moves. However, the Snow Empress, starting from herself, created the Snow Empress's 3 ultimates. Empress Sword, Unparalleled Chill, Empress Palm, Snowless Glacier, and Empress Chill, Snowy Dance of Ultimate Ice. The three were swordsmanship, palm techniques, and domain, respectively. A sword saint in the cardinal world was not just someone good at swordsmanship. It included swordsmanship, saber techniques, spear techniques, and even close-quarters combat, and so on. The unique skill, Sword Saint, was generally bestowed upon beings who had reached the pinnacle in martial arts and skills. The Snow Empress had lived for 700,000 years. This number of years, of course, contained a lot of exaggeration. But time would not change. The Snow Empress had indeed lived for so long and used such a long period to elevate her skills to the extreme. Imagine, if a strong person who had meticulously studied skills for 700,000 years came to the cardinal world. According to the voice of the world's judgment, who could compete with her for the title of Sword Saint? The answer was obvious: no one. Thus, the Snow Empress effortlessly claimed this title and obtained the unique skill, Sword Saint. To be continued. Chapter 59, Clayman's Plan. As expected of Snow Empress. Rin marveled at Snow Empress's excellence. What is nature? A skill that converts magicules into existing matter. This skill was somewhat similar to Rimuru's Analyze and Create, yet it also had certain differences. The biggest difference was that Snow Empress's creations were not mere transformations of form, but closer to creation from nothing. For example, Rimuru would consume minerals and herbs, then directly create weapons and potions. Snow Empress could do similar things. Not only that, but she could also use magicules to create various minerals and plants. As Snow Empress gained further control over nature, she could even synthesize life, such as monsters and magical beasts. Isn't that like being a creator? There are differences. Snow Empress shook her head slightly. This skill cannot create souls. When used to create life, plants were best, followed by ordinary animals with low intelligence such as pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep. If creating monsters, the monster's soul must come from an external source, and the monster's potential would depend on the strength of the infused soul. In the cardinal world, potential and aptitude were primarily determined by soul strength. The stronger the soul, the higher the upper limit of skills it could bear. I see. Rin praised, that's still very impressive. With you here, Snow Empress, we will never lack resources again. Magicules equaled resources, and resources could be used for development. No wonder it was called nature. Snow Empress alone could support Rin's entire family, and the future looked promising. Itoshi Rin. Race, Dragonoid, Pseudo. Level, A rank high tier, 87,000 EP. Class, Mage. General skills, Life Magic, Healing Magic, Elemental Magic, Pokemon Magic, etc. Intrinsic skills, Adaptability, All Profession Mastery. Extra skills, Dragon Eye, Explosion Magic, Soul Summoning, Human Soul Fusion. Unique skills, Traveler, Broken, Leader, Capturer, Duplicator, Spirit Controller, can transform dependents into soul spirits and gain a soul spirit space. Special skills, Magicule Solidification, Inheritable, Star Particle Manipulation, Non-Inheritable, 10 Rings of God, Non-Inheritable. Exclusive skills, Twin Martial Souls, possesses Snow Empress and Ice Empress martial souls, can possess or directly summon them. Dependents, Odrapon, Snow Empress, Ice Empress, 3/6, Benimaru, Shuna, Cheyenne, Sui, 4 out of 6. Marked worlds, Pokemon World, Cooling Down, Konosuba World, Cooling Down, Soul Land Universe, Sealed. Spirit Controller, a new unique skill. Rin was very happy to have gained another new unique skill. Spirit Controller allowed dependents to accompany him in Soul Spirit, Martial Soul, form and live in the Soul Spirit space. Rin originally had a similar space. But the Spirit space and the Soul Spirit space had fundamental differences. The Soul Spirit space was based on mental power. Here, Rin could directly materialize anything, making the dependents inside very comfortable. The Spirit space could store matter and physical bodies, but it was too narrow inside, with almost nothing. I wonder if these two skills can be fused together. If so, the combination of matter and consciousness would truly create a portable mini-world. However, this task was quite difficult, and Rin had no idea how to approach it. As for the Soul Land universe being sealed and inaccessible, Rin was not surprised. Tang Sen was, after all, the enforcer god of the divine realm in Soul Land. His power was immense, capable of triggering world rules to be wary, which Rin found very reasonable. Rin expressed indifference to this. Soul Land was currently in the peerless Tang sect era, and no matter how much Tang Sen trained, he would only reach a certain level. Rin's speed of becoming stronger was beyond Tang San's imagination. When he could forcibly break the seal of the Soul Land universe, Rin would naturally seek out Tang San to have a good talk about today's events. At the same time, east of the Great Jura Forest, an ancient castle sat atop a cliff. The plan failed. Failed. Laplace, the Wonder Pierrot, reported the latest intelligence from the forest. Beside him, a little girl named Tyr raised her hands, spinning around and giggling as she repeated Laplace's words. Footman grumbled, those insects indeed couldn't amount to anything. They were just a batch of failed modifications, we didn't have much expectation, did we? At the head of the table sat a tall man. He had silver-white hair, red pupils, 2 golden streaks on his forehead, and a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, making him appear exceptionally demonic. This person was Clayman, one of the 10 Demon Lord, known as the Marionette Master. He was also the mastermind behind the insect magic beast chaos in the forest. However, having the plan destroyed by someone is quite displeasing. Clayman looked at Laplace and asked, did you find out who did it? A newly appeared fellow, seems to be called Itoshi Rin. Itoshi Rin. Clayman swirled the red wine glass in his hand, then indifferently took a sip. Never heard of him, probably just some small fry who crawled out of a corner. Don't be careless, Clayman. Laplace's expression was somewhat serious. That guy is very strange. Not only did he defeat your modified insects, but he also subdued the ogre clan in the forest. He was actually able to subdue that ogre clan. Tia clapped her hands. So amazing. Ogre clan. Clayman remained disdainful. Just a bunch of muscle-brained simpletons. A mere B-rank ogre clan, and only a meager 300 of them, Clayman didn't even put them in his eyes. I will have Jelmud notify the Orc clan to advance towards the ogre clan's village. In Clayman's view, the Orc Lord, who had already reached Special A rank, was fully capable of sweeping through everything in the Great Jura Forest. The Orc Lord. That guy gives off a terrifying feeling. With the Orc Lord, the new guy who just emerged will soon be eliminated, right? How pitiful. Just gained control of the ogre clan's power, and now he's about to die. In the clown's eyes, a mere ogre clan village, what power did it have to stop the Orc Lord's advance? Then we will continue to monitor that forest, Clayman. I leave it to you. Watching the clowns leave, Clayman drained the wine in his hand. Clayman could not personally intervene in the matter of the Great Jura Forest. That forest was the Storm Dragon's territory. Other demon lords would not rashly enter unless necessary. According to Clayman's plan, he would send the Magen Jelma to name the monsters in the forest, thereby gradually encroaching upon the Storm Dragon's territory through this hierarchical relationship. What Clayman did not expect was that among the Orc clan, an Orc Lord, rarely seen for hundreds of years, had appeared. The Orc Lord possessed the power to devour all things and could rapidly increase his magicula by continuously feeding. If the Orc Lord could become a Demon Lord seed, then, with him, the power of 2 Demon Lord seeds would completely surpass the other existences. Yes, at this time, Clayman had no idea how enormous the gap between a Demon Lord seed and a true Demon Lord truly was. In Clayman's view, even the ancient Demon Lord Guy and Malim. Even if these 2 were stronger than him, they wouldn't be much stronger. If 1 Demon Lord seed couldn't win, what about 2? 2 against 1, could they still not secure a place among the 10 Demon Lords? A newcomer who appeared out of nowhere. Standing up, Clayman walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, then looked at his reflection, and smiled sinisterly. Cherish this brief period of beauty. Soon, you will know the cruelty of this world. Chapter 60, Beat Him. Bonus. As the sun set, the afterglow sprinkled over the rural village, golden light intertwining with the fresh green of the rice paddies, forming a peaceful and harmonious picture. Smoke from the wooden houses curled upward, blending into the gradually darkening sky, as if it were the most natural connection between heaven and earth. Pony I Ponyo. The girl in the straw hat rolled up her pant legs, stepped into the wet rice paddies, and bent down to plant the rice seedlings into the mud. Ojerpon hummed a tune no one understood while releasing a green grassy terrain from her body, using grass-type magicules to nourish the fields and seedlings, helping them grow stronger. Beside her, sturdy ogre clan members systematically planted rice seedlings. The cultivated land was not only for rice seedlings but also for vegetables and fruits. The cardinal world also had various crops, including those unique to other worlds and plant seeds from Earth. Due to the existence of skills, creating crops, altering genes, and cultivating varieties were far simpler than on Earth. This made the biodiversity of the cardinal world far more comprehensive than described in the original work. In front of the wooden house, a small river flowed gently, its clear water sound harmonizing with the sounds of farming in the distant fields, creating a tranquil pastoral life. This stream, about 4 to 5 meters wide, was specially dug by Benimaru and his people. The ogre clan had planted many cherry and peach trees along the riverbank. When the wind blew, pink and white petals fell like flying snow, truly transforming the village into a paradise within the great Jura forest. How does it feel? Rin sat by the river, holding a fishing rod, leisurely waiting for a fish to bite. Very good, I like this world. Snow Empress stood behind Rin, glancing at Ice Empress, who was playing with the ogre clan children not far away. It's been a long time since I've seen Ice Empress this happy. Ice Empress seemed aloof, but in reality, she had a bit of a child's temperament, much like Ogerpon. Ogerpon was a good child, and not long after meeting Ice Empress, the two became inseparable. Oh, and Cheyenne should be added too. The three of them were like mischievous tomboys, often led by Cheyenne to wreak havoc on the brainless magic beasts in the forest. Of course, this was a good thing. Magic beasts are inexhaustible. As long as there are magicules in this world, if one batch of magic beasts is killed, new ones will quickly be born. Unlike soul beasts, magic beasts in the cardinal world are no different from resources. Monsters hunt magic beasts, and human adventurers also hunt magic beasts. Magic beasts, when can we stand up? Unfortunately, magic beasts cannot stand up. Because magic beasts lack the essential thing for evolution, a soul. The reason Rin doesn't subdue magic beasts is precisely because they lack souls. They cannot provide magicules to Rin. I've been learning management from Miss Shuna recently. Snow Empress positioned herself as Rin's assistant. And to be a good assistant, both wisdom and strength are indispensable. She disliked being subservient but was unwilling to leave Rin, which is why she chose the position of assistant. Moreover, having seen a new world, if she couldn't continue to grow stronger, wouldn't it be a waste of Rin's good intentions? Snow Empress would never easily let go of this hard-won opportunity. Also, Hakuru is very powerful. His swordsmanship has greatly benefited me. After returning to the cardinal world, Snow Empress began to establish her prestige. The first thing she did, just like Ogerpon, was to subdue the entire ogre clan, including Benimaru, Cheyenne, and other subordinates of Rin. Under Rin's command, no one was Snow Empress's opponent except for Ogerpon and Ice Empress. Even Ogerpon, when facing Snow Empress's fully unleashed Snow Empress form, had to avoid her sharp edge and rely on delaying tactics to wear her down. However, Snow Empress would not give Ogerpon such an opportunity at all. Perhaps at first, Snow Empress didn't understand Ogerpon's abilities and suffered quite a bit. But after that, in the battles between Snow Empress and Ogerpon, the latter never gained an advantage again. Rin could only say that the unique skill of Sword Saint truly brought too much help to Snow Empress. And Ogerpon, she's been making rapid progress recently. Half a month had passed since returning to the cardinal world. During this half-month, the ogre clan village had been thriving, and the clan members who were out on mercenary quests had also returned. And the return of new members naturally brought more magicules to Rin. Ogerpon's growth was still Rin's most important means of acquiring magicules, without a doubt. However, now that Ogerpon had reached A rank, to gain experience points, her opponents had to be B rank or higher. In the entire Great Jura Forest, B-rank magic beasts were already scarce, and most of them were still in the labyrinth sealing the storm dragon. Rin temporarily did not plan to deal with the storm dragon. The Dragonoid race made Rin prepare for low-key development, trying his best not to be discovered by those dragon kind. This decision significantly slowed down Ogerpon's experience harvesting efficiency. In half a month, Ogerpon's magicules barely reached 48,000. Rin's magicules, however, due to Ogerpon's recent advancement, officially broke through the 90,000 mark, entering the realm of A-rank pinnacle. Let's go, Snow Empress. Rin put his things into his spatial storage and then called out to Snow Empress. Let's start today's training. Snow Empress quickly followed. She would train Rin's combat abilities every day, helping him familiarize himself with various powers. Rin's magicules were vast, and their value was also very high. However, Rin was truly not excellent in the combination of various skills and on-the-spot improvisation. Despite possessing such immense power, Rin only displayed less than 5% of it. Of course, Snow Empress could see that Rin was not bad at fighting. Rin definitely had combat talent. The only thing Rin lacked was experience. Soon after, Rin and Snow Empress returned to their wooden house. The two did not go to the arena specially built by the village, because it wasn't necessary. With a spiritual world like the soul spirit space, they could completely conduct consciousness simulations. Ice Empress, who was about to go play with Ogerpon not far away, suddenly stopped. It's starting again. Perfect, let me see Master's progress. Ice Empress split a wisp of her mind, letting it control her body to walk towards the field area, while more of her energy was focused on the battle within the soul spirit space. Cheyenne and others took the same action as her. Except for Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who were permanently stationed outside, other subordinates, as long as they received Rin's permission, could enter the consciousness space in their soul spirit form. Such a good combat stage was not only for Rin. Other subordinates also liked to request duels for practical sparring. Over time, a combat power ranking was even created among the subordinates. Among the 7 subordinates, Snow Empress undoubtedly had the best record. Next was Ogerpon. Cheyenne and Ice Empress had similar records. Basically, if they lost one day, they could win it back the next. Benimaru, due to his unique skill being more military-oriented, was a step behind the 2 women. Sui and Shuna, one specialized in assassination and the other was a priest, simply could not defeat those combat fanatics head-on. To be continued. Chapter 61, Palm That Freezes Time. Is Rin-sama going to fight Lady Snow Empress again? Sui and Benimaru had things to do, so they didn't watch this battle. Cheyenne and the others stayed in the village, so even if they split their minds, it wouldn't affect their daily activities. I wonder how long Rin-sama can last this time. Cheyenne respected Snow Empress, but she would not slack off on the necessary challenges. Cheyenne would never easily give up her position as Rin's close subordinate. Rin-sama is already working very hard, and he gets stronger every time. What's more, he hasn't even used his full power. In such a simulated battle, Rin could be said to be challenging Snow Empress's strengths with his weaknesses. In a real battle, Rin should be a turret standing at the rear. Under absolute firepower, any technique would seem so flashy. Of course, since it was sparring and training, Rin would not fight like that, but instead would use every ability he currently possessed. Only by constantly using them could one deeply explore and thus make oneself more perfect. Go, Rin. As expected of Rin's little darling, Ogerpon had changed into a new outfit at some point and was now holding up a Rin must win sign, cheering and shouting. The soul spirit space was good for this. Everything was simulated. Go, Snow Empress. Beat him up. Ogerpon felt that Ice Empress had been a bit too uninhibited lately. Fortunately, Rin didn't mind these things. Let this old man be the referee. Hakuru stroked his beard and stepped forward, standing to one side of the battle circle. I'll have to trouble you again, Hakuru. Not at all. To be able to witness such a wonderful battle is a great enjoyment for this old man. As Hakuru spoke, his brow slowly split open, revealing a vertical pupil. This was precisely the old man's reliance for being able to act as a referee, the heavenly eye. Are you ready, master? Snow Empress was a good teacher. Whether it was feeding moves to Rin or finding his shortcomings, she was incredibly professional. Rin was very fortunate to have such an excellent subordinate. Come on, Snow Empress. This time I'll try to last a little longer. Rin's answer greatly pleased Snow Empress. She raised her hand, and a large amount of ice elements gathered around her. The two limited their power to a certain range, engaging in a pure contest of skill. Empress Palm. A big move right from the start. Rin watched as Snow Empress raised her hand and then lightly pushed it forward. Snow Empress's movements were very slow, yet in everyone's eyes, this palm strike was so fast, as if the entire process from raising the hand to striking had been completed in the blink of an eye. Has she improved again? Hakuru, who was watching the battle, raised an eyebrow slightly, astonished by Snow Empress's incredible comprehension. This palm strike seemed unremarkable, but it actually involved the application of multiple abilities. The surrounding space was enveloped by an invisible membrane, and the flow and changes of all things were momentarily stilled by the extreme low temperature. The principle of this move was very similar to Isthetha's Ma Padma in Akane Ga Kill. Both achieved the effect of time stoppage indirectly by freezing matter. The flaw of Empress Palm is that it must hit the enemy. Fortunately, Rin possessed an extraordinary mind, and even though his body was still, his soul remained. Thus, he could still think. And being able to think meant that the monster's skills were not sealed. There's still a fight left. However, just as Rin was preparing to counterattack, an invisible force gently landed on his chest. Rin felt a chilling sensation spread from his heart throughout his body. Due to their master-servant relationship, Snow Empress was unable to inflict any harm on Rin. But if this move had landed on anyone else, even if it didn't kill them, it would certainly result in severe injury. Snow Empress wins. At the same time, Hakuru, acting as the referee, immediately announced the battle's outcome. Rin was stunned, then immediately reacted, looking at Snow Empress in surprise. Snow Empress, does your Empress palm no longer need to make contact with the enemy? In such a short time, Snow Empress had perfected all of her 3 Snow Empress ultimates one after another. The Empress palm, originally only applicable to short distances, no longer required direct contact. As a result, Snow Empress gained another unexpected killing move, and her combat ability increased once again. So powerful, I had no chance to retaliate at all. In the cardinal world, magicules were never the key factor in determining strength. Some monsters, despite having only tens of thousands of magicules, could fight against powerhouses with hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of magicules. The best example was Hakuru in the original work. As for Snow Empress, she was already the strongest combat force under Rin's command. Even Ogerpon, in a one-on-one situation, could only rely on her destroyer advantage to fight to mutual destruction. You did great. Hit him, keep hitting him. Although the surrounding audience didn't fully understand, they were greatly shocked. Especially a certain green-haired girl, who was practically screaming her throat raw, wishing she could personally step in and punch Rin. This Ice Empress. Rin's mouth twitched slightly, secretly deciding that after the training ended, he would definitely spank her. Don't be silly, Ice Empress. Snow Empress glanced at Ice Empress, finding this quite a headache. Although she had already accepted Rin as her master in her heart, Ice Empress was not one to admit defeat verbally. Snow Empress truly feared that one day, Rin might lose his patience and go wild on her. Snow Empress, you're getting stronger so fast. In such a short time, you've completely adapted to the cardinal world's power system and even developed new techniques based on it. Losing to Snow Empress, Rin was not disheartened. Rather, Rin had already lost to Snow Empress dozens or hundreds of times during this period, so he was already accustomed to it. Master, too, your progress speed is even faster than I expected. Snow Empress still cared about Rin's face, she comforted him. At first, when I froze time and space, Master couldn't even react. After this period of training, if you encounter similar situations again, Master can calmly handle them. Snow Empress was not just talking about her moves, but also sudden assassination methods similar to time-space freezing. If it were the initial Rin, facing such a sudden attack, he would definitely be caught off guard. But now, Snow Empress was fully confident that no matter how sudden the situation, Rin would be able to react instantly. And this was Snow Empress's true goal. Chapter 62, Great Jura Forest Conquest Plan, Bonus, you're truly putting in a lot of effort, Lady Snow Empress. Hakuru sighed with emotion. What the Lord lacks is not the ability to fight enemies, but means of self-preservation. With powerful dependents like Snow Empress, Ice Empress, and Ogerpon protecting him closely, Rin actually had no shortage of combat power. Sending out any one of them was equivalent to unleashing a powerful ultimate move. They were inherently Rin's strength. There was no reason to believe that he had to personally fight for it to count as his own action. Thank you, Snow Empress. Between you and me, there is no need for thanks. Snow Empress said, come, let's continue our training. Providing Rin with means of self-preservation was Snow Empress's most urgent priority. And beyond that, it was to unleash Rin's combat potential, making him no longer a weakness, but the strongest in the team. As her master, how could Rin be weaker than her? Having a sword but not using it, and having no sword to use, are two different concepts. Rin not needing to fight did not mean he could not fight. When enemies finally broke through the interception of Snow Empress, Ogerpon, and others, and finally reached Rin, they would discover that he was the strongest. This was Snow Empress's ultimate goal in training Rin's combat skills and instincts. Good. Rin did not decline, nor would he let down Snow Empress's good intentions. The battle ended, and Rin still failed to defeat Snow Empress. Rin, however, was indifferent to this. Previously, Ogerpon was stronger than him, and now there was another Snow Empress. It made no difference. You've worked hard, Rin-sama. Shuna brought a food box filled with many dishes she had personally prepared. The ingredients were mountain delicacies and wild game from the forest, and after Shuna's cooking, they were incredibly delicious, so much so that even Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who had little interest in human food, quite enjoyed them. Ponyo. Ogerpon came bouncing from afar. Because she had just come out of the rice paddies, the girl left muddy, black footprints behind her with every step. Ah! Wait, Ogerpon, stop quickly. Puh. Seriously, how can you come into the house all dirty? Shuna hurried forward, summoning water to wash Ogerpon's hands and feet. After this period of getting along, the ogre clan in the village had become familiar with Ogerpon's personality and character. She was just an innocent and kind little girl. In terms of strength, Ogerpon was indeed unmatched among the ogre clan, but in terms of temperament, they completely treated her as the ogre clan's mascot and took care of her. Especially Shuna, their relationship was as close as sisters. Wash this foot too, and this side, oh, so comfortable. Ogerpon didn't mind at all being treated like a child, and she even regarded Shuna, who was good at taking care of people, as an older sister. Thank you, Shuna. M.O. You need to be more careful next time, you're always so clumsy. Shuna dotingly stroked Ogerpon's head, while handing the specially made sandwich to the girl. Ogerpon took the sandwich, took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. Delicious. This rice ball is also very tasty. But I still prefer curry rice. Okay, I'll make it for you next time. Oh. There was a lot of food in the basket. Shuna usually enjoyed researching these, and Rin's preferences were her main focus of study. In the original work, Shuna was not strong in combat, yet she was still Rimuru's second-in-command, and there was a reason for that. With Shuna overseeing the base camp with her excellent logistics and coordination abilities, even when Rin was away, their foundation would not fall into disarray. Gurgle gurgle. After eating, Rin drank the freshly squeezed juice prepared by Shuna, and looked at the prosperous and lively scene in the village, feeling a sense of peace in his heart. The great Jura forest was vast, with many scenic and pleasant places. The ogre clan's village was nestled by mountains and rivers, rarely encountering conflicts with the outside world. It was peaceful and tranquil here, very suitable for retirement. If I didn't have the traveler ability, living in the ogre clan village for a long time would eventually make me lose my fighting spirit. However, I can go on adventures in other worlds. Explore outside, and when tired, return to this village for recuperation and relaxation. Rin-sama, this is the village's subsequent construction plan, please take a look. Mornings were for Rin and Snow Empress's morning training, and afternoons were for handling official duties. The official duties were not complicated, mostly concerning resource consumption, construction plans, and directions and goals for external expansion. Rin didn't need to consider the specific details. What he needed to do was grasp the overall direction. Tell me the specifics, Shuna. All right. Shuna clasped her hands in front of her lower abdomen, then reported to Rin the changes in the village over the past half-month. First, Ogerpon, under her leadership, the magic beasts within a 50-kilometer radius have been completely cleared. The remaining monsters, more or less, possess a certain level of intelligence. According to your request, intelligent monsters, as long as they do not actively attack, have the right to survive in this land. Shuna didn't understand, but she wholeheartedly agreed with Rin's idea. Everyone had the right to survive. Being strong didn't mean one had to exterminate the weak. Hunting magic beasts is different because magic beasts are purely brainless monsters that cannot communicate at all. However, if magic beasts could understand the ogre clan, both sides could coexist peacefully. In contrast, even with the lowest intelligence, monsters still follow some basic rules. This allowed the village, including the forest and fields within a 50-mile radius, to develop a completely new ecosystem. It's just that the village's development has reached its limit at this point. Shuna spread a map before Rin. Our ogre clan is the strongest monster tribe in this area. Further out, there are scattered goblin villages and some intelligent monsters. What needed to be discussed today was the problem of these goblins. How to deal with goblins. Rin remembered that in the original work, Rimuru first subdued the goblins in the forest and even bestowed names upon them. Rimuru's magicules were backed by the storm dragon, so even if they were depleted, they would quickly recover. But Rin didn't have such confidence. His magicules were limited, so even if he bestowed names, he would only choose the most outstanding and promising monsters. However, this was only a matter of time. After all, naming monsters could provide Rin with more magicules. As long as they were willing to join Rin's command and become his subjects, bestowing names would be a matter of time. To be continued. Give me more Power Stones XD. Also, leave a review while you're at it. Chapter 63, Goblins Once Prospered. How many goblins can be recruited from the surrounding area? This. Shuna said, the closest goblin village to us probably only has a few dozen people. Only that many? I apologize, Rin-sama. Shuna said, our people are too few, and the forest is too vast, so we truly cannot conduct a more accurate search. The Great Jura Forest in the original work seemed small. But only after truly transmigrating to this world did Rin realize how vast the real Great Jura Forest was. Though called a great forest, it actually featured diverse terrains, including grasslands, swamps, lakes, and hills. These areas were separated by dense forests, which formed the monster circle of the Great Jura Forest. It's alright, you've done your best. Rin naturally wouldn't blame the loyal ogre clan. I know about goblins, you see. Just as Rin was contemplating how to better search for tribes in the forest, a figure slowly appeared before Rin and the others. It was the Dryad, Trainee. Nearly a month had passed since Rin displayed explosion magic last time. During this time, Trainee had paid close attention to Rin's movements. She would occasionally visit Rin, who would then warmly invite her to taste the village's delicacies. Dryads are the guardians of the forest. With them, the forest can thrive endlessly. Therefore, it was beneficial to get along well with Trainee. These are our newly made potato chips. Please taste them, Trainee-san. Shuna brought a bowl of freshly fried potato chips, and Trainee's attention was instantly drawn to them. Well, then I won't be polite. Crunch. Trainee held a potato chip in one hand and gently stroked her cheek with the other, her eyes filled with enjoyment and intoxication. Ah, this food called potato chips is too delicious. Rin didn't quite understand Trainee's love for potato chips. However, he had read the original work and knew about Trainee's potato elf meme, which was why he offered potato chips to cater to her preferences. The effect was self-evident. Trainee was completely immersed in the potato chips, unable to extricate herself. Rin felt that in a while, he might even be able to convert her into a new dependent. Yes, a dependent. Trainee and her sisters are the guardians of the Great Jura Forest. In the original work, she eventually followed the Fairy Queen. But this has not happened yet. Rin had every opportunity to win over Trainee, and by extension, bring this forest completely under his supervision. Unfortunately, now is not the time. In Rin's opinion, it wasn't difficult to gain Trainee's favor. Even now, he had a certain chance to persuade her to become his dependent. But the problem was that Trainee's monster level was still above Rin's current level. Don't underestimate Trainee. The Dryad big sister seemed not strong, but her magicules value was over 100,000. Capturer cannot convert beings with magicules higher than Rin into dependents. This is also a major flaw of the Capturer. Trainee, are you willing to help us subdue the goblin tribes in the forest? I've always been entertained by you, and sometimes I want to do something in return. Trainee thought highly of Rin. She believed Rin had hope of unifying the Great Jura Forest. The Storm Dragon is the lord of the forest, but he is sealed beneath the labyrinth and rarely interferes in daily matters. If a powerful monster could step forward and lead the monsters in the forest, Trainee wouldn't have to worry about external forces infringing upon this land. Then you've truly helped us a great deal. Shuna asked, Trainee-san, do you know how many goblins are currently living in the forest? I remember goblins should be monsters that reproduce very quickly, Cheyenne said. When I was little, there seemed to have been a goblin disaster, with over 5 million goblins rampaging through the forest. How many? This was the first time Rin had heard this number, and he could only say, as expected of goblins. But a problem arose. Rin didn't remember Rimuru having so many goblins under his command. In the original work, Rimuru seemed to have only subdued one goblin village, with a total of only 60 or 70 goblins. Even counting the goblins who joined later, the total number wouldn't exceed 2,000. But according to Cheyenne, the number of goblins was so vast that they could almost establish a country. That's right, there was indeed such a thing. Trainee, who was listening, recalled, at that time, goblins were rampant, and their figures could be seen everywhere in the forest. They expanded recklessly, eventually attracting a massive subjugation by human adventurers. It was because of that incident that the number of goblins sharply decreased, and a large portion of them fled to the eastern part of the forest. Is the east safer? Rin thought the goblins in the forest had migrated, which was why Rimuru only had so few goblins under his command. No. Trainee shook her head. The goblins who went to the east almost all died out. Ah. Soon, Rin learned the reason from Shuna. The Great Jura Forest, in terms of ownership, was considered the territory of the Storm Dragon, Veldora, and the Demon Lord's domain to the east. The Western nations, and the Northern Empire all tacitly acknowledged this. There were a large number of magical beasts and monsters in the forest, and many countries would hunt monsters living on the forest's edge. During the Goblin Rampant period, the Northern Empire and the Western nations acted together to drive them back into the forest. They thought that as long as they stayed away from humans, they would be safe. However, the three demon lords in the east similarly looked down on this group of weak goblins and carried out a massive purge against them. By now, only the goblins living in the central area of the forest remain, estimated to be no more than 30,000. Normally, the goblins in the Great Jura Forest shouldn't be as few as they were in the original work. Otherwise, wouldn't human adventurers not receive any quests to subjugate goblins? But the situation at that time was quite special. The storm dragon's aura disappeared, and the monsters in the forest became unrestricted, beginning to devour each other. It's not surprising that the number of weak monsters like goblins plummeted from tens of thousands to around 2,000. Will goblins not go extinct? They won't. Trainee said, monsters are very difficult to truly exterminate. Monster factors will not disappear because of the extinction of a certain race. Even if all the goblins in the world were killed, new goblins could still be born in the future. Chapter 64, Monster Factors. Furthermore, the voice of the world will also maintain balance, Trainee said. When they are truly on the brink of survival, goblins all over the world will receive blessings. This blessing is not limited to one place. Instead, goblins worldwide will rise simultaneously. Weak monsters will greatly increase in number during the Magicule's tide. Powerful monsters will give birth to kings rarely seen in 100 years. Trainee picked up the last potato chip, put it in her mouth, and showed an incredibly happy smile. Perhaps this is the world's benevolence. The Dryad girl drank tea and sighed. Whenever a race falls into a trough, it will usher in the hope of rising. Speaking of which, goblins seem very suitable for breeding. When the number of goblins increased, Rin could perform a complete domination at once, and the Magicules brought by millions of goblins was something he couldn't even imagine. He would simply get rich. However, Trainee seemed to see through Rin's thoughts and poured cold water on him. The total amount of souls is limited. As a dryad, many things in the forest could not escape Trainee's eyes. Rin rose too quickly. Trainee had already figured out the means by which he achieved this. It's just that. Trainee didn't dislike Rin. Her responsibility was to protect the forest's ecosystem, and having a like-minded ally could greatly enhance the cohesion of the Great Jura Forest. Is the total amount of soul related to race? Yes, it is. Trainee said, all monsters have an invisible racial existence value. Racial potential comes from the soul. Rin's leader, in essence, also shares the soul energy of his followers, allowing him to quickly grow stronger. However, the goblin race has a certain upper limit to its existence value. With a fixed upper limit, the more goblins there are, the lower the quality of each individual goblin will be. Therefore, it was only when there were only a few thousand goblins left in the forest, like Rimuru's situation, that subduing them allowed them all to evolve into hobgoblins at once. Millions, even tens of millions of fortune, were condensed onto a few thousand goblins. The individual quality of almost every one of them was 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000. The more numerous a certain race is, the lower the potential of its individuals will be. Your ogre clan's population is around 300, which is actually a very good number, Trainee said. If the number continues to grow, the ogre clan will no longer possess the power of the forest's strongest monster race. Upon hearing the secret Trainee revealed, Shuna and Cheyenne gasped. According to you, does this mean the upper limit of each race is already predetermined? Yes, and no. Trainee paused for a moment and gave Rin a look. The latter understood immediately and promptly had more potato chips brought over. This made Trainee very satisfied, thinking to herself that Rin was a good lord who understood people's hearts. Her early investment this time had indeed not been in vain. Racial existence value can reach up to A rank. Trainee picked up a potato chip and bit it with a crunch. Beyond that, it can only be an individual. Once an individual, he will not be limited by his race. Instead, his race will be proud of him. When a certain monster race has given birth to a demon lord, the existence value of its race will be elevated. And for weak monsters like goblins, there has never been an instance of a demon lord emerging. This means that it is very difficult for goblins to evolve into a demon lord. They have no reference points, so they can only rely on themselves. This is why goblins are so weak. If the goblin race develops well, their numbers will inevitably be very large, which will then lower the potential of individuals. In such a situation, for a goblin to become a king, he would first have to eliminate enough of his own kind. Numbers and individual strength. This fully demonstrates the advantage of rare races. So, naming is actually a promotion from a superior to a weaker being. Exactly. Trainee nodded and said, "There is no path, but if a strong person from above is willing to pull you up, then things become very simple. Strong individuals do not need to follow rules. Because they themselves are the rules." In the original work, Rimuru transformed the remaining few thousand goblins into hobgoblins all at once, causing a leap in their racial existence value. The hobgoblins from the goblin village were separated from other goblins in the cardinal world. The two no longer shared the same racial existence value. How many goblins are there in the western part of the forest, near us? Rin couldn't possibly cross half the forest to the south and north to find scattered goblin villages. Following the principle of proximity, Rin intended to first take control of the goblins in this western area. Roughly 8,000, I suppose. That's quite a lot. Rin felt that this number was very good. He disliked weak goblins, but hobgoblins, much like the green-skinned orcs from Warcraft, were more acceptable. "Trainee, could you lead us to the goblin camp?" Shuna, at some point, brought another large bag of potato chips as a thank you gift for Trainee's help. Of course. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's hand is beholden to them. Trainee was completely reined in by Shuna. The number of people in this expedition was not large. Trainee served as the guide, and Rin also dispatched several ogres who had received his name. Leading them was a Mikoheim named Sakurako. Sakurako had a gentle personality and had learned many ways of dealing with people from Shuna. She was accompanied by a Shadow Squad member and 2 members of the Red Ogre clan skilled in close combat. For ogre-kind individuals with the combat power of A-rank upper-tier demons. Such combat power, before Rin arrived, would have been enough not only to recruit goblins but also to conquer the entire western forest. Also departing were Benimaru and Hakuru's teams. Their destination was the mountain range where the Tengu clan resided, to convey Rin's friendly message there. If possible, Rin wanted to bring the entire Tengu clan under his command to supplement the lack of aerial forces. Thus, about 2 days passed. Rin-sama. That night, Sui suddenly contacted Rin. "Have you arrived, Sui?" Rin asked, "How are things there?" "Things are bad." Sui had been sent by Rin to investigate the situation of the Orc clan. He remembered that in the original plot, the Orc clan, unable to obtain enough food, had their leader, who would later become the Orc Lord, forced to go out in search of hope. There was one point, the Orc clan leader possessed the unique skill, Starved, even before Jelmud named him. Starved was like a curse, causing the normally gentle Orc clan's appetite to surge, leading them to devour their stored food and even resort to cannibalism. To be continued. Chapter 65, Traces of the Orc Lord. Just as you predicted. Sui stood on a cliff, gazing at the desolate land in the distance. Under the scorching sun, not a blade of grass grew. There's nothing, neither grass nor trees, all gone. It seems Starved has already manifested. Through this event, Rin was able to roughly determine the current time period. After Rimuru reincarnated, it took him about a few months to leave the labyrinth. Afterward, he successively subdued the goblins and dire wolves, encountered Benimaru and others whose villages were annihilated by the moderate Harlequin alliance, and soon met the invading Orc army. Rin felt that it should be around the first half of the story's plot, as the storm dragon was still present. However, considering the insect-type magic beast not mentioned in the original work, Rin felt he couldn't completely rely on the original as a reference. In the real world, any event can trigger a butterfly effect. Rin didn't think the future would unfold exactly as described in the novel. Sui. At your service. Go to the Lizardmen's territory, inform them of the Orc clan's changes, and then propose an alliance with us. Rin wanted to subdue all the monsters in the forest. Each of them was an important source of magicules for him, and he couldn't let a large number of them die off casually as in the original work. Understood. Upon receiving the order, Sui wasted no time and immediately rushed towards the Lizardmen's stronghold. This is a bit troublesome. Upon learning the current time period, Rin felt a slight sense of distress, and his expression was immediately noticed by Ice Empress. Master, is something wrong? Rin pondered for a moment and told Ice Empress the information he knew. Simply put, someone is behind a conspiracy, and there's a group of very strong individuals hiding in the shadows. I'm a bit uneasy. Rimuru's initial opponent, the early antagonist, and later a power-level measuring unit, Clayman, one of the 10 Great Demon Lord. Don't misunderstand, even though this guy didn't perform well in the original work and was easily dealt with by Rimuru. But Clayman was still a Demon Lord seed, after all. The term Demon Lord seed here does not refer to a truly awakened Demon Lord. In the Cardinal world, if you are a Demon Lord seed, then acquire territory and an army, you can call yourself a Demon Lord. Afterward, through the Demon Lord Council, as long as the other Demon Lord do not object, then you are a Demon Lord. Clayman and the Demon Lords, are they very strong? Hearing that there were powerful individuals, Ice Empress felt a little excited and wanted to fight these strong ones. Among the 10 Great Demon Lords, 7 are true Demon Lords. Currently, Clayman's Magicules value is estimated to be around 400,000. The amount of Magicules doesn't represent everything, so even the current Rin has a chance to fight Clayman. Ice Empress and Ogerpon, the two girls' Magicules are A+, but in a real fight, ordinary special A ranks are no match for them. But this is clearly not enough. I'm not afraid of Clayman. What I'm worried about is the moderate Harlequin alliance behind him. Clayman belongs to the moderate Harlequin alliance and is the weakest member within it. Besides him, every other clown possesses combat power comparable to a Demon Lord. To put it bluntly, the current Rin, facing any one of the clowns, would be utterly annihilated. Fortunately, the clowns will not easily expose their existence. After all, once a conflict breaks out between the two sides, the sheer commotion would be enough to attract the attention of other Demon Lords. Yuki Kagarizaka would definitely not jump out at this time. Every one of them has the power of a Demon Lord. Ice Empress was a bit surprised. She increasingly felt that following Rin was the most correct decision she had ever made. Interesting. There will be opportunities. Rin said, if things become impossible, I will activate Traveler and take you to other worlds. With Traveler as a fallback, the worst outcome is merely living to fight another day. After he becomes stronger by relying on the power of countless other worlds, he will return for revenge. It seems that after arranging things here, it's time to start exploring new worlds. The feeling of being targeted wasn't good, and Rin hated those who schemed in the dark. Even if they aren't deliberately targeting us, since we are destined to be enemies, there's nothing more to say. If Rin was to follow Rimuru's path, then Rimuru's enemies would eventually emerge. Now, information on the Orc clan has been obtained. As for the goblins, Trainee will lead the way. Rin wasn't worried about Sakurako and their safety regarding the goblins. Trainee could summon Sylphide, and even if the clowns had truly arrived in the Great Jura Forest, they wouldn't dare to provoke her. I wonder how Benimaru and Hakuru are doing. Rin's understanding of the Tengu clan in this world was limited. Tengu. Ice Empress and Snow Empress, however, were quite interested. Rin explained. Although they are called Tengu, they actually resemble angels with wings. A long time ago, an angel incarnated into the body of a mountain wolf, thus giving birth to the Tengu clan. The Tengu clan here didn't actually have long noses. They liked to wear red, long-nosed masks and had white or black wings on their backs, and were called the Tengu clan due to their arrogant personalities. Years ago, the founder of the Tengu clan, Keed, practiced swordsmanship under Araki Byakuya alongside Hakuru. The two developed feelings for each other and gave birth to a daughter, who was Momiji in the original work. However, the gestation period for Tengu was extremely long. Hakuru's wife took a full 300 years to give birth to Momiji, and she passed on most of her Magicules to her. The stronger the monsters in the cardinal world, the less likely they were to bear offspring. Because this was a huge detriment to monsters. Bearing offspring meant the offspring would inherit a large portion of the parent's power. Even the former Star King Dragon fell because of this. Given the relationship between the Tengu clan and Hakuru, with him stepping forward, and then Benimaru entering into a marriage alliance as in the novel, Rin felt there was a high chance of gaining the loyalty of the Tengu clan. At worst, he would take on the conflict between the Tengu and Frey. Frey's strength might be slightly stronger than Clayman's, but she was definitely no match for those few clowns. Rin was confident that before Sky Queen Frey clashed with him, he would become strong enough that she wouldn't dare to provoke him. To be continued. Chapter 66, Subduing Goblins. The territories of the Tengu are located near Demon Lord Frey's country. Snow Empress memorized the map of the Cardinal World. Hakuru and the others will probably have to travel for a while, so it definitely won't be that fast. Then let's wait a bit longer, until the goblins submit. Rin also took this time to continue researching the traveler's abilities. He discovered that the traveler's ability to open gates to other worlds wasn't entirely random. There were some controllable aspects. For example, Rin didn't directly use the traveler, but instead dispersed magicules to capture world gates wandering in the void. During this process, Rin could obtain some fragmented information, thereby making a preliminary judgment about what kind of world was on the other side. Additionally, this usage would not consume the traveler's travel opportunities. Rin didn't need to worry about encountering danger and being unable to use the traveler. Alright, let me see what the next world will be like. Rin closed his eyes, his consciousness completely focused on the traveler's ability. The next moment, a large number of images flashed through his mind at an extremely fast speed, including worlds inhabited by countless monsters, and universes distorted by strange rules. All kinds of information surged like a tide, forcing Rin to actively disconnect. Huff. 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 Opening his eyes, Rin gasped for breath, a large amount of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Are you okay? Seeing this, Snow Empress quickly stepped forward to check. His condition was most keenly felt by Ice Empress, Odrapan, and the other dependents, but fortunately, Rin replied that he was training, which appeased them. I'm fine. Rin smiled slightly at Snow Empress and said, good luck, I successfully captured an interesting world. An interesting world? Not yet confirmed. The new other world Rin discovered was a bit special. It has a very strong protective wall. I can't enter it freely like the previous few worlds. Of the three methods, connecting with that world and leading Rin in was impossible. Just now, as soon as the traveler's ability touched that side, the worlds will there reacted violently. Clearly, the other side was unwilling to interact with outsiders and just wanted to close its doors and live its own life. Forcibly intervening is also impossible. That world is very vast. Rin wasn't sure how vast the other side was, but in terms of sheer size, it was no less than the Cardinal World. Therefore, trying to sneak in like in the Soul Land world was very difficult. Then there's only the second method. No. Rin shook his head and said, if it really is the situation I'm thinking of, entering directly with my true body would be too dangerous. So, we still have to use the second method, but in a different, safer way. A safer way. Snow Empress had already received the information about the new world that Rin shared with her. And after learning about the situation there, Snow Empress, like Rin, dared not underestimate the vastness and danger of that world in the slightest. What should we do? Remote projection. If it were other worlds, remote projection would definitely not work. But in this new world, Rin's traveler had a high probability of finding a loophole. I need to prepare. Not just me, but also you, Ice Empress, Odrapan, Shuna, and the others. Rin said, I plan to bring everyone to fight this battle together. Interesting. Snow Empress realized what Rin wanted to do, and she smiled. The new world should have many abilities suitable for you to acquire. Ah. Rin said, be patient and wait for an opportunity for us to descend. While Rin and Snow Empress discussed how to deal with the new otherworld, the ogre team following Trainee had already arrived near the goblin village. The goblin settlement was not too far from the ogre clan's village. At the travel speed of an A-rank ogre, a day and a night were enough to cross half of the Great Jura Forest, let alone such a short distance. They set off at noon and reached their destination by evening. So scary. Why are such powerful monsters coming here? Is the village doomed? At this moment, inside the village, a group of goblins, whose height was no different from human children, held short sticks and rusty short blades, staring in terror at Sakurako and the others who had appeared. Who are you? Even though his body trembled, the old goblin still asked, please don't harm us. There's nothing in the village. If you need food, we'll obediently hand it over. Is this the current state of the goblins? They are truly quite destitute. To be honest, Sakurako was very disappointed. The girl brushed her silver-white long hair, and despite her dissatisfaction, she stepped forward and declared, I am an envoy from the ogre clan, here to convey the will of my lord. If you are willing to submit to my lord, you will be granted protection and food. The goblin village chief thought he had misheard. He looked at his son, a young-looking, skinny goblin. What did she say? Submit. Yes, old man. His tone carried a hint of excitement. She also said she can give us food and protection. Is that true? Is there really someone willing to protect us? The ogre clan, they are very powerful monsters. For the goblin clan, submitting to the strong held no psychological pressure whatsoever. Rather, if anyone was willing, the goblins would not refuse to submit to them. Goblins were almost at the bottom of the monster hierarchy, with their existence value so low that it didn't even reach 1,000. During the Great Outbreak period, the individual existence value of goblins once exceeded 1,000, reaching E rank. However, this was also the goblins' last glory. As time passed, the goblins in the forest, 0.4 of 8,000, had a maximum magicule of only about 500. 500 magicule, firmly F rank. An ordinary farmer could easily beat 4 or 5 of them without weapons. What use were such weak monsters, besides wasting food? Too weak. For the Lord to be willing to protect such weaklings, what great benevolence this is. The 3 ogres who came with Sakurako lamented Rin's benevolence, that he was even willing to recruit goblins. Enough. Sakurako interrupted the 3, admonishing them. You cannot question the Lord's decision. Yes. The 3 quickly bowed their heads in apology. Sakurako was in charge of this small team. Their mission was to protect Sakurako and ensure the safe return of this group of goblins to their village. Chapter 67, Descendants, Bonus. Trainee, please bear witness for us. All right. The dryad had been hiding nearby, and as she revealed herself, the goblins immediately broke into a commotion. Which monster living in the Great Jura Forest hadn't heard of the legend of the dryad, the guardian of the forest? Seeing her with their own eyes, how could mere panic describe it? This feeling was like the mountain god you usually worship suddenly appearing. Please do not doubt, goblins. Trainee stepped forward and said, the ogre clan bears no ill will. They sincerely wish to gain the loyalty of the goblins. A powerful monster has been born in the forest. He has decided to rule this forest and, at the same time, grant protection to the monsters living within it. No need to worry, please join them with confidence. I can guarantee you, on the honor of the Great Jura Forest's administrator, that there is no falsehood. The goblins already intended to pledge allegiance to the strong, and with Trainee's guarantee, they immediately became excited. That's great. Are we also going to have a protector? Finally, we don't have to worry about being eaten by terrifying monsters when we're in the wilderness. Please come into the village, adults of the ogre clan. The goblins of the cardinal world, at least this branch of goblins in the forest, are not as evil and cunning as described in other worlds. Rather, they are very simple and even a bit too naive. Crude, poor, backward. Entering the goblin village, Sakurako saw only primitiveness and dilapidation. Among so many demi-human races, the goblins were definitely the ones living the worst. The village chief offered food to entertain the ogres who had traveled a long way. The food had no flavor, not even salt, and only the fruits were edible. However, considering that everyone would become companions in the future, they politely ate some. Rin, who traveled between the Pokemon world and the Konosuba world, brought back various supplies from there, greatly improving the lives of the ogre clan. Before this, the quality of life for the ogre clan was not much better than that of the goblins. At most, there was just more abundant food. Sakurako and the others did not disdain the goblins' hospitality. The good life was bestowed by Rin and had nothing to do with their own efforts. Once the goblins also joined Rin's command, they would also receive benefits. It was only a matter of time. This is a gift we are giving to the goblins. Please accept it. Sakurako took out many supplies from her spatial storage and gave them to the goblins. This gesture truly made the goblins feel overwhelmed with gratitude. Delicious food, seasonings, and clothes and shoes suitable for goblin physiques, these were all specially prepared by the ogres during this time. As for their origin, it was very simple. Shuna's analyst could deconstruct matter and easily use existing materials to produce a large quantity of daily necessities. Pack your things and gather the clan members. Next, we will go to other villages and gather everyone. There were 8,000 goblins, with approximately 100 people per village. With over 80 villages, it would take Sakurako and the others at least a full day to visit all of them. Fortunately, the goblin villages were not far apart. For those with good relations, goblins could even notify each other. The goblins acted quickly. How could they delay when they could gain a powerful being willing to protect them? They immediately packed their belongings at the fastest speed, ready to depart. Sakurako did not think much of the goblins' messy village. The future center of their monster country would be the ogre village. Now was a time when population was scarce, and the addition of 8,000 goblins would greatly accelerate the development from a village to a town. All right, please wait a moment, members of the ogre clan. I will have someone organize the supplies immediately. Quick, don't keep them waiting. We'll go prepare right away. The reactions of the goblin villages were largely similar. From initial vigilance and suspicion, to excitement upon receiving gifts, and joy at gaining favor. Soon, led by various goblin village chiefs, a large number of goblins gathered on the grassland designated by Sakurako and the others. These should be all the goblin villages that can be found nearby. Let's go. At Sakurako's command, the vast goblin procession, under the protection of the ogres, set off towards the ogre village. Due to the large number of people, what was originally a half-day journey increased to 3 days. During this time, Sakurako and the other ogres also had to protect the goblins. The numbers were too great, 8,000 people, nearly 10,000. Even though goblins are small, 8,000 of them crammed together still formed a dense, dark mass. To protect them well, the ogres dared not relax their minds, constantly maintaining magic perception to guard against dangerous magic beasts that might rush out of the forest. Oh my, oh my. How magnificent. Magnificent, magnificent. In the forest, 3 figures hidden in the shadows had long noticed this scene. They were members of the moderate Harlequin Alliance, Laplace, Footman, and Tyr. The 3 had actually arrived in this forest earlier. However, the schemes in the Great Jura Forest were currently being led by Clayman, and they were only there to assist him. The insects have been subjugated. Now even the forest's administrator has started helping him. I feel like he's going to become an incredible fellow. A monster who appeared out of nowhere but grew to this extent in just 1 month. Compared to Clayman's carelessness, Laplace instinctively felt a threat. Chapter 68, Dire Wolf Clan, Bonus. Should we interfere? Laplace spun around, a cunning glint in his eyes. It's just that the few monsters around this guy seem difficult to deal with. Before, it was subjugating the ogre clan. Now it's goblins. Are we really not going to interfere? If this continues, Clayman's plan will be ruined. Footman felt they should try to gauge Rin's depth, while Tyr felt they should be a bit more cautious. It's too conspicuous. Tyr fiddled with her long sleeves, a hint of difficulty in her voice. Wouldn't the demon lords discover us? The 4 ogres in front of them were already difficult to deal with. If they fought, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Not to mention Trainee the Dryad was also there, and they did not want to provoke such a being. Tell Clayman about it, and let him figure out a solution. The 3 were not very keen on getting directly involved, and the matters here in the Great Jura Forest were, in fact, the responsibility of Clayman, who was openly in charge. If anyone should worry, it should be him. In that case, let's go find Clayman first. I wonder how he will handle this sudden intruder. Thus, the 3 clowns silently lurked in the shadows. They did not leave but continued to observe the procession. Sakurako and the others, who were on their journey, were clearly unaware that their actions had already fallen under the gaze of a certain demon lord. Swish, swish, swish. Moonlight, like water, spilled across the vast grassland, silver light intertwining with the dark green sea of grass, creating a mysterious tranquility. The night wind gently brushed by, making the tips of the grass sway and rustle, as if whispering the secrets of the grassland. Dozens of giant wolves were galloping across the grassland, their figures appearing and disappearing like ghosts under the moonlight. The commotion caused by the goblins' collective movement not only attracted the attention of the clowns but also other monsters living in the forest. Among them were the Dire Wolf clan, who in the original work proactively attacked goblin villages to contend for forest supremacy. On a protruding hillside, a giant dire wolf howled at the sky. Behind it, hundreds of dire wolves quietly awaited their wolf king's command, whether to launch an attack on this group of goblins leaving their village. Father. The dire wolf who had gone out to gather intelligence on the goblins returned. He was the leader's offspring and the strongest among the young dire wolves. Have you found out why the goblins left their village? I smelled the aura of ogres. Ogres. Hearing the word ogre, the dire wolf leader immediately thought of the ogre clan in the forest. Those powerful lower-tier demons with B-rank strength were not something their mere C-rank monsters could compare to. Despite having a numerical advantage, the dire wolf leader began to hesitate at the thought of directly facing the ogre clan. Have the goblins surrendered to the ogre clan? We can't let them go to the ogre clan's village. If they really entered the village, the ogre clan was so strong, and with goblins as soldiers. 1 plus 1 would be greater than 2, which would definitely be a huge obstacle to the rise of the dire wolf clan. At this time, the storm dragon had not yet disappeared, and the monsters in the forest had not yet begun the dog-eat-dog self-slaughter. The clowns, at Clayman's request, had begun to disrupt the forest's order. But this had not yet started. The dire wolf clan was even larger than in the original story, with a full 1,000 dire wolves. With their tacit cooperation, even if they forcefully attacked the ogre clan's village, it wasn't impossible to fight. Of course, they would definitely lose. If numbers are no longer a disadvantage for the ogre clan, then in the forest, no clan will be able to contend with them. With this thought, the dire wolf leader no longer hesitated and immediately announced his decision: immediately launch an attack on the goblins. Then, Father, if the ogre clan finds out, will they? At worst, we'll leave here. Go east. The dire wolf leader thought it through clearly. If they eliminated those goblins, their existence value would definitely rise by a notch. At that time, as long as they migrated east, the ogre clan was not good at tracking and would not be able to trouble them at all. So, now was the best time. For every goblin killed, they could plunder a portion of Magicules. And this was the best way for intelligent monsters in the forest to increase their own existence value: conquest. This kind of improvement was not as abnormal as Ogerpon's growth. But the difference between the two was only in the duration. Ogerpon could gain benefits instantly, while racial warfare would slowly manifest. A few months at the shortest, 2 or 3 years at the longest. As the dire wolf leader, leading his clan to exterminate the goblins in the forest, the dire wolf leader even felt that he had a chance to obtain a powerful skill. An extra skill was the baseline, and with a bit of luck, a unique skill might not be impossible. In the original story, the goblins were reduced to only 1 or 2,000, a large part of the reason being the attacks from monster groups like the dire wolves. Such a good opportunity, I absolutely cannot miss it. The dire wolf leader even felt that the scene before him was a godsend. The goblins were running around everywhere, and if they were eliminated at this time, it would not violate the rules set by the monsters. Did you sense it? The ogre belonging to the Shadow Squad, with a black face covering, was named Sauren. He grew up with Sui and trained as a ninja with him. Through thought communication, the four could exchange information and make decisions in a very short time. Sakurako nodded and said, 3 kilometers behind us, a group of monsters with an average rank of C or higher are rapidly gathering. Quantity: at least 500 or more. What are they? Sakurako rarely left the village, so she didn't know much about the outside world. Unlike Sauren, he had previously gone out with other clan members to perform mercenary commissions, so he had encountered the Dire Wolf clan. The largest Dire Wolf clan in the entire Great Jura Forest. The entire Great Jura Forest was home to more than one Dire Wolf tribe, with numbers ranging from 50 to 300 or 400. And the one led by the Dire Wolf leader seemed to be the largest in number. What do they want to do? They're probably eyeing the goblins we're escorting. Sauren, his figure merged with the night, silently observed the movements of these hunters in the forest. A single dire wolf was only C rank. But if they gathered, their overall strength would continuously increase with their numbers. With over 500 dire wolves gathered together, their average strength could even reach C+. If the dire wolf leader truly achieved the great unification of the wolf clan and then used the merit of exterminating the goblins, he might really be able to create a dire wolf army of 2,000 to 3,000 B rank. At that time, even the former ogre clan village would fall into a difficult bitter struggle, with the risk of falling. To be continued. It's a new week push with your PSXD. Chapter 69, Ogre Takes Action. Suddenly, in Sakurako's perception, the dire wolf pack split into 2 sides. Are these guys trying to encircle us? Kuin, Kagetsu. Leave it to us. The ogres named Kuin and Kagetsu both came from the Red Ogre clan, a brother and sister pair. The brother was named Kuin, and the sister was named Kagetsu. Genetically, the two were also Benimaru's cousins, so they joined their big cousin's team early on and became members of the Red Corps. The long howls of the wolf pack came from all directions, frightening the traveling goblins. The goblin village chief's already aged body trembled even more, but he still feigned composure, trying his best to comfort his surrounding clan members and tell them not to be afraid. It's dire wolves. The village chief's son saw the figures speeding through the darkness, and the fear of wolf beasts spread throughout his body. Don't panic. Their village was closest to the Storm Dragon's cave. The village chief was the oldest goblin and the first to surrender to Sakurako, so he was appointed by the ogres as the temporary leader of this group of goblins. Everyone, pick up your weapons, and have the women and children stand behind. The old village chief's voice trembled slightly, but he still gave the correct command. Soon, all the goblins formed a circle, protecting the women and children behind them, while they themselves picked up their tattered weapons, standing ready. Even weak goblins will fight with all their might for survival. Seeing this, Sakurako nodded slightly, somewhat acknowledging these goblins. Dire wolves, if you stop here, we can pretend nothing happened. The Kuin and Kagetsu siblings used magic to amplify their voices, conveying their stance to this group of dire wolves. If you come any closer, it will be war with us ogres. Woof. However, this group of dire wolves did not intend to give up the fat meat within their grasp. So many goblins gathered in one place saved the dire wolves the trouble of plundering them individually. If they could devour them all in one go, the dire wolf clan would surely gain a large amount of magicules, thereby standing out in the crisis-ridden forest. Tisk. Sauron's figure merged with the night. He watched the dire wolves' movements and transmitted, "Make your move, they've made up their minds to be our enemies. We're really being underestimated." The Kuin and Kagetsu siblings exchanged glances, then released the suppression on their own magicules. At that moment, the aura of an A-rank monster, which had been unnoticeable to the outside world due to their restraint, swept over all the monsters on the field like a tsunami. Whether it was goblins or the dire wolf clan. Under this terrifying demonic might that came crashing down, all of them fell into a momentary daze. What? The dire wolf leader's first stood on end, his eyes filled with disbelief. This magicules. No, impossible, how could such a thing happen? Why are the ogres so strong? You are not ogres at all. With the dire wolf leader's knowledge, it was naturally impossible for him to have seen the legendary ogres. Throughout the entire Great Jura forest, not counting Trainee and the other dryads, B+ was the pinnacle of all monsters. As for A-rank higher-tier monsters, that was a rank that only named monsters could reach. In other words, the two red-haired ogres in front of him were named monsters. No. It wasn't just the two of them. There was also Sakurako, and Sauron, who had appeared behind the dire wolf pack at some unknown time, completely cutting off their retreat path into the forest. Four Kijin-level ogres. The dire wolf leader's heart was filled with regret at this moment. He hadn't expected such a reversal. They, who were clearly the hunters, had now become the prey suffering in ambush. Retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, the dire wolf leader immediately let out a wolf howl to retreat. He had miscalculated. He had thought it was just a few ordinary ogres leading the goblins. But ogres. Let alone 4 ogres, even one was not something they could contend with. Think of Benimaru's confrontation with the orc army in the original story. A casual strike of black flame prison could turn hundreds of orcs into ashes. The Kuin and Kagetsu siblings' current strength was definitely not inferior to Benimaru in the original novel. To eliminate these 500 dire wolves would only be a matter of minutes. Woof. Without hesitation, all the dire wolves instinctively followed their leader's command, fleeing in every direction. Stop them. Don't let a single one escape. Sakurako gave the command to Sauron, who spread his arms and threw out a large quantity of ice crystal-like threads, instantly covering the entire battlefield. Gap Crystal Silk. This was an extra skill inherited from the space element possessed by Rin. It could cut space and extract tiny threads. These spatial threads could not only bind enemies but were also incredibly sharp, comparable to the most top-tier divine weapons. Spatial motion, threading the needle. A stream of light shot out from Sauron's palm, constantly appearing and disappearing in space, connecting all the crystal threads that enveloped this space. Clap. Sakurako clapped her hands together, and an invisible barrier already enveloped all the dire wolves. The next moment, the circular network woven by Sauron began to glow with prismatic light, shimmering like a transparent kaleidoscope. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A group of dire wolves frantically rushing forward only felt a fleeting stream of light in the darkness ahead. They ignored it and crashed into it head-on. And so... woof. The figures of the wolves in front disappeared, only to reappear in other directions, and they went from having their backs to Sakurako and the others to facing them and rushing wildly. At this point, all the dire wolves were bewildered. What's going on? The dire wolf leader realized that things had exceeded his expectations. These ogres had used some unknown method to seal off the surrounding space. That circle of transparent mirrors was like a mirror, teleporting the wolf pack back, making it impossible for them to escape the range covered by the barrier. What should we do? Sauron watched the dire wolf pack running around like headless chickens, then came to Sakurako's side and asked her how to deal with these dire wolves. Master should need them. Rin's attitude towards monsters was mainly to recruit and subdue them. Roar. On the other side, dozens of dire wolves, seeing that they couldn't escape, began to attack the goblins. However, Kuin and Kagetsu had already locked onto them. How could they give the dire wolves a chance to harm the goblins? Smack. Kagetsu casually waved her hand, and nearly a dozen giant wolves, the size of lions or tigers, immediately flew backward like broken sacks. The girl had already held back her strength, but with the terrifying arm strength of an ogre, just a casual blow like that almost cost these dire wolves their lives. Kagetsu. Sakurako saw this scene and quickly shouted, "Don't kill them." Kagetsu didn't do it on purpose, she also didn't expect these dire wolves to be so fragile. She clearly didn't use much force. But why did each of them just fall down? Healing spell. There was no other way, Sakurako had to cast a healing spell on the dire wolves who were barely breathing, saving their lives. Let me do it. Seeing his sister struggling against the dire wolves' attack due to her inability to control her strength, Kuin shook his head. Boom. The red-haired youth lifted his foot and took a mighty step forward. Terrifying brute force stomped the earth, and an invisible force spread out like waves in all directions, shaking all the goblins and the running dire wolves to the ground. The martial artist skills inherited from Rin-sama are indeed formidable. Kuin's control over his strength was far superior to his sister's. He perfectly managed to strip everyone of their ability to move without causing them harm. Next. Then, a sharp glint burst forth in Kuin's eyes. He clenched his fist and swung it fiercely in the direction of the dire wolf leader. Boom. Crack. The next moment, a scene that terrified countless goblins and dire wolves appeared before their eyes. The earth shattered, and dirt flew. A bottomless gully began from Kuin and spread forward, extending hundreds of meters until it barely stopped in front of the dire wolf leader. Woof. At this moment, the dire wolf leader had no desire to contend. Just this one punch from Kuin shattered his ambition. Now, do you understand the gap between us? Kuin and Kagetsu confronted the dire wolf leader. With Kuin and Kagetsu's actions, the dire wolf leader now understood that he had kicked a steel plate. A rank was a watershed. Below A rank, as long as the numbers were sufficient, the opponent could eventually be worn down and killed. But after breaking through to A rank, the magicule recovery speed was simply abnormal. Ogres, as long as they didn't seek death by recklessly unleashing powerful skills, would almost never run out of magicules. Even if they couldn't win, if they wanted to escape, it would be effortless. And once animosity was established, unless one side completely submitted, there would be no end to it. The dire wolf leader's guts were now green with regret. He shouldn't have provoked this group of goblins. If he had known how terrifying ogres were, why would he even contend? Wouldn't surrendering directly be better? Now, he was being targeted by 4 A-rank monsters. Recalling the power Kuin and Sauron had just displayed. It wouldn't take many times, just 3 or 4 more, and the dire wolf clan in the forest would face utter annihilation. What now? Kagetsu, seeing the dire wolf leader starting to cower, quickly sent a telepathic message to Sakurako, asking for her opinion. They hadn't killed a single dire wolf. Although the siblings were confronting the dire wolf leader, they were actually at a loss internally, unsure of what to do. This power, after all, was not trained by themselves. Even if they defeated the dire wolf pack, the proud ogre clan would not feel particularly glorious. Only their respect and admiration for Rin grew even stronger. Look. This was the grace of their lord. Such powerful strength, with just a few punches and kicks, made the goblins and dire wolves tremble with fear. Let Rin-sama decide. Rin-sama. Hearing Sakurako's telepathic message, the Kuin siblings immediately understood her meaning. Stabilize these dire wolves, I'll contact Rin-sama. Sakurako finished speaking and immediately used the soul corridor to send a communication request to Rin. As for the task of stabilizing the dire wolves, that was too easy. Kagetsu and Kuin didn't need to do anything, they just needed to stand there and continuously release magicules, putting pressure on the dire wolves. They weren't smart enough. But simple things like posing, they could still do. Has something happened, Sakurako? The request was quickly approved, and Rin's voice also sounded in Sakurako's ear. Rin-sama, it's like this. Sakurako briefly explained the current situation. We don't know what to do, so we came to ask for your instructions. 500 direwolf clan members. That's great. I'll be right there. Rin's voice was filled with surprise. He hadn't expected such sudden good fortune. These monsters, given names by Rin, were only slightly less connected to him than his direct dependents. They could be called kin. Through the soul corridor, Rin could clearly sense the location and status of every kin. Ogerpon, Snow Empress, Ice Empress, you come with me. Bringing his 3 strongest dependents, Rin raised his hand and simply tore open a rift in front of him. Whoosh. The next moment, the space beside Sakurako parted. Master. And big sister Ogerpon, Snow Empress, and Ice Empress. Seeing the 4 arrive, Sakurako quickly bowed in salute. Here we go again, the ogre clan's etiquette is a bit unbearable. Ice Empress didn't particularly like Sakurako's initially arrogant then humble demeanor. Even among the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, the weaker members regarded the Ice Empress as an elder and family. As for the Snow Empress, who had always been reclusive, she cared even less about the so-called hierarchy. Pony Eye. Ogerpon, however, was already accustomed to it and happily greeted Sakurako and Sauren. Are these goblins? Rin looked at the short figures, like a tide, not far from them. The goblins in Rin's impression were cunning, insidious, and despicable, with pointed mouths, monkey-like faces, and mouths full of sharp teeth. However, the goblins of the Cardinal world, while still not exactly good-looking, were more like a group of shivering little beggars in temperament. Rin turned his head to look at the dire wolves further away. Just like in the original work, they are pack-hunting monsters. But what's the situation now? With the fractured earth and scattered dire wolves lying on the ground, Rin only needed a few glances to analyze most of what had happened here. Sensing the arrival of new auras, the dire wolves instinctively let out low growls, as if to intimidate them and make them retreat. This reaction was due to the Ice Empress and Snow Empress who had arrived with Rin. The ancient and desolate aura emanating from the 2 females caused the dire wolves to have an immediate stress response. Tisk, so noisy. The Ice Empress couldn't stand anyone baring their teeth at her, so she immediately released a fierce cold aura from her body. Her control over her power was incredibly precise. The goblins nearby only felt a cold wind brush their faces. As for the dire wolf clan further away, they instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, shivering uncontrollably. Looking at the grassland outside the circle, it was covered in a layer of ice crystals in an instant, and even the 3 clowns observing from the shadows felt a chill run through their bodies. Such terrifying ice magic power. Laplace was shocked internally. He had encountered ice magic before. But such powerful and penetrating ice magic power was truly unheard of. So cold. Tear hugged herself tightly. The quality of this magicule energy is too high, isn't it? Unique skill, this must be a unique skill. If it were a normal skill, given their resistance, it would be impossible for it to affect them. As for extra skills, single-target ones might be able to break through their defenses. But this was clearly a wide-range skill, and it had such intensity even without targeting the 3 of them. Such an effect, besides a unique skill, the 3 of them couldn't think of a second possibility. Another named monster that has acquired a unique skill. Laplace couldn't comprehend it, unable to understand how Rin had gathered so many powerful monsters to pledge allegiance to him. Suddenly, the Snow Empress, who was watching Rin converse with the goblin village chief from a distance, seemed to sense something. She cast her gaze towards the forest behind them. The forest was shrouded in darkness, utterly silent, yet the Snow Empress could feel several gazes prying at her. Is something wrong, Snow Empress? Rin was currently inviting the goblins to follow him, and seeing the Snow Empress's reaction, he immediately became vigilant. Not sure. The Snow Empress's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. But I have a feeling that someone is watching me. Watching. Rin's heart stirred, and he thought of a possibility. Could it be the moderate Harlequin alliance? Detect tracking. Immediately, Rin activated an anti-surveillance skill. Alert, no one detected watching. Rin looked at the information returned by the skill, feeling a bit speechless. He didn't believe that the Snow Empress was mistaken. In the Great Jura Forest, an existence that can secretly spy on us, and even the Snow Empress can't detect. Such individuals, besides Trainee and other dryads, could only be Laplace, Footman, and Tyr of the moderate Harlequin alliance. The dryads didn't need to be considered. After Rin's arrival, Trainee had already appeared among the goblin tribe. And if it were other dryads, seeing Trainee here, they would definitely come over to greet her, not hide in a corner and secretly stare at them. Trainee, can you set up a barrier that can completely block external probing? Rin and the Snow Empress didn't have sufficient anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Sakurako's barrier was more physical in nature. It wasn't very effective against skills specifically designed for intelligence gathering. But it didn't matter. They still had Trainee. As a dryad, secretly observing life in the forest and concealing one's aura were commonplace. And if one could conceal, one could also block. No problem. Trainee didn't notice at first, but only reacted when Rin said so. The dryad first began to probe the distant forest. Unfortunately, there was no result. Clearly the three clowns had realized they might be exposed and had already left. Buzz. Soon, under Trainee's doing, an invisible barrier enveloped the goblins and Rin's group. Kuin, bring the dire wolf leader to me. Understood. Upon receiving the order, Kuin's eyes sharpened. His figure instantly traversed hundreds of meters, arriving in front of the dire wolf leader. Before the dire wolf leader could react, Kuin directly grabbed the scruff of its neck, lifted it, and brought it to Rin's side. The dire wolf leader had never experienced such a thing. It wanted to resist, but facing Kuin's monstrous strength, it couldn't even lift its head. It could only let out whimpers from its throat, suppressing the fear and unease in its heart. My lord, the enemy leader has been brought. Please give your command. Kuin knelt on one knee, while simultaneously pressing down on the dire wolf leader's head with one hand, forcing it to submit. Release it first. Yes. Kuin and the others weren't worried that the dire wolf leader would harm Rin. How could a mere monster below B rank possibly touch their lord? Especially not under their watchful eyes. If such a thing were to happen, they wouldn't have the face to live in this world and would simply commit suicide. Wolf, or dog? It should be a wolf. The Ice Empress crouched on the ground, examining the prostrate dire wolf leader, and poked its nose with her finger. The dire wolf leader was utterly terrified and uneasy. Although the Ice Empress's magicule were only around 30,000, the aura of a 400,000-year-old fierce beast had been preserved through the rule power of the voice of the world. In layman's terms, it was killing intent. The Ice Empress had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and countless humans, beasts, and soul beasts had died by her hand. With such a vast number accumulated, the tyrannical aura entwined around the Ice Empress was far beyond what ordinary monsters of this world could imagine. Normally, the Ice Empress would restrain her aura. So, in the eyes of the Ogre clan, the Ice Empress was just asunder a twin-tailed girl, not only not terrifying but quite cute. However, the dire wolf leader was different. It was a wild beast, and a wild beast's instincts were always incredibly keen. It sensed it. That terrifying figure of an ancient fierce beast, standing atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Stay down obediently. Once my lord is done, I'll deal with you. How could the dire wolf leader dare to bare its teeth at the Ice Empress? It immediately nodded repeatedly, indicating that it would never resist. There was no other way, the disparity was too great. It had thought that 4 ogres were the limit. Who would have thought that there were even more powerful individuals? Especially this monster with a human appearance in front of it, it was truly too terrifying. And even more terrifying was that such a monster actually had a master above her. If there was a regret pill in the world, it would definitely go back to its past self from a few hours ago and slap it hard a few times, telling it to stop dreaming of becoming a dominant force. To be continued. Chapter 70, Complete Awakening. Are you the master that Sakurako and the others spoke of? On the other side, the goblin elder from the original story was chosen by the goblins to be their temporary leader. He wore a dust-covered brown trench coat, leaning on a walking stick, his frail body seeming as if it would collapse with a gust of wind just by standing there. Yes, my name is Itoshi Rin. Rin didn't waste words and immediately announced, Sakurako and the others should have already told you my purpose. Under the witness of Trainee, I will accept your allegiance and grant you my protection. From now on, you will become my subjects and obey my commands. I guarantee you this here. Rin said earnestly, as long as you obey me, I will protect your lives and property from infringement by others. Are you willing? The goblins didn't understand what Rin's words truly meant. They only knew that the weak goblins were about to receive the protection of a strong one. In the world of monsters, the strong are revered. Living in the forest, always on the brink of danger, if someone was willing to protect them, then giving up their freedom and loyalty was only natural. Rather, Rin was already very benevolent. We are willing. We are willing. Praise you, great master. Thus, the goblins gathered in front of Rin bowed down to him like dominoes. Successfully obtained 8,600 goblin followers. Commencing Magicul's total calculation. Calculation complete. The goblin clan's total Magicules is 258, 860 EP. Unique skill, leader begins integrating Magicules. Integration complete. Obtained 78,000 EP of Magicules. Ugh. The sudden massive increase in Magicules caused Rin to momentarily lose control. The increase in his magic power limit instantly triggered a series of chain reactions. Rumble. With Rin at the center, magic power transformed into a wave of energy spreading in all directions, and a dazzling blue magic power pillar, faintly shimmering with stardust, shot into the sky. If not for Trainee's timely reaction, and Snow Empress, who stood beside her, helping the goblins resist the magic power pressure from Rin, just that one burst would have probably knocked out a large number of nearby goblins. How terrifyingly powerful. Is this the power of Master? How terrifying. Even with Snow Empress's protection, the goblins still felt the pressure from their new master. It was a massive amount of magic power they couldn't even imagine. For a moment, countless goblins were both shocked and delighted. Because such a powerful being was actually willing to accept their servitude. Rin. Ice Empress and Ogerpon noticed Rin's change. However, the two women didn't act rashly. Instead, they remained in place, helping Trainee maintain the stability of the anti-detection barrier. With Snow Empress by Rin's side, nothing would happen. After all, in terms of combat ability, Snow Empress was the strongest. As for the remaining dire wolves, they were completely stunned. What kind of monster were they fighting against? At the same time, the dire wolves were incredibly envious of the goblins, who could receive the favor of such a powerful dragonoid. If only that Lord could also accept our allegiance. For some reason, the dire wolf leader had such a thought in his heart. Not to mention Rin, even Ice Empress made it unable to feel any desire to resist. Submitting to the strong is not shameful. To preserve the race and continue the lineage, following a leader with a brighter future is the most correct choice. The dire wolves are inherently pack animals, with their own social structure. The alpha wolf as the leader, then the wolf pack as the main fighting force, and the lower status old wolves and cubs. However, Rin had no time to recruit the dire wolves. At this moment, a large amount of information was surging in his mind, and he felt as if he was in a stormy sea, undergoing transformation by a massive amount of Magicules. Detected Magicules exceeding 100,000, meeting evolution conditions. Commencing evolution. Evolution failed. Challenging again. Evolution failed. The repeated information cycled countless times. Finally, when Rin himself felt annoyed, within the central core of the cardinal world, a starry sky fragment, like a miniature universe, slowly appeared in Rin's eyes. Detected a power fragment of the Star King Dragon, Veldanava. Do you wish to fuse? Upon fusion, the race Dragonoid will be fully awakened, and the evolution path of the dragon kind, Star King Dragon, will be obtained. Fuse. Rin didn't expect that simply evolving from A rank to special A rank would lead to such an event. One must know that the reason Rimuru in the original story possessed such a bug-like evolution speed, growing to the level of a creator god in just a few years. Some speculated that a large part of the reason lay in Rimuru's identity and his unique skill, Great Sage. Regarding Rimuru's origin, there is a theory that Rimuru is the reincarnation of the Star King Dragon, and the Great Sage is the Star King Dragon's wife, Lucia. But Rin felt that Rimuru was not the true Star King Dragon. Or rather, the Star King Dragon had already fallen, but like Emperor Rudra of the Eastern Empire, he had split his soul into countless pieces. One of the larger pieces fell upon Mikami Satoru, who then reincarnated as Rimuru. However, Rin's current situation was different from Rimuru's. What he obtained was not a soul fragment of the Star King Dragon, but a power fragment. More accurately, it was the authority left by the Star King Dragon in the cardinal world. Report, individual name, Itoshi Rin, has successfully evolved into a Dragonoid. Obtained unique skill, Voice of the World. Unique skill, Leader has evolved into Convergence. Unique skill, Traveler, Anomalous, has evolved into Void Gate. Obtained special skill, Magic Dragon Transformation. Who? The evolution ended, and Rin remained in a dazed state. He could feel the magic power within his body, which was several times larger than before. Even more terrifying, after the special skill Magicule's solidification, Rin's physical qualities also increased by several times. Power. Unprecedented strength. Rin clenched his fist. He looked at his hand and found that his original palm had turned into sharp dragon claws. And behind Rin, a pair of dreamlike, ethereal, yet tangible azure dragon wings slowly unfurled. Chapter 71, Voice of the World, Bonus. Bonus for 200 horsepower, next bonus at 400 horsepower. Is this the form after my Dragonoid bloodline completely awakens? Rin was not dissatisfied with his current appearance, as the state was not permanent. If he wished, he could retract the dragon features at any time and return to his human form. This was similar to Malim. In addition, Rin also possessed the dragon transformation ability that Malim did not. Magic Dragon Transformation. Description: completely unleash the Magicules within the body to construct a dragon-kind body. This process will absorb a large amount of Magicules, and each use will result in a period of weakness. Magic Dragon Transformation absorbs a large amount of Magicules. It looks like a transformation skill. Rin secretly wondered, I wonder how much Magicules it can increase, and how much stronger it can make me. Notice, the Magicules after the current Magic Dragon Transformation will be 10 times that of the Half-Dragon Transformation state. What? Rin was first delighted, then immediately reacted, who are you? Great Sage. Notice, this being his unique skill, Voice of the World, not Great Sage. Rin was stunned for a moment. He thought of something and asked, are you the new ability I just acquired? Notice, yes. Unique skill, Voice of the World, a superior substitute for unique skill, Great Sage, possessing the following multiple abilities. Thought Acceleration, increases perception speed by 1,000-fold. Analysis and Appraisal, analyzes target objects and performs appraisal. Parallel Processing, can separate the desired analysis from the thought process for calculation. Chant Annulment, no need for spell chanting procedures when using magic or other skills. All-Encompassing, encompasses all unshielded information in this world. The above abilities were very similar to Rimuru's Great Sage. However, Rin's Voice of the World also possessed some abilities that the Great Sage did not. For example, Central Connection could analyze, store, and extract different rules. There were also functions such as Gate Management, Spacetime Stabilization, Anchor Engraving, and Starry Sky Projection. How did you come into existence? Rin merely glanced at the various abilities of the Voice of the World. More than these, he wanted to know where the Voice of the World came from and whether it would harm him. Notice, this body is a brand new manifestation of rules, born from the origin of the individual, Itoshi Rin, and fused with the rules of the cardinal world. Simply put, the Voice of the World here was not the same as the rule incarnation of the cardinal world. The cardinal world was created by the Star King Dragon, and afterward, he loaded his wife Lucia's voice into it, turning it into a kind of world will-like existence. However, the true Voice of the World has no soul or self, it is a pure tool. Do you have your own consciousness? Notice, yes. The newborn Voice of the World was born from the soul origin of Rin. Afterward, because Rin traveled between the Pokemon, Konosuba, and Soul Land worlds. During this process, the Voice of the World continuously absorbed new rules. Finally, it absorbed enough power of laws, and with Rin's breakthrough to Special A rank, it successfully came into being. So, you were born because I kept traversing worlds? Notice, yes. This really is. Rin understood, he really hadn't expected things to develop this way. The cardinal world is a chaotic world created by the Star King Dragon. As a world, it does not possess self-awareness or emotions, it merely mechanically executes preset programs step by step. The Great Sage in the original work was essentially usurping the authority of the Voice of the World. In the end, it even subtly replaced the will of the cardinal world. When Rimuru became the creator god, Seal naturally became the world's will of the cardinal world. What is your purpose? Rin couldn't describe what he felt about the Voice of the World. First, there was closeness, a feeling of bloodline compatibility. Next was trust, and absolute control. As Rin's ability, the Voice of the World was inherently a part of his power. If Rin wished, he could easily erase the consciousness of the Voice of the World, turning it into a program without self, only knowing how to execute predetermined commands. Notice, Purpose 1, to help the individual, Itoshi Rin, grow better. Notice, Purpose 2, to perfect myself and control the cardinal world. I can understand the first one, but perfect myself and control the cardinal world in the latter. Do I understand it correctly? Rin, you want to become the will of the cardinal world. Notice, yes. Without Rin, the voice of the world would not have been able to absorb the rules of the Pokemon, Konosuba, and Soul Land worlds, thereby allowing its own consciousness to emerge. As for their relationship, the voice of the world shares the same origin as Rin, with Rin as the primary. Once Rin falls, the voice of the world will also disappear. Therefore, the voice of the world will never harm Rin, it will only do its utmost to help and protect him. But the cardinal world, is it willing? One should know that previously, the cardinal world had helped Rin negotiate with the Sinnoh Great Venerable. And both sides tacitly chose to cooperate and grow together. However, in the face of such immense benefits, Rin found it difficult to choose. On one side was his own, on the other, an outsider. If the voice of the world could become the will of the cardinal world, then Rin would be the lord of the world. Surely, what Seal in the original work could do, Rin's voice of the world couldn't. Rather than leaving it to the future Rimuru, it would be better for Rin to intercept it in advance. Notice, the rules of the cardinal world are not as the host believes. Rin, how so? Notice, the cardinal world will never develop self-awareness. This is a fundamental program written by the Star King Dragon at the beginning of creation, and no one can change it. Then, what is the world's will that helped me traverse worlds? Notice, the world's instinct. In the words of the voice of the world, if the world were a living organism, then growth, self-strengthening, and continuous dimensional elevation would be its instincts. That way of speaking. Rin complained, how am I like some kind of probiotic, which the cardinal world discovered and instinctively chose to coexist with? Notice, that is the truth. To what extent can you do it? Rin, replace the will of the cardinal world and manage its rules. Notice, as a newborn, I am very weak and not yet capable of large-scale interference with reality. Notice, I can only achieve limited rule modification. Alright, Rin understood. It means that the Star King Dragon established the rules of the cardinal world. Although the voice of the world has gained self-awareness, she cannot go against the will of the Star King Dragon. What it was originally, it will remain in the future. The voice of the world cannot overtly grant Rin an unfair advantage, it can only help him through a backdoor. Chapter 72, Violet. Then, how long will it take to completely control the cardinal world? Notice, the creator's power is too far from that of the former creator god, so it cannot currently interfere with the will left by him. Is there a clear level? Notice, when the creator breaks through to Special S rank, they can attempt to completely seize control of the cardinal world. Special S rank only grants the qualification to contend for control, so it is not recommended. Theoretically, as long as Rin's strength surpasses the Star King Dragon, the voice of the world would be able to, in turn, devour the original rules. To give a simple analogy, if the cardinal world is a company, then Rin is a shareholder, and the voice of the world is the CEO. Yes, the CEO. Because the current cardinal world only has the voice of the world as a consciousness with the qualification to contend for sovereignty. Although this CEO has great power, she can only abide by company rules and cannot modify or create new ones. So, I need to go to other worlds, earn money, and invest it into the company to increase my shareholding percentage. Until one day, my shareholding surpasses the Star King Dragon's, then I will have complete say over this company. Rin, is that what you mean? Notice, yes. Not only that. The voice of the world will also manage the cardinal world well, allowing it to become Rin's strong backing. It can be said that the cardinal world is like Rin's grand rear area. With it there, Rin can boldly explore other worlds with peace of mind. Increase income and reduce expenditure, feeding back into oneself. One suffers, all suffer, one prospers, all prosper. The most important point is that the voice of the world is merely a manager, not an owner. Once this world belonged to the Star King Dragon, in the future, it will belong to Rin. The voice of the world is more like a grand housekeeper, managing assets for Rin and overseeing the health of the financial chain. I see. Well then, please guide me from now on, voice of the world. Notice, I look forward to accompanying you, creator. However, what should I call you? Just call you voice of the world. It feels a bit strange. Rin thought for a moment and said, how about I give you a name, like how I name monsters? Notice, this will consume a large amount of the creator's magicules. Then do you need it? Notice, not supported, but anticipated. I understand. Rin was also very interested in whether the voice of the world could be named. As for danger, if it truly would harm Rin, the voice of the world would definitely refuse sternly, rather than lightly saying, "Not supported." The voice of the world became Rin's companion spirit, capable of assisting him in combat and thought, yet subject to Rin and absolutely obedient to him. Violet, how about that? Violet, from Violet Evergarden, is the name of the female protagonist in it. Of course, Violet itself means violet, and does not specifically refer to a particular character. Rin just felt that if one day, the voice of the world could take human form, then her image would probably be like Violet. Emotionless attribute, with emotional cognitive impairment, and a strong desire hidden beneath a cool exterior. These are very consistent with the nascent voice of the world. Notice, creator's wish has been fused, beginning integration. Integration complete. Unique skill, voice of the world has evolved into unique skill, world spirit, Violet. Hello, creator. World spirit Violet is at your service. Rin ignored the loss of nearly half of his massive magicule. He just knew his feeling was indeed correct. Although Violet possessed the ability to connect to the cardinal world's origin and master all known knowledge, she herself had not yet developed human-like emotions. In other words, how Violet would turn out required Rin's guidance. And with this naming, the voice of the world merged with the image of Violet from Rin's memories. Of course, this didn't mean Violet would be exactly like her. The image was merely a template, the voice of the world was still the original voice of the world. Rin chose Violet partly because the voice of the world had just been born. If he had chosen those Mo characters, the conflict in personalities might very likely have led to a naming failure. Loyal, calm, pure, she's very much like you, isn't she? Violet, I don't understand. Violet's voice also changed, truly aligning with Violet from Rin's memories. But don't you dare act like Rimuru's seal. I'm not going to be some poor guy nagged to death by my own partner. This was also why Rin named his voice of the world Violet. Violet, creator, greedy. That's definitely not something Violet would say, right? Rin naturally didn't think that a single naming could completely distort Violet's self. The current Violet was more like a combination of the original voice of the world and the Violet from Rin's imagination. Forget it, this isn't bad either. Rin didn't mind having a friend by his side who he could talk and bicker with at any time. I will let you regain your freedom as soon as possible, Violet. Violet, let's work hard together, creator. Violet. Race, world spirit. Magicules, 200,000 EP, possesses a demon lord seed-level avatar. Unique skills, omniscience and omnipotence, narrow sense, analyzes and manipulates all things, world creation, not awakened, world avatar, possesses an avatar, even if magicules are depleted, it can recover to peak over time. This was Violet's attribute panel. Her race was world spirit, considered a special existence born from the original voice of the world merging with Rin's magicules. Her true body was the cardinal world, but her consciousness could move with Rin. Violet had 3 unique skills. Among them, omniscience and omnipotence could analyze different rules for manipulation and utilization, considered an advanced ability compared to Rimuru's great sage. Secondly, world creation, although in an unawakened state, Rin could still examine its effects. World creation. Description, entrusts one's origin to the cardinal world, as long as the world does not perish, one can live eternally. This ability. Rin asked, why is it in an unawakened state? Because I have not yet fully controlled the cardinal world. Rin understood that his soul and Violet were one. When Violet completely merged with the cardinal world, it was equivalent to Rin gaining control of the cardinal world. As long as the cardinal world exists, Rin will not truly perish. He can revive again and again through the cardinal world. And as long as Rin is alive, Violet will not disappear. To be continued. Asterisk. Chapter 73, Contract. It's a perfect closed loop. Rin asked, what about the last one? What kind of ability is World Avatar? As Rin's words fell, a beautiful figure appeared before him, precisely in the image of Violet Evergarden from his memories. Thanks to the magicules you bestowed, I am able to accompany you in this form. Additionally, this body can return magicules to you. At this point, Violet seemed to worry that Rin hadn't understood and explained, returning magicules does not mean my regression. After the magicules are returned, this body will collapse. But this is only temporary, Violet said, with the passage of time, I can absorb magicules from the cardinal world until this body reaches its maximum magicule storage capacity. Hearing this, Rin inexplicably had a sense of déjà vu. Isn't this like? Yes, it's just like the storm dragon within Rimuru. As a world spirit born from Rin's origin, Violet possessed all the knowledge her creator mastered, which naturally included the anime and novels Rin had watched. You can think of this portion of magicules as a recoverable reserve. Violet, it will take roughly half a month to complete the replenishment from 0 to 200,000. So that means? Yes. Violet, this means you can receive an additional 200,000 magicules from me every month. Just from the information Violet revealed, Rin could think of several ways to use this magicules. For example, taking it out for naming monsters. Or, in combat, having Violet fuse with him to use their combined magicules. Is 200,000 the limit? No. Violet shook her head slightly. Both the upper limit and the recovery speed are only for the current stage. Limited by my strength, my world avatar cannot yet compare to the infinite magicules of dragon kind. The magicules recovery speed of the cardinal world's dragon kind is practically a bug. In the original work, Rimuru named 200,000 orc clan members at once and only needed to rest for a period before recovering to his peak. That was 200,000. Even if the dilution ratio between high-level and low-level magicules was very high, it would be impossible to complete the naming of 200,000 orc clan members. To put it bluntly, even if each orc clan member only consumed 1,000 magicules, that would be a massive expenditure of 200 million. What is the concept of 200 million magicules? Even late-game Rimuru, after fusing with 2 dragon kind, barely reached this level. How could a mere demon lord seed-level Rimuru possess so much magicules? Other than the storm dragon, Rin thought of nothing else. Rimuru has the storm dragon, and I have Violet. Although they cannot compare for now, Violet will continue to grow, and that is the power of the world avatar ability. Will consuming this magicules have any negative effects on you, Violet? No, it will not. Violet would not fall into slumber because 200,000 magicules was depleted. At most, she would lose the ability to manifest an avatar. In any case, Violet could recover in at most half a month. Actually, as long as the magicules consumed each time does not exceed half, the avatar can live normally. That's good. Rin naturally hoped that Violet would live with him like a real person. If he directly consumed the magicules every time it became available, wouldn't Violet never be able to condense a physical form? Rin would never do such a thing. This magicules must be used for naming. Rin was not someone who liked to do unprofitable business. Naming was an investment. Only if there was a profit would naming have meaning. Itoshi Rin. Race, Dragonoid. Level, Special A Demon Lord Seed, Disaster Class. Magicules, 205000 EP, cannot add Violet's 200,000, because those originally belonged to Rin. Profession, Mage. General skills, Life Magic, Healing Magic, Elemental Magic, Pokemon Magic, etc. Intrinsic skills, Adaptability, All Profession Mastery, etc. Extra skills, Dragon Eye, Explosion Magic, Soul Summoning, Human Soul Fusion, Demon Lord Seed's Aura. Unique skills, Void Gate, Broken, World Spirit, Convergence, Capturer, Duplicator, Spirit Controller. Special skills, Magicule Solidification, Inheritable, Stardust Manipulation, Non-Inheritable, 10 Rings of God, Non-Inheritable, Magic Dragon Transformation, Non-Inheritable. Exclusive skill, Twin Martial Souls. Bonded Vassal, Violet. Vassals, Ogerpon, Snow Empress, Ice Empress, Benimaru, Shuna, Cheyenne, Sui, 7/24. Vassal Clan, 0/3. Marked Worlds, Pokemon World, Anchorable, Konosuba World, Anchorable, Soul Land Universe, Locked. The attributes are getting more luxurious. Rin turned his attention to the Magicules column, 205,000 Magicules. When one's Magicules exceeds 200,000, they can obtain the title of Demon Lord. In the original work, Clayman, Carrion, and Queen Fry generally had around 300,000 to 400,000 Magicules. In other words, the current Rin already possessed strength comparable to the bottom 3 of the 10 great demon lords. This doesn't even account for the dire wolves. Rin had no intention of letting these dire wolves go. Dire wolves possessed the characteristic of whole as individual, that is, naming one of them was equivalent to naming all individuals simultaneously. Of course, this naming method certainly differed from normal individual naming. Just the Magicule's consumption alone was much less than normal naming. Here, it must be explained the difference between Rin's newly acquired unique skill, Convergence, and Leader. Unique skill, Convergence, would not increase the proportion of Magicules that followers of different ranks could provide. Followers provided 1 to 3%, named monsters 15%, and dependents 50%. The original proportions remained the same, unchanged by the skill upgrade. However, between the originally vast gap of named monsters and dependents, unique skill, Convergence, once again provided a new rank. Kinsman. Intermediate between named monsters and dependents, they could provide Rin with a 30% feedback of total Magicules. Kinsman targets needed to be personally selected and bound by Rin. Chapter 74, The Backdoor, Bonus. The Kinsman limit was 3. This meant that the current Rin could only have a maximum of 3 monster races as his kinsman. As for where kinsmen came from. First, kinsmen must be related to dependents. In other words, only monsters of the same race as dependents could be transformed into kinsmen by Rin. So, Rin pondered his dependents, only the ogre race meets this requirement. Shaking his head, Rin temporarily put aside that question and focused his attention on the dire wolf clan before him. Subjugation, or death. Rin looked at the dire wolf leader, who had been obediently prostrating on the ground since earlier. Woof. Feeling Rin's gaze, the dire wolf leader instantly cowered, even speaking with a trembling voice, I am willing to submit to you, great demon lord. The oppressive aura from that instant was undoubtedly a pressure far exceeding that of a monster. And a being more terrifying than a superior monster, the only thing the dire wolf leader could think of was a demon lord. As mentioned before, the cardinal world did not have a clear distinction between a demon lord seed and a true demon lord. In the eyes of most, demon lord was merely a title, not a power level. This issue even existed within the 10 great demon lords themselves. The bottom 3, Clayman, Carrion, and Queen Fry, also did not know the gap between themselves and the other demon lords. Demon lord seed and true demon lord. True demon lord, and true demon lord who has obtained ultimate skill. The power gap between these 3 was so vast that calling it an overwhelming difference would not be an exaggeration. So, even though Rin was called a demon lord by the dire wolf leader, he was actually in the weakest tier. Let's forget about the title of demon lord for now. I don't have any intention of becoming a demon lord just yet. Claiming to be a demon lord could very likely trigger a demon lord's banquet. Other demon lords might not care, but Clayman, that troublemaker, would definitely jump out and cause trouble. Although Rin was not afraid, he also did not want such trouble. Anyway, with Rin's speed of growth, he would eventually be able to crush him, so there was no need to rush. Yes. The dire wolf leader did not know Rin's thoughts. Bring all your kin over. Yes. The dire wolf leader dared not disobey and immediately let out a long howl, summoning its kin. Soon, nearly 500 dire wolves had gathered before Rin. Dire wolves were massive, almost a meter tall just standing, truly large wolves. Submit to me, and you shall be my subjects. In the original work, Rimuru killed the dire wolf leader, and its son Ranga was still willing to follow Rimuru. In contrast, Rin had no conflict with the dire wolf clan. Select the 18 most outstanding dire wolves from your clan, I shall bestow names upon you. Rin's words utterly shocked the dire wolf leader. It looked at Rin in disbelief, somewhat doubting if it had misheard. You mean, you want to name us? What? Rin joked, you don't want it. No. Thank you for your grace. The dire wolf leader trembled with excitement. We, the dire wolf clan, shall pledge our lives to follow you, generation after generation, upholding your authority. As the dire wolf leader's voice fell, all the dire wolves behind it knelt one after another. They offered their loyalty to their great and generous master. Also, goblins. Rin did not forget the weak goblins. Select 100 people, I will bestow names upon you. Ray, really? Hearing that Rin was even willing to bestow names upon weak goblins like them, the goblins were incredibly moved, and many female goblins even shed tears. Oh, what a benevolent master. Even though we are so weak, you are willing to protect us. Originally, the old goblin village chief felt that being able to take refuge under Rin's command and receive his protection was already a great blessing. But who would have thought that their goblin race would have such luck to encounter such a master? Come up and line up. Rin waved his hand, signaling the old village chief to bring 100 goblins forward. You stay too. The old village chief was about to leave but was stopped by Rin. At your age, if you don't get a name, you probably won't live much longer. From now on, you shall be called Rigard, and serve me as the leader of the goblin race. These words once again moved the old village chief to tears. Rin even felt that even if he gave the command to commit suicide, Rigard would not hesitate to take his own life on the spot. As for Rigard's name issue, at this time, the monster Jelmud had not yet arrived at the goblin village, nor had he named Rigard's eldest son. As for you, the elder brother is Rigard, and the younger brother is Rigard. And you all. For the goblin's naming, aside from the first father and 2 sons, Rin was quite casual: Gobda, Gabuna, Goboya. The naming process was quick. Rin glanced at the consumed Magicules, which had decreased by about 60,000. Rin's Magicules was 200,000 plus, and after deducting 60,000, it had fallen below 200,000. However, the status of a Demon Lord seed would not disappear. In fact, even if Rin exhausted all his Magicules, he would still be a Demon Lord seed. Demon Lord seed was the cardinal world's recognition of a monster, meaning you had the qualification to challenge the true Demon Lord realm. 100,000 was consumed, and 40,000 was fed back from the goblins, so only 60,000 Magicules was reduced. Logically, to raise an E-rank goblin to the level of a C-rank hobgoblin, at least 2,000 Magicules would be consumed. For 100 goblins, that would be 200,000. However, Rin had connections. Violet helped him get a backdoor deal, directly having the cost to 100,000 Magicules. Rin secretly gave Violet a thumbs up. Magicules, 205,000 145,000. After finishing the goblin naming, the dire wolves also selected their kin eligible for names. To be continued. Chapter 75, Group is Individual. Master. They are the most outstanding descendants of our clan. Under the dire wolf leader's careful selection, 18 of the strongest and youngest dire wolves walked before Rin. Among them was Ranga from the original work, and also individuals whose names were not mentioned in other novels. Interestingly, the 18 dire wolves were exactly 9 males and 9 females. Rin had no intention of pairing them up. Once a monster evolved, breeding offspring would become difficult, and could even endanger the parents' lives. Of course, Rin would not interfere with the dire wolves' free choices. They could pair up, or they could remain single. This was the dire wolves' choice. Including you, there are 19 dire wolves in total. Rin had his own plans. He did not choose Rimuru's method of holistic dire wolf naming. The 18 dire wolves represented the 18 types of Pokemon attributes. Each dire wolf would inherit one of them, and they would develop their respective clans. And Hashiga would be the leader of the entire wolf clan. From now on, you shall be called Hashiga. Besides the dire wolf leader Hashiga, the other 18 dire wolves were males: Ranga, Flying, Shiroga, Normal, Iwao, Rock, Kurogain, Steel, Daichi, Ground, Raiga, Electric, Tatsuya, Dragon, Kajaga, Dark, Gecko, Fighting. Females: Hamura, Fire, Mizuki, Water, Midoriha, Grass, Ayakashi, Ghost, Satori, Psychic, Yukina, Ice, Tsukuyo, Fairy, Hachiyo, Bug, Dokuga, Poison. Among them, Hashiga inherited some of Rin's characteristics as the Star King Dragon. Although he could not control star particles, he gained control over spacetime and the power of the stars. Additionally, named after Hashiga, the entire dire wolf clan evolved into the Starfang wolf clan. And beneath the Starfang wolf clan, 18 subtribes were formed. As soon as the naming was complete, Rin immediately felt a large amount of Magicules drain away. For the first time, Rin felt a dizzy spell. This was the result of the rapid consumption of Magicules. It seems I need to rest for a while. Rin had not expected that he would also have an experience like Rimuru's. He immediately summoned Violet. I'll leave the rest to you, Violet. Ah, please rest well. Without needing to say more, Violet, who was connected to Rin's heart, embraced the collapsing Rin. However, this scene inexplicably aroused feelings of dissatisfaction in Snow Empress, who was standing by. She did not understand what this feeling meant. It was simply an inability to suppress the vexation in her heart. Who are you? Snow Empress took a step forward, wary of this suddenly appearing girl. Violet. Violet said calmly, I am Rin's other half. The sudden declaration instantly left Snow Empress and the other Ogre clan members present at a loss. Other half. Doesn't that mean she's the mistress? What a bold declaration. Nonsense. Snow Empress reprimanded coldly, I don't know when someone like you appeared by his side. Logically speaking, Snow Empress was not one to get angry easily. But when it concerned Rin's safety, and a certain emotion that Snow Empress herself didn't understand, she couldn't tolerate Violet's absurd words. You'll know if you ask Rin about this. But right now, we should be protecting him, not arguing here, shouldn't we? Violet's words left Snow Empress unable to retort. Having no choice, Snow Empress could only stand guard nearby. She had to protect Rin, and also guard against Violet, while her heart was guessing the other party's identity. Leaving aside Snow Empress and Violet's silent vigil, the transformation of the Dire Wolf clan immediately attracted the attention of the Hobgoblin, Goblin, and Ogre. The originally ordinary giant wolves, which were merely a bit larger than normal beasts, were now, one after another, emitting various colored lights. Red, blue, green. For a moment, the grassland, illuminated only by moonlight, seemed to become a dazzling stage under neon lights, drawing exclamations of awe from Sakurako and others. Individual evolution successful, calculating total Magicules of followers. Calculation complete, this individual is a namer, sharing 15% Magicules. Obtained 900 Magicules. Individual evolution successful. Obtained 950 Magicules. Obtained 1100 Magicules. Obtained. As the Dire Wolf clan evolved into the Starfang Wolf, and due to the power radiation of the 18 clan leaders, 500 Dire Wolves, based on their own affinities, evolved into corresponding clans. This time, Rin almost exhausted all his Magicules for the naming. A full 200,000 Magicules was instantly depleted. In its place was the simultaneous evolution of 19 Dire Wolves, including Hashiga. Among them, Hashiga received the most Magicules. It obtained over 50,000 Magicules from Rin in one go. Even with Violet's backdoor, Rin still expended 25,000 Magicules. Adding the original Magicules, the Wolf clan leader Hashiga directly evolved from its original C+ individual rank to high tier A rank. Then, the remaining 18 Dire Wolves all broke through the 14,000 Magicules mark, becoming true A rank monsters. This was a full 180,000, or 90,000 after the discount, Magicules. According to racial characteristics, the Starfang Wolf clan, in terms of classification, should belong to Beastmen, not the original wolf beasts. Beastmen in the Cardinal world possess the ability to be Ostifi, able to freely transform between beast and beastman states. Hashiga, and the other 18 leaders, all gained this ability. Humanoid form, werewolf form, and the original giant wolf form. Depending on their needs, they can choose their preferred lifestyle among these three states at will. By this point, Rin's Magicules had dropped from 145,000 to 30,000. As for the remaining Dire Wolves, originally, they were merely C-rank monsters, only able to increase their overall strength to rival B-rank monsters based on their intrinsic characteristics when in groups. Group is individual, individual is group. The B-rank monster here doesn't mean 500 Dire Wolves attacking together and defeating one B-rank monster. Instead, it means that as the number of Dire Wolves continuously increases, each Dire Wolf will rise from C-rank to B-rank. Yes, 500 B-rank monsters. This is the terrifying aspect of the Dire Wolf monster group. Chapter 76, Astral Body, Bonus. Theoretically, as long as there are enough of them, by virtue of this intrinsic characteristic, the Dire Wolves could even forcibly break through to A-, which is around 9,000 Magicules. Imagine tens of thousands of A-strength Dire Wolves surging like a tide. The scene is quite unsettling to think about. Of course, A rank is also the limit for the Dire Wolf clan. After all, it is just an intrinsic skill, extra skill. It is impossible for it to grant the Dire Wolves the qualifications of a Demon Lord seat like a unique skill would. Furthermore, relying on the characteristic of group as individual, when Rin bestowed names upon the 18 clan leaders, another large sum of Magicules was diverted to all the remaining Dire Wolves. 500 Dire Wolves, with an average of 3,000 Magicules. To make them evolve to B rank with 6,000 Magicules, it would require at least 1,500,000 Magicules. Such a vast amount of Magicules, even if Rin included the 200,000 from Violet and doubled it, that would only amount to 460,000 naming Magicules. Magicules used for naming, Violet's discount is equivalent to doubling the effect. 460,000 compared to 1,500,000 is a drop in the bucket, far from enough. But, the good thing is the dire wolf clan's characteristic of group is individual. This characteristic greatly reduced the cost for Rin to bestow names upon the entire dire wolf group. It didn't require 1,500,000. Only 1/5, which is 300,000 magicules, was needed to complete the evolution of all dire wolf species into the Starfang wolf. Master's magicules are recovering rapidly. On the other side, Snow Empress noticed the rapidly rising magicules on Rin and looked at Violet with some surprise. After the naming, our magicules reserves were only 80,000. 80,000 magicules, this was already a very dangerous number for both Violet and Rin. Once a monster's magicules are exhausted, it is equivalent to the demise of its own existence. However, what Rin did was not simply throwing money away, but investing. Investment means being able to receive returns. The first feedback to Rin was 55,000 magicules from Hashiga. Hashiga was a monster named by Rin, which meant that the magicules it fed back to Rin reached 15% of its total magicules, which is 8,250 EP. Similar to him, there were also the other 18 dire wolves, which is 15,000 x 15% x 18, totaling 40,500. Including Hashiga's, it was approximately 50,000 magicules. This was only the feedback from the 19 leaders. What truly pleased Violet was the remaining 500 Starfang wolf members. Due to the wolf clan's characteristics, these remaining Starfang wolf clan members actually directly bypassed the follower stage and reached the rank of named monsters. Yes, in the judgment of unique skill, convergence, all 500 Starfang wolves were considered named monsters. Thus, the 500 Starfang wolves, with an average magicules reaching B rank, which is 6,000 or more. Even calculated at the lowest, it reached a terrifying 3 million magicules. This was why Rin, regardless of anything, exhausted all his magicules to name all the dire wolf clan at once. Rin admitted that there was an element of gambling. But he won the gamble. The originally ordinary, C-rank dire wolves, instantly became the biggest taxpayers, providing Rin with the most magicules feedback. What dire wolf species? This was clearly Rin's treasure trove. What is getting rich in one go? This is getting rich in one go. What a pity. Violet looked at Rin, whose magicules reserves had reached 990,000. Of course, the extra 2,000,000 plus magicules didn't disappear but were stored with Violet. What? Snow Empress was puzzled, not understanding what Violet meant by, what a pity. He cannot challenge the true Demon Lord awakening ritual yet. Why? Snow Empress had heard Rin say that a Demon Lord seed could break through to an awakened Demon Lord by simply absorbing enough souls. Just souls? No, it's not that simple. Violet explained, to obtain a soul, you must break through the astral body that envelopes it. Absorbing souls is not as easy as it sounds. You see, there is a special energy called the astral body that exists between the soul and the outside world. This energy protects the soul from interference by other forces, and it is one of the most mysterious and fundamental logics of the cardinal world. The method to break through the astral body cannot use magicules. Instead, it must rely on one's own will to forcefully break through. Violet didn't know how Rimuru in the original story managed to do this. She could only say that the Star King Dragon and Lucia's remnant souls helped Rimuru quickly cross this chasm, which was pure cheating. But if that's the case, why were there so many awakened Demon Lord seeds later? Snow Empress remembered Rin saying that Benimaru, Cheyenne, and others all had the potential to grow into true Demon Lords. In the original story, they awakened with Rimuru's help by absorbing enough souls. Souls and astral bodies are two different concepts. If it is just a pure soul, then you can absorb it directly. If Rin could obtain 10,000 souls, he could instantly show the Demon Lord seeds of this world what it means to awaken into a true Demon Lord on the spot. But where would we get 10,000 defenseless souls? Such a massive amount of souls, aside from ancient Demon Lords like Guy who might have reserves, is impossible for anyone else to possess. After all, souls follow the rules of reincarnation. No one can interfere with the destination of souls, except for beings who wield ultimate authority. Moreover, obtaining these souls isn't as simple as just killing 10,000 people. The souls of ordinary people are too low in quality. In the storyline where the Falmouth Kingdom attacked the Monster Country Federation, the army sent by the kingdom consisted of human elites. Only souls of that caliber can meet the conditions for a Demon Lord seed's awakening. Once an ordinary person dies, their soul cannot remain in the material world and immediately goes to the other side to be reincarnated. Only individuals with combat power above C rank can temporarily remain and be absorbed by a demon lord seed. And in this process, the soul's consumption will be enormous. If 10,000 people die on the spot, a demon lord seed would be lucky to absorb 3 or 4/10 of the souls. More souls would still be pulled by the rules of reincarnation, disappearing without a trace. So, according to you, the only way for Rin to awaken as a true demon lord is to directly face 10,000 souls enveloped by astral bodies and then forcefully absorb them. Yes. Violet, leaving aside whether this act would cause him mental discomfort. Just withstanding the impact of the astral bodies is a huge problem. With Rin's ordinary human mental will, can he truly withstand the impact of so many astral bodies? You see, astral bodies are nothing else but the emotions and memories accumulated by the soul in each reincarnation. Rin can certainly achieve a forceful impact. But what would be the result? With so many memories and emotions piled together, could Rin maintain his original self, or would he be transformed into another person? Chapter 77, Here First, Bonus. Even if he remains himself, if his temperament changes drastically, what's the point of becoming stronger? It is precisely because she is familiar with Rin that Violet understands his character better. He would absolutely not take such a huge risk to forcefully confront 100,000 astral bodies. Then what should we do? Snow Empress didn't understand these things and could only ask Violet. If Rin were replaced by Snow Empress, a mere 10,000 astral bodies would not be able to shake her will at all. With 700,000 years of a clear and calm mind, the strength of Snow Empress's will is beyond the imagination of any demon lord seed in the cardinal world. However, due to the vassal contract, Snow Empress cannot become a true demon lord before Rin. No. Violet shook her head and said, Rin will definitely awaken. It's only a matter of time. Leaving aside that Rin also possesses the remaining authority of the Star King Dragon, the mere existence of the Void Gate gives Rin infinite possibilities for growth. Are you saying that traveling through worlds can make Rin stronger? Not just stronger in power, but also in will. Violet spoke truthfully. In fact, each time we acquire the rules of a new world, it brings us new enhancements. Those unique skills are the best example. Unique skills themselves are a manifestation of soul power. As long as there are enough unique skills, a strong wall can be constructed outside Rin's soul. In this way, relying on the defense of this wall, Rin will be able to maintain his self amidst the overwhelming numbers of 10,000 astral bodies, thereby completing his awakening as a true demon lord. How many worlds would he have to travel through then? I don't know. Violet said, if he's lucky and encounters a powerful world, one might be enough. So, it still depends on the quality of the world. The more a world contains new rules and power systems, the greater the benefit to Rin in constructing his will barrier. Alright, let's head back to the village first. Violet glanced at the forest in the distance. The aura from that direction couldn't escape her perception. However, Violet had no intention of clashing with the moderate Harlequin alliance. It wasn't that she couldn't win, but that there was no need. With their current reserve of 3 million Magicules, Rin could even forcefully fight an awakened true demon lord. Leaving aside the top few of the 10 great demon lords for now, the moderate Harlequin alliance and Yuki Kagarazaka behind them no longer posed a threat to them. With Violet's assistance, Rin used stardust manipulation to undergo dragonification. His strength would break through to an extremely exaggerated level. I'll maintain the spatial passage. Snow Empress felt that Violet's role conflicted with her own, which made her feel a sense of crisis. Thus, Snow Empress actively stepped forward to open up space. Is it okay to teleport so many people at once? Violet looked at Snow Empress, who didn't answer but instead expressionlessly tore open a spatial rift in front of her. On the other side of the rift was none other than the Ogre clan's village. All right. Violet truly had no desire to contend with Snow Empress for the title of Rin's strongest subordinate. She saw her own role as the woman behind Rin. Everyone line up, don't scatter. Ahead is the village where we will live in the future. Once there, please don't run around, patiently wait for the Ogre clan to arrange your houses. For today, the Ogre clan had undertaken massive construction, expanding the original village several times its size, adding countless houses and facilities. Therefore, there was no need to worry that the newly arrived Wolf clan and goblins would have no place to live. Although the Ogre clan's engineering and forging techniques were not as good as the dwarves, compared to the primitive and backward goblins, they were definitely on another dimension. The Wolf clan and goblins were also very cooperative and quickly integrated into their new lives. Rin didn't know how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, what greeted him was Odrapon's cute little face. "Rin, you're finally awake." Seeing Rin awaken, Odrapon subconsciously threw herself into his arms, her sparkling starry eyes filled with tears. "I made you worry." Rin didn't feel any weakness from waking up from unconsciousness. On the contrary, he was in excellent condition, surprisingly good. "This feeling of being full of strength, even without looking at my status screen, I know how much stronger I've become." Opening his status screen and seeing the marked 999,999 Magicules, Rin secretly thought that it was indeed so. For Rin, Magicules were not just energy. The special skill Magicule Solidification allowed Rin's physical qualities to automatically convert into basic data as his Magicules increased. "Master." "My lord, are you awake?" "That's great." As the commotion in the room spread, Rin's dependents immediately rushed over. Cheyenne was the most excited. This girl completely disregarded the concept of separation between men and women, rushing up to hug Rin, followed by an unreasonable face wash. What else could Rin say? This was perhaps the so-called pain and happiness. "Let go first, Cheyenne." Helplessly, Rin had to push Cheyenne away a little, then his gaze swept over everyone. Ice Empress and Snow Empress were still the same, standing quietly by Rin's bed. Benimaru and Sui were still out on missions, so they weren't present. "Who are you?" There were a few unfamiliar faces that caught Rin off guard for a moment. "My lord, I am Rigard." Rigard, who was the old village chief of the goblin race. However, compared to his original shaky appearance, as if he would fall over with a gust of wind, he was different now. After being named by Rin, Rigard had evolved from an E-rank goblin to a C+ rank hobgoblin. His muscular physique and height of over 2 meters, just standing there, blocked the light shining in from the window like a wall. Oh, you've changed quite a bit." Rin thought of the original story, where Rigard, after being named by Rimuru, seemed to have transformed in a similar way. Then, he looked at the 2 green-skinned youths beside Rigard. They were his 2 sons, Rigor and Rigard. "Thanks to your grace, my old bones have become much younger." With that, Rigard even struck a few poses, showing off his well-defined, blocky muscles. "You haven't just gotten younger. You've completely become another species, haven't you?" Rin didn't know how to complain. "Forget it, it doesn't matter, as long as they can evolve." To be continued. More PS please XD. Chapter 78, The Life. Thinking this, Rin looked at the other figures. Rin's room was very large, nearly 100 square meters, even more spacious than an average large living room, enough to accommodate many people. Besides the familiar Snow Empress, Ice Empress, Odrapon, Shuna, and others, and the mentally prepared Rigard and his sons, the remaining figures were somewhat unexpected to Rin. Standing near the door were nearly 20 figures. They were all kneeling on one knee, respectfully awaiting Rin's inspection. Leading them was a muscular middle-aged man, wearing a beast-skin coat with abundant body hair, giving Rin a sense of a Viking warrior. Fortunately, not everyone had this kind of appearance. Besides the middle-aged men, the other 18 included youths, teenagers, mature women, and young girls with a charming aesthetic. Without exception, all of these individuals had beast ears and tails. Additionally, their hair colors varied. Red, blue, green, pink, yet they didn't look like rebellious punk hair. Instead, they appeared very natural and complemented the temperament and image of each person, highlighting their unique characteristics perfectly. Are they the Starfang Wolf clan? Rin could feel the soul connection between them, and he guessed the identity of this group. "Yes, master." Hearing Rin recognize them, Hashiga looked up excitedly, his eyes filled with joy. Regarding how his subordinates addressed Rin, those who were close enough would directly call him by his name, like Odrapon, Snow Empress, and Violet. Shuna and others preferred to call Rin Lord. Similar to ancient generals and monarchs, forming a lord-vassal relationship. This form of address typically appeared among humanoid monsters, such as the Oni and Goblin clans, who regarded themselves as Rin's subjects. "Your transformations are even greater than Rigard's." Although he had anticipated it, a group of large wolves suddenly transforming into beastkin still amazed Rin. Especially a few of the fluffy beast-eared girls among them. Rin's gaze lingered on them for several seconds before he reluctantly moved it away. Of course, Rin wasn't coveting their beauty. More than their appearance, Rin wanted to touch their ears and tails. The texture must be really nice. Rin-sama. Shuna brought in toiletries, followed by 2 Mikoheim, carrying various delicious dishes prepared by Shuna herself. As expected, Shuna understood Rin best. After his long sleep, Rin indeed felt hungry. This was naturally not a true need for sustenance. It was just Rin's habit of viewing 3 meals a day as a normal routine. Snow Empress, Shuna, stay. After washing up, Rin told everyone, Ojapan, you and Ice Empress go play. I'm fine now. Rin remained lying on the bed, while Shuna naturally took the tray from the Mikoheim and began to serve Rin his meal. This decadent scene made Snow Empress chuckle a bit. Should I join in too? Cough, cough. Rin heard the teasing in Snow Empress's words. Give me a portion too. Snow Empress smiled and shook her head, then naturally took a dish from the tray. Just like that, one on each side, she and Shuna began to serve Rin. This heavenly life, it's like a dream. 2 beautiful women attending to him so closely, could there be anything more fulfilling? Snow Empress, you can leave this kind of thing to me. It's fine. Snow Empress didn't mind. Taking care of Master is what we, as his dependents, should do. All right, I'll eat it myself. Rin stopped the 2 girls' intimate actions, placing the items in front of him. And Violet, you come out too. I had intended to wait until you finished eating before coming out. Violet appeared at the foot of the bed and said, so, do you need me to report the current situation? Rin had more or less gotten used to Violet's personality. She was much like a template auto-memory doll, equally cold and indifferent, like an impeccably precise personal secretary, awaiting her master's commands. We currently possess a total of 3.02 million Magicules. Violet, of this Magicules, 2.02 million is stored with me, and you can access it at any time. Additionally, you currently have 270 Kijin, 8,200 goblins, and 560 Starfang wolf beastkin under your command. For ease of address, Violet also referred to them as the Wolf Clan. Starfang wolf beastkin. Yes. Violet, they collectively evolved into beastkin, gaining the ability to shapeshift freely between giant wolves and humanoid beastkin. It was for this reason that Violet used 560 people rather than 560 heads to refer to them. That's an unexpected surprise. Like in the original, pairing goblins with dire wolves to create cavalry would indeed be good. But Rin felt that the goblin clan's potential was limited. Except for a few special individuals like Gobda and Gobwa, the goblin clan hadn't produced any truly powerful figures. Therefore, rather than making them combat personnel, it would be better to use them for logistics. The goblin population was large, and although their reproduction rate had somewhat decreased due to their evolution, it could still be maintained at a sea level. However, Violet added, the wolf clan is not accustomed to human ways of life. Compared to human clothing, food, and daily routines, some of them prefer their original forms during normal times. Is that so? Rin didn't care about the wolf clan's habits. As long as they were comfortable, he wouldn't force Hashiga and the others to become beastkin. Chapter 79, Soaring Magicules, Bonus. In that case, just have them be mindful. Maintain their forms in the village to avoid causing damage. It has already been arranged. These matters didn't require Rin's concern. Snow Empress had already taken care of them. Rin actually had little to say. Anything he could think of, Snow Empress and Violet surely could too. He didn't need to worry about management. What he truly needed to consider was how to use this vast amount of Magicules. Snow Empress, notify everyone. I'm going to name them. Out of 3 million Magicules, excluding the 100,000 to maintain Violet and 990,000 for Rin's own strength, the remaining 2 million was purely surplus. Without breaking through to S rank and awakening as a true demon lord, the Magicules could not undergo a qualitative change. Especially this portion of Magicules. If it wasn't spent quickly, Violet's daily Magicules recovery would be impossible. Failure to recover meant waste, a losing endeavor. Even with 3 million Magicules, Rin still couldn't forget the 200,000 Magicules he received every half-month. Invest. I must invest heavily. 2 million Magicules, when used for naming, was equivalent to 4 million. Once again, thanks to Violet's 50% discount, Rin's assets effectively doubled. Snow Empress left, leaving only Shuna to accompany Rin. As for Violet, she preferred to stay in Rin's soul, quietly observing everything around her. Additionally, Violet would connect with the World Core from time to time. She needed to investigate intelligence on the Cardinal World and monitor any forces that might threaten Rin. Rin-sama, what are you planning to do? Shuna helped Rin get dressed, then asked the question on her mind. Naming. Huh. Shuna was startled, then reacted, immediately showing an incredulous expression. Are you perhaps going to? I plan to make everyone a named monster. This. Shuna was incredibly shocked by Rin's decision. But if you do that, it will consume a lot of your magicule, then. Don't worry, Shuna. Rin lightly patted the girl's head and said calmly, my leader has evolved into convergence and can add a monster race to become my familiar. And what I've chosen is the ogre. Once the ogre was chosen as a familiar, Rin could obtain 30% of the magicules from the ogres, excluding his existing familiars like Shuna and Benimaru. Compared to the previous 15%, it directly doubled. However, to develop the ogre into a familiar, they must first become namers. This was crucial, and it was also why Rin intended to name everyone. What about the goblin? The interesting part is right here. Rin smiled. The goblin is a monster race that evolved from fire spirits after they degenerated into fairies. Coincidentally, so is the ogre clan. In other words, the goblin and the ogre clan can actually be considered the same race. This. Shuna wanted to say that the goblin couldn't possibly be a distant relative of the ogre clan. But this was Rin's judgment, so it must be correct. Of course, if it were just the goblin, my convergence wouldn't be able to integrate them with the ogre clan into one race. But Rin said, the hobgoblin is different. Hobgoblin are C-rank monsters, while the ogre clan are B-rank. There was exactly one rank difference. In the original work, Gobboy evolved from the weakest goblin into a Gobulina, female hobgoblin, then a member of the ogre clan, then a Kijin. This clearly illustrated one point, there was a clear evolutionary path from goblin to ogre. Rin had asked Violet, and she had given an affirmative answer. As long as all goblin evolve into hobgoblin, I can incorporate this branch into the ogre race, Rin said. Then, they will all become my familiars. Rin had 3 familiar slots. The ogre was Rin's strongest follower at the moment. Deepening their relationship with him would only bring benefits, no drawbacks. So, this time you're naming them, not only won't you lose out, but you might even make a huge profit. Shuna and other familiars were Rin's most trusted confidants, the kind who would never betray him. However, secrets like the convergence's ability to gain magicules, Shuna would not reveal to others. This wasn't deception, but rather the unpredictability of a monarch's grace and might. The goblin race has over 8,000 members. Calculating at an average of 300 magicules, they would need at least 2,700 magicules to evolve into C-rank hobgoblin. Shuna, this is not a small sum. 8,000 by 2,700, a total of 21.6 million magicules. Even with Violet's 50% discount, it was still a massive expenditure of 10.8 million magicules. This was an extraordinary amount, one that Rin simply couldn't afford. But Rin could first name the ogre clan. If we are named first, there are currently about 250 members of the ogre clan who have not yet received names. 250 people, with an average of 6,000 magicules. To evolve, they would need 4,000 magicules, which would be 1 million. After having, it would only require 500,000. This wasn't much. Rin could fully afford it all at once. Then, the 270 ogres with over 10,000 magicules, because they were familiars, could provide Rin with 30% of their magicules. This would amount to 8.1 million magicules. Adding the 1.5 million Rin already had, that would be 9.6 million. 9.6 million magicules, when used for naming, could be considered double, so 0.4 would be 19.2 million. Rin didn't need to name all 8,000 goblin at once. He could completely choose to name 4,000 goblin first, and then, after they became hobgoblin, incorporate them into the familiar system. Accurate magicules expenditure and income have been calculated. Violet's voice echoed in Rin and Shuna's minds. Naming the ogre consumes 500,000 true magicules and can yield 8.1 million true magicules. Naming the goblin requires an expenditure of 10.8 million true magicules and can yield 7.2 million true magicules. After calculation, the final net magicules gain is 4 million. A net income of 4 million magicules, plus Rin's existing 3 million, would make it 7 million. Rin's total magicules not only didn't decrease but more than doubled. To be continued. Chapter 80, Fearless Lizardman. Looking at the calculated results, Shuna was stunned. What was going on? Naming monsters not only didn't consume anything but actually made them stronger. As expected of Rin-sama. What else could Shuna say? Cough. In any case, it's definitely a good thing that everyone can become stronger. MHM, MHM, MHM. Shuna nodded repeatedly, while also beginning to imagine the scene of the village's strength greatly increasing. 270 ogres, excluding underage children, could field at least 200 active combatants. The ogres did not have the weakness of females. They were all soldiers. If it weren't for the consideration that sending children to battle was somewhat inappropriate, everyone could fight for Rin. Then there were 8,000 hobgoblins. Forming an army of 5,000 was effortlessly easy. 5,000 soldiers, 200 elites. Then, pairing male and female Starfang wolves to form Starfang wolf riders. In this way, an army of monsters close to 6,000 strong, consisting of elite troops, cavalry, and regular soldiers, was formed. Soon, Snow Empress and Shuna completed the summoning of everyone. And upon learning that Rin had called them over to name everyone, the monsters immediately erupted in deafening cheers and praises. Without needing to say anything more, Rin was already accustomed to the monster's purity and genuine outpouring of emotion. Everyone, line up in an orderly fashion, one by one, no rush. Rin sat at the head, in front of a long line of monsters eagerly awaiting their master's naming. Naming approximately 8,500 monsters at once was definitely a huge undertaking. It wasn't that the process of consuming magicules would cause Rin discomfort. On this point alone, Rin was actually already accustomed to it. What truly troubled Rin was what kind of names he should give the monsters. Rin, your name is. As for you, from the Red Ogre tribe, and a girl, how about Benihana? To be honest, Rin never expected it. The biggest difficulty encountered in naming wasn't a lack of magicules, but the 8,500 names themselves. It was fine at first, but later, Rin's well of inspiration was truly bone dry. Helpless, he had no choice but to muddle through like Rimuru, using names like Goboost, Gobuist, and Gobinorth. Fortunately, the monsters didn't care about these things at all. As long as it was a name given by Rin, they would cherish it from the bottom of their hearts, never disgracing Rin's expectations. Actually, Rin didn't have any expectations. Fortunately, Rin could remember every monster he named. This prevented Rin from being in the awkward situation of not knowing a monster's name when facing them. Phew. Thus, the naming process lasted for nearly an hour. After finishing the naming, the mentally exhausted Rin lay sprawled on the bed, just wanting a good night's sleep. So tired. It turns out that naming monsters is such a difficult task. Violet, don't you have an automatic naming function there? Facing Rin's inquiry, Violet replied, that's easy, but naming monsters is a process of establishing a soul corridor, so it cannot be done so expediently. Not only could Violet not assist, but even if Rin held a dictionary and flipped through it on the spot, it wouldn't work. The best way to name is to think briefly and then blurt it out. Naming, a fated name. To Rin, this was merely an unintentional remark. But to the monsters, the names bestowed by Rin were treasures that would accompany them for their entire lives. All right then. That being said, just the thought that he might have to name tens of thousands of lizardmen and hundreds of thousands of orcs in the future sent shivers down Rin's spine. 200,000 names, it was simply torture. He felt he should get a dictionary early, just in case. Forget it, what happens in the future, we'll talk about it later. A dictionary was useless. Violet had made it very clear, only names that Rin blurted out on a whim could carry a soul corridor. Naming while flipping through a dictionary wouldn't work. No choice, I'll just have to let future me worry about it. As for now, Rin, who had worked hard all day, just wanted to slack off. Thus, 2 more days passed since the subjugation of the goblins and dire wolves. This afternoon, Rin was tasting Shuna's latest dish. At the same time, he received a telepathic communication from Sui. Rin-sama. Sui, reporting to you about the lizardman's attitude. Rin-sama picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. What did they say? The lizardman rejected our alliance proposal. Is that so? Rin was not particularly surprised by this outcome. Regarding how to subjugate the monster races in the Great Jura Forest, Rin's plan was to first cooperate and express their friendly attitude. Then, when the Orc Lord's crisis arrived, he would incorporate them. Of course, the simplest method would actually be to send a team of A-rank ogres to the lizardman tribe. Recruitment, after all, is nothing more than military deterrence and coercion or inducement. Sui, what do you think of those lizardmen? Can they be recruited? This. Sui, the situation with the lizardmen is a bit special. Rin heard Sui hesitate and thought he had encountered trouble. With 7 million Magicules in hand, and 3 elite units under his command, ogres, hobgoblins, and the Starfang wolves, Rin lacked neither Magicules nor sufficiently powerful followers. The lizardmen, to Rin, were actually somewhat of a double-edged sword. In fact, rather than recruiting the lizardmen, what Rin truly wanted to subjugate was the Tengu clan. Tengu could fly and were natural air forces. He happened to be lacking such a force. Unfortunately, the area where the Tengu resided was too far from the ogre village, and Benimaru and Rin had not yet established contact there. What do you mean? It's hard to describe in words. Sui said helplessly, if I had to say, it's probably that the lizardmen lack the awareness of facing a strong opponent. In Sui's view, most of the lizardmen seemed a bit mentally unstable. Moreover, some were too fearless. Chapter 81, Their Loss, Bonus. I think I understand what you mean. Rin thought of Gabaru from the original story, who was quite idiotic. This isn't to say that all lizardmen are conceited fools like Gabaru, there are intelligent individuals among them. For example, the lizardman clan leader, and Sauka, who would follow Sui in the future and is currently the lizardman clan princess. But these individuals are, after all, only a minority. However, thinking about it carefully, it's not strange that the lizardmen would think this way. Firstly, the 3 dominant races in the Great Jura Forest were the ogre, orcs, and lizardmen. The orcs numbered in the hundreds of thousands, but their individual combat strength was lacking. Although the ogre were strong, their numbers were too small. The lizardmen had tens of thousands of people, and their individual combat strength exceeded C rank, with some even reaching C+ and B. Their overall strongest comprehensive strength led the lizardmen to consider themselves the protectors of the Great Jura Forest, naturally superior to other races. Forget it. Rin decided to temporarily ignore the lizardmen. Sui, you can come back now. Yes, Rin-sama. The lizardman rejected Rin's alliance invitation. He wouldn't hold a grudge against the lizardmen for such a small matter. Whether to form an alliance or not was inherently the lizardman's freedom. Rin would not impose his will on others, believing that they must act according to his plans, or else they were seeking death. Rin-sama. Shuna saw Rin suddenly put down his chopsticks and thought it was because her cooking didn't suit his taste. It's nothing, it has nothing to do with your cooking, Shuna. Rin directly informed Shuna, Snow Empress, and the others present about Sui and the lizardman's situation. How ungrateful, these lizardmen. Upon learning what had happened, Cheyenne was the first to speak. Do you need me to teach them a lesson, Rin-sama? Just a lesson. Ice Empress was far more brutal than Cheyenne. Since they are unwilling to surrender, then let's just eliminate them. Ah. Hearing this, even Cheyenne couldn't help but feel speechless. Well, Ice Empress, you're a bit too extreme. Is that so? Ice Empress didn't think so. The world of soul beasts was inherently a struggle of life and death. Currently, the strongest in the Great Jura Forest was undoubtedly Rin, and he was not just a little bit stronger. His not directly declaring war on the lizardmen but allowing them to live in the forest was already very benevolent. Yet, the lizardmen still chose to refuse. If it were Ice Empress, she would have probably already gone to their doorstep and scattered the ashes of those ungrateful lizardmen. All right, Binger. Snow Empress stopped Ice Empress's ineffective speech. This is not the northern icefield, and the lizardmen are not brainless beasts. They, like the ogre, have their own culture and customs. If not for Rin's great kindness to the ogre, plus Ogerpon as a higher-ranking fellow species, subjugating the ogre would also have been quite difficult. In the original story, even when the monster Jelmud wanted to name the ogre did not agree. Even facing extinction, the ogre's integrity remained unchanged. From this, it can be seen that subjugating the monster races in the Great Jura Forest is not easy. The more enlightened and civilized they are, the harder it is to suppress them by force. The ogre, lizardmen, orcs, and Tengu clan are more like humans than monsters. Yet, these races are also different from humans. They are too stubborn. Sometimes, dignity outweighs life. Shuna said, the dire wolves only chose to compromise because their entire clan was defeated. Of course, this isn't to say that the dire wolves lacked integrity or were cowards. It can only be said that the dire wolves were beasts. And beasts do not have the idea that dignity and freedom are above all else. After all, you can't tell a dog not to eat charity, can you? That would be a bit ridiculous. Additionally, as the dire wolves evolved into beastmen, freed from the shackles of beastly instinct, the dire wolves gained their unique racial quality, which is the loyalty of canines to their master. Let's leave it at that for now. Rin said, anyway, we don't lack this small amount of strength from the lizardmen. If nearly 30,000 lizardmen were subjugated at once, the magicals Rin could obtain would be terrifying. If he were to bestow names, even if he only received 3% of the magicals, that would still be nearly 5 million. Unfortunately, 7 million and 12 million make little difference to Rin right now. Let alone bestowing names. For the ogre, goblins, and dire wolves, Rin bestowing names was a favor. Master, your naming is nothing less than a chance for them to be reborn. It's just that the lizardmen don't know how to cherish it. Snow Empress's words were met with unanimous agreement from everyone. That's right, the lizardmen don't have such good fortune. After Shuna finished speaking, Cheyenne snorted coldly. Who told them to be so unobservant? Anyway, let's talk about it after Sui returns. Rin estimated that with Sui's speed, it would take at most a few hours to return to the village from the lizardmen wetlands. Sure enough, not long after, Sui appeared in front of Rin. He knelt on one knee, his head bowed low, as if he was asking Rin for forgiveness regarding the lizardmen's matter. Get up, Sui. Rin said, you've worked hard. It is my honor to serve my master. Sui's tone was calm, but his words came from the bottom of his heart. Having received such great kindness from Rin, Sui truly wanted to do something to repay Rin. The task of investigating the orcs was completed well. Rin said, as for the lizardmen, what exactly is the situation? Sui, did you not show them the power of an ogre? I did, but... Recalling the situation at the time, Sui still felt incredibly abstract. But they didn't believe it. Huh. Cheyenne stood up indignantly. What do you mean? What do you mean by, didn't believe? If he said they weren't afraid, Cheyenne could still understand. But didn't believe? Was there such a saying? The literal meaning. Sui said, projecting what happened at the time in the form of shadow magic. In the image woven by shadows, Sui swept away hundreds of lizardmen confronting him with overwhelming power. Even the lizardman leader holding a trident, who was at the forefront, was instantly killed by Sui with one move. Of course, Sui did not kill them. He simply taught these conceited lizardmen a lesson. Isn't this good? Ice Empress rested her chin on one hand. She felt that Sui did the right thing, and should teach these ungrateful fools a lesson. To be continued. Chapter 82, The Clown Secretly Peeking. It's useless. However, Rin shook his head. Some people's brain circuits cannot be judged by common sense. Sure enough, facing such a powerful Sui, the lizardman's reaction directly exceeded the expectations of Ice Empress and Snow Empress. What means did you use? To defeat the great Gabaru, you chose a shameless sneak attack, how despicable. Are you all right? The tall lizardman named Gabaru looked back at his compatriots beside him and found that they had not suffered any harm. The sudden coma was more like being in a hallucination. So that's it. Is it an illusion? There are no injuries on the body, but they fell unconscious. That guy must have cast an illusion on us. What's going on? This time, even Ice Empress stood up abruptly, looking blankly at Gabaru and the other lizardmen in the projection, who were rushing towards Sui again. Are they courting death? Can't they tell that Sui has already shown mercy? Ice Empress felt that even a fool should be able to understand such a thing. The other party had the strength to instantly knock everyone out, and did not kill them, clearly showing a friendly attitude. Sui's actions not only demonstrated their strength but also showed restraint, giving the other party face. But why? Why would someone be so ungrateful and continue to attack? Wah. So, once again, Gabaru and the other lizardmen were knocked to the ground by Sui. This time, Sui slightly increased the force, causing injuries to the lizardmen's bodies, but not fatal ones. Damn it. Everyone, are you all right? We're fine, Gabaru, we can still fight. No, you are not his opponent. In the projection, Gabaru propped himself up with his trident and stood up shakily. Go back quickly and call more people over. Then what about you, Gabaru? Fool. Gabaru shouted in a tone of facing death. I am your leader, how can I abandon my subordinates and flee? Go quickly. I'll hold him off. Even if I lose this life, I won't let him catch up to you. Gabiru-sama. For a moment, all the lizardmen were moved to tears by Gabiru's rearguard action. This scene left Sui at the time, and everyone present, dumbfounded. Hey. What? No, let me get this straight. Why do I understand this plot less and less? Not to mention Ice Empress, even Snow Empress and Ogerpon were stunned. Good heavens. Who exactly is the villain here? Are you rushing to perform a stage play here? And these lizardmen are too dramatic. Sui's face is twitching. Cheyenne secretly whispered to Shuna beside her. Don't say it, Sui is already so pitiful. Shuna began to sympathize with Sui. How could he encounter such a group of inexplicable, crazy lizardmen? Sui showed mercy, only knocking out the lizardmen. The lizardmen felt that Sui was not capable and was purely bluffing. Afterward, Sui struck hard. Then the lizardmen staged a passionate drama of a lone hero for them. As for the other lizardmen, every single one of them, shouting about friendship and bonds, rushed forward one after another, completely disregarding their own lives. There was no other way, Sui could only leave. You've worked hard, Sui. Rin patted Sui's shoulder and comforted him. Next, get some good rest, and forget this unpleasant memory as soon as possible. I'm sorry, I failed to complete your mission. Rin waved his hand to dismiss the projection. He really couldn't stand the cheers of Gabiru. Gabiru. Do you need me to go kill that guy? Ice Empress had figured it out. This guy named Gabiru had a very high reputation among the lizardmen. As long as he was there, the lizardmen would follow his judgment. But unfortunately, Gabiru was crazy, couldn't understand the situation, and was very conceited. Even if there were sensible people among the lizardmen, it was estimated that they couldn't shake Gabiru's position and couldn't bypass him to make the correct decision. In that case, Ice Empress faintly exuded an icy blue chill. As long as I kill this guy, the lizardmen will behave, right? This time, Ice Empress, you are right. Snow Empress agreed with Ice Empress to kill this fool named Gabiru. No need. However, Rin waved his hand indifferently. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. That guy has already been named. Rin, this means that Clayman is very likely paying attention to the lizardmen. Clayman, one of the 10 great demon lords. Sui heard about this for the first time, his expression slightly condensed, as if he was considering how to investigate intelligence and carry out assassination when fighting against a demon lord. Ah. Rin nodded and said, the moderate Harlequin Alliance, these guys are quite strong. Among us, besides me, Violet, only Snow Empress and Ogerpon can fight them. Needless to say, Rin and Violet, with their demon lord Seed's Magicools as a base, coupled with so many skills. Even if they couldn't defeat the clowns, they could remain undefeated, and they wouldn't even need the Void Gate as a backup plan. As for Snow Empress, although her Magicools had not reached 100,000, it was a recent development. Once Snow Empress breaks through Special A rank, her combat power will experience a leap. Rin was still very confident in her ability to fight against Demon Lord level powerhouses across ranks. Ogerpon was different from Snow Empress. She belonged to a pure numerical monster. With the addition of the Dire Wolf clan, Ogerpon's unique skill, growth, gained new sustenance. In addition, the Ogre clan, having evolved once, completed a full attribute update for all members. This meant that Ogerpon had another opportunity to gain experience points from them. Through these interactions, Ogerpon's Magicools grew rapidly, having already broken through the Special A rank bottleneck. Coupled with the various abilities inherited from Rin, and Ogerpon's own unique skills, even if she couldn't defeat the clowns, she could stand invincible. What about me? Ice Empress said discontentedly, I can't. Ice Empress, you might really not be able to. Rin didn't spare Ice Empress's feelings. He was worried that Ice Empress, in a moment of recklessness, might really go head-to-head with the clowns. Every single one of those guys had Magicools around 1 million. Chapter 83, Descending to a New World, Bonus. And Ogerpon, if you encounter the moderate Harlequin Alliance, you should also try to avoid engaging them. Ogerpon opened her small mouth, looking as if she wanted an explanation. I'm afraid you'll fall into their trap. Ogerpon had the mindset of a child, too naive, and easily exploited by the insidious Kagurazaka Yuki. Fortunately, Ogerpon never made Rin worry. This child was very obedient, and she always kept Rin's admonitions in mind. Of course, if you really do encounter them, the simplest way is to contact me. Rin said, at that time, whether to fight or retreat, I will make the judgment. Tisk. Being underestimated by Rin, Ice Empress was a little displeased. However, she dared not disobey Rin's words. In fact, I have a plan recently that requires the strength of all of you. Therefore, at a time like this, try to keep a low profile if possible. What Rin was talking about was the new otherworldly matter that he and Snow Empress had been planning recently. Originally, according to their calculations, it would take at least half a month to truly open the door to that side. But with Violet's birth, this process was greatly accelerated. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be in these few days. Rin said, once the information about the new world is confirmed, I will take you all there. New world. Take us all. With so many people crossing over, will the pressure be too great? Cheyenne and Shuna had also crossed over to the Soul Land world with Rin. And Snow Empress and Ice Empress, as martial spirits, had also gone to the spirit space with Rin. Therefore, the girls were well aware of Rin's limitations in crossing over. Sometimes it was the number of people, sometimes the power limit, and sometimes it was the need to comply with the rules of that side. Which kind is it this time? Ice Empress was very much looking forward to it. She yearned for battle, yearned to become stronger. A new world meant new opportunities. She was already impatient to fight against strong opponents. None of them. Rin shook his head and said, this time's crossing is different from any previous one. Here, Violet, you can explain it to everyone. Yes. Violet's figure appeared before everyone. The young girl raised her hand, and magic power automatically outlined a picture in the air. It was a tree. No. It should be said that it was a universe, a vast universe containing many parallel worlds and time spaces. I have completed a part of the law analysis of that world. Simply for descending, these laws are enough for us dependents to enter that world. Violet's voice sounded, however, for safety, we will not enter directly in our true forms this time. Not entering in our true forms. Sui was the only dependent who had not experienced crossing over. But no matter what, he was a dependent, one of their own who was qualified to know Rin's secrets. Rin said, this time, we will descend in the form of projections. This projection mode is quite similar to the second type of crossing, which is like Konosuba world. I am the main body, and you are linked to me. Ogerpon knows this. Ogerpon raised her hand and said, in the Konosuba world, if Ogerpon violates the rules, it will implicate Rin, and then we'll both be kicked out together. That's right, that's the second type of crossing. Then the Soul Land universe, where Snow Empress and Ice Empress are, belongs to the third type. That is, everyone Rin brought was independent. Whoever broke the rules would be kicked out, but it wouldn't implicate other companions. So, when performing the third type of crossing, Rin could completely treat his dependents as disposable nuclear bombs. When encountering a difficult enemy, he would throw out a dependent, letting them unleash their true power. Explode, kill the enemy, and then be kicked out of the game. Although this would mean the dependent would exit the game and could only watch others play. But for someone with Ice Empress personality, suppressing her power would be less satisfying than having an exhilarating battle early on. This descent is neither the second type nor the third type. If you really have to categorize it, it can be said to be in between the two. Through the descent, I will have a projection with a legitimate identity over there. The power of the projection is limited by the rules of that world. Rin was unsure how great these restrictions would be. The only thing he could guarantee was the safety of this descent. Compared to safety, a certain degree of weakening was really nothing. Alright, gather everyone. Rin had Snow Empress arrange to select all the combat-capable forces in the village. The Hobgoblin clan, dispatch 5,000 people. The Ogre clan, dispatch 200 people. The Wolf clan, dispatch 400 wolves, forming 200 riders. Arriving at the village square, Rin looked at the vast crowd below and secretly rejoiced that the village had been expanded not long ago. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have found a place to accommodate so many people. Violet, it's up to you next. Okay. Violet appeared beside Rin. She opened the soul corridor and pulled everyone's souls into it. At the same time, everyone found that they had an additional field of vision. Yes, it was like using a remote control to operate a game character, their own body, the character's body. Every monster who entered the soul corridor received their own game character. My head is a little dizzy. Ugh, controlling two bodies at once feels so uncomfortable. Quickly close your eyes, and don't move your body either. Oh, that's much more comfortable. In the unknown space, monsters identical to them were dancing wildly. Different from them were the many dependents and the ogre clan, including Shuna, Cheyenne, and Hashiga. Just having an extra body, for those with accelerated thinking and parallel processing, was virtually no pressure at all. Even if dozens more clones appeared, they could perfectly control them. Is this the body we will use to descend into other worlds next? That's right. Rin explained, our true forms will not enter, what we send over are just puppets controlled remotely by us. Those without parallel processing capabilities, please prepare for rest. Just like virtual immersion, the hobgoblins and wolf clan needed to find a place to lie down and then devote all their energy to another body. Akano, you and Hakuru don't need to participate in this descent. Rin continued to instruct, you need to lead the remaining ogre clan members to protect the village. Chapter 84, Class. Bonus. Please rest assured, the barrier to protect the village has already been set up. Akano asked, I just don't know how long this descent will last. With the supplies Rin brought back from the Konosuba world, even if the villagers stayed within the barrier, they could ensure self-sufficiency for half a year, completely without worrying about hunger. Don't worry. Rin smiled, this descent ritual will be over in at most 7 days. 7 days. Akano was a little surprised, it wasn't too long. Rather, the fact that Rin could complete the world invasion in such a short time deeply shocked him. All right, you all may leave. Snow Empress, Ice Empress, Odrapon, Violet. And Shuna, Cheyenne, Sui. Rigard, you stay too. Hashiga, you too. Thus, Rin, accompanied by his most loyal dependents and the leaders of the Hobgoblins and Wolf clan, arrived in the conference hall and began to assign them their tasks. Are you ready? After resolving everything, Rin found a bed and lay down. Let's begin, Violet. Void gate activated. Select descent mode, projection. Projection complete. The neon lights of the night flickered, bathing the entire street in a colorful glow. On both sides of the street stood towering skyscrapers, their glass curtain walls reflecting specks of starlight in the night, like a steel forest from a futuristic world. Success. On the rooftop of a tall building, Rin looked down at the modern city and said in a deep voice, Fuyuki City, the fourth Holy Grail War. Yes, after Pokemon, Konosuba, and the Soul Land universe, the new world Rin found was the Type Moon world. However, the Type Moon world was far more dangerous than the previous worlds. Entering it rashly would be too risky for Rin. But this heroic spirit body that descended in advance. Rin felt the power of this body. It's too weak. Itoshi Rin. Class, Traveler. Strength, B. Endurance, A. Agility, C. Magic, A. Luck, C. Noble Phantasm, Monster Nation of Another World, EX. Magic Reserve, 1000/1000. The attributes here are not the monster levels of the Cardinal World, but the unique conversion method of Type Moon. How to put it? With the material composition of Fuyuki City, an A-rank ogre could easily destroy a country. It's just that the waters of the Type Moon world are too deep, with various parallel universes, and no one knows if some big shot might pop out and send Rin back. To prevent such a situation, Rin chose to participate in the heroic spirit war to gain benefits from this world. Traveler, huh? If he recalled correctly, that was recognized as one of the extra servant classes in Fate/Grand Order lore, though no actual Traveler class servant had ever appeared in official records. All the same, Rin found himself satisfied with the designation, it suited him almost perfectly. 2 A ranks, and his noble phantasm even reached EX. And this was the result of Rin's careful preparation. As for specific strength, compared to Rin's main body, the combat power of this heroic spirit body was negligible. The outcome of the Holy Grail War is irrelevant to me. What Rin truly wanted was to acquire new rule power from the Type Moon world through unique skills like Duplicator. Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. King of Conquerors Ionian Hitai-Roi. The heroic spirit's noble phantasms. These were what Rin needed most. As for things like magic resistance and other intrinsic skills, Rin simply didn't have the leisure to waste Violet's computing power on such insignificant things. I need to find a suitable master first. Looking at the magic reserve column, Rin felt a slight urgency. Otherwise, this body won't last long. Heroic spirits must have a master. Rin had Violet exploit a loophole in the Type Moon world to descend as a traveler. But basic rules still had to be followed. Is this the new world? It feels so strange. The buildings are so tall, what are those sparkling things? Is this what the human world looks like? Hearing the exclamations and awe from his dependents and kin, Rin smiled faintly and said, I'll leave the rest to you. The night wind blew, and the figure that had been standing at the edge of the rooftop vanished amidst the flashing neon lights. Where are we going? The Snow Empress saw Rin hurrying in a certain direction, clearly with a purpose. Of course, we're going to find those heroic spirits and then eliminate them. Ice Empress, the Holy Grail War isn't just about fighting and killing. The Snow Empress said helplessly, besides, Rin just said we need a stable source of magic. Master. Shuna said, we need a master, otherwise, once the magic in Rin-sama's body is depleted, our war will end. Then, where is the master? Due to the vastness of the information about the Type Moon world, and Rin himself not being very familiar with it, he hadn't mentioned much to the others. We're here. Just as everyone was sharing what they saw along the way and discussing the strength of heroic spirits, Rin stopped. What appeared before Rin was a Taisho-style Western-style house. This was the Matsu family residence. And the master Rin had chosen was Sakura Matsu, whom he had to save after reincarnating into the Fourth Holy Grail War. Inside the Matsu residence, a stooped old man in a kimono was leading a 5 or 6-year-old girl down the stairs to the basement. The old man was named Matsuzokan, the head of the Matsu family, one of the 2 major mage families in Fuyuki City. The girl's original name was Sakura Tosaka, but she had been adopted by her father into the Matsu family and now had a new name, Sakura Matsu. However, looking at the increasingly dim stairs, Sakura was a little scared. She instinctively grabbed the old man's clothes. Even though the old man's appearance was terrifying, in such a situation, the girl would instinctively seek a sense of security. Grandpa, I'm cold. Unknowingly, the Fourth Holy Grail War is about to begin, Matsuzokan murmured, completely ignoring Sakura's plea, and continued to himself, in this city, every 60 years, a magical ritual unknown to ordinary people is held. 7 pairs of masters and servants form combinations, fighting each other, with the defeated as sacrifices, ultimately summoning the legendary Holy Grail. To be continued. Chapter 85, Arriving in Type Moon. Matsuzokan did not have much expectation for the Fourth Holy Grail War. The Matsu family, or rather the Zaldjian family, had settled in Fuyuki City as outsiders. However, magecraft is closely related to the living environment, and after hundreds of years of evolution, a phenomenon of incompatibility finally appeared in this generation. The family's magecraft factor began to regress. But this was also a matter of course. After all, no one could have predicted it at first. Over these hundreds of years, the Holy Grail ritual had never truly been completed even once. After such a long time, even the mage bloodline was almost on the verge of extinction. Even in the generation after Matsuzokan's son, their magic circuits were blocked from birth, making it impossible for them to become mages. Therefore, the Matsu family could not produce new pieces for this Fourth Holy Grail War and naturally could not participate. However, unexpectedly, the Tosaka family, which was also a mage family and one of the 3 founding families of the Holy Grail ritual, had produced excellent descendants. Tokiomi Tosaka's 2 daughters were both mages with excellent aptitudes. Unfortunately, the Tosaka family's magic crest could only be inherited by one person. Therefore, to not waste his daughter's aptitudes, and with the Matsu family's bloodline on the verge of extinction, Tosaka Tokiomi adopted one of his daughters, Tosaka Sakura, to Matsuzokan. No, she should be called Matsu Sakura now, shouldn't she? What an excellent bloodline, Sakura. If it's you, winning the 5th Holy Grail War shouldn't be difficult, right? Right, Sakura. The old man, whose appearance had become grotesquely distorted, stopped. He lowered his head, carefully examining the little girl beside him, a look of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. Due to the laws of this world, mystery attracts mystery, and Sakura, with her exceptionally outstanding talent, would forever be unable to escape the destiny of mystery. However, Sakura, who was still a little girl at this time, naturally wouldn't understand any of this. She could only follow behind Matsuzokan fearfully, as she had already been abandoned by her father and mother. Don't be afraid, Sakura, from today on, you are my granddaughter. I believe you'll like your new name, Matsu Sakura. It sounds much more pleasant than Tosaka Sakura. But before that, I think we still need to perform a small ceremony. Matsuzokan chuckled strangely, pulling Sakura, and continued to walk deeper into the Matsu family mansion. Hearing this, Sakura's small body couldn't help but tremble. The girl subconsciously flinched, but due to her personality, coupled with the intense unease and fear in her heart, she forced herself to stop, standing in place with her head bowed. But how could Matuzokan care about Sakura's thoughts? Under the effect of his strong hand, which even made Sakura's hand ache. Finally, Sakura still completed the journey. It was just Matuzokan's rough attitude that made Sakura feel even more uneasy. "Grandfather, where are we going?" "We've arrived, Sakura, don't be afraid." Matuzokan comforted her in a rather sinister tone. However, this creepy voice not only failed to soothe her but instead made Sakura even more uneasy and frightened. And upon seeing the scene below the stairs, the girl's eyes immediately widened, fear uncontrollably spilling out. Even without being explicitly told, anyone who saw the scene below would foresee what was about to happen. It was thousands upon thousands of bugs. Various kinds, twisted, crawling, wriggling, a pool of bugs piled up that no human could physiologically or psychologically accept. Disgusting. It had already surpassed the simple boundary of disgusting. An ordinary person would probably lose a lot of sanity just by looking at it. "All right, Sakura, go down." "What?" Sakura thought she had misheard. "That kind of place, those terrifying bugs." "No, don't." No longer able to bear the fear in her heart, Sakura turned and was about to run towards the staircase. However, Matuzokan grabbed the girl's hand. He. Matuzokan ignored the constantly wailing girl, dragging her step by step towards the swarm of bugs. "It will be over soon, as long as you are a person with talent, he. "No. Mom, Dad. Sakura wants to go home." Seeing that she was getting closer and closer to the swarm of bugs, the girl, who was already feeling lonely due to being abandoned, completely broke down, crying out desperately, hoping that someone would appear here. "Anyone. Mom and Dad, older sister, anyone will do. Please, save me." Thud. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the sounds in the basement seemed to be covered by a hazy veil. The buzzing of the bugs, the old man's eerie laughter, and the girl's cries. All of this fell silent at this moment. The only thing still clearly echoing was the sound of footsteps, coming from an unknown source, getting closer and closer. "It seems I'm not late." What a nauseating sight. An ethereal voice, as if from the clouds, echoed in the empty, dark basement. Strands of cold air drifted in the basement, the old man's pupils constricted, and he lowered his head, discovering that the girl who should have been in his hand had disappeared at some point. What's going on? Matuzokan's thoughts raced, and he turned around to look at the young man standing there. And beside the other person was his newly adopted granddaughter, Sakura Mato. When? Silently, even he hadn't reacted, and Sakura had been taken away. Matuzokan felt uneasy in his heart, but on the surface, he still maintained that calm, unperturbed demeanor. "It's over now, Sakura." A warm hand rested on the girl's head, gently caressing it. Rin knelt down and wiped away the tears on the girl's face. Wah. Sakura didn't know who Rin was, nor did she care. She only knew that in her most desperate moment, the one who appeared before her was this big brother. Yash. Rin embraced the girl, and he raised his head, the tenderness on his face instantly vanishing, leaving only a cold expression. "Kill him, then destroy this place, Ice Empress." Matuzokan didn't expect Rin to be so decisive, and he wanted to cast a spell. But a terrifying coldness seemed to freeze the entire spacetime within the basement. This caused Matuzokan's magic circuits to instantly halt, making it impossible for him to use any magic. Chapter 86, Saving Sakura, Bonus. What a nauseating fellow. Large amounts of solid ice continuously spread, and the extreme low temperature instantly froze those disgusting crest worms. Ice Empress gazed at the zombie-like old man, who was already covered by extreme ice, and she could smell the putrid odor emanating from him. Wait. Who exactly are you? Rin disdained to waste words with Matuzokan. He took Sakura's hand and disappeared directly from the Matu family's basement. And where Rin had originally stood, a beautiful maiden, like an elf, emerged from the void. She exuded the tyrannical aura of an ancient soul beast, instantly engulfing Matuzokan. At this moment, not only his body and magic, but even Matuzokan's soul began to tremble due to the immense deterrent. Ice Empress. Type, Anti-Fortress Noble Phantasm. Overall combat power, A++. Matuzokan trembled all over, but he was not afraid. With his core crestworm, even if this body died, it would only be the loss of a puppet. Having lived for hundreds of years, Matuzokan's skill in preserving his life was maxed out. Boring tricks. Ice Empress already knew Matuzokan's thoughts. The maiden raised her hand expressionlessly, then clenched it tightly. Ice Blast. It's all right now, Sakura. Rin set the girl down, and behind him, the original Matu family mansion had already transformed into a palace of ice crystals. Crack. The next moment, accompanied by a crisp sound, a large number of cracks appeared on the solid ice. Who? The Matu family mansion was shattering. Tiny, crystal-clear ice shards were swept into the sky by a strong wind from an unknown source. So beautiful. Sakura looked at this magnificent scenery, momentarily forgetting to breathe. And in this dreamlike ocean of ice crystals, a figure walked towards the two. It was Ice Empress from Rin's home. It's been dealt with, that old bug. Ice Empress controlled her power very well. The power of the ice blast concentrated into a single point, causing everything to annihilate in the absolute zero collapse. This naturally included that old bug. Whether it was his soul or the crestworms. These things were meaningless in front of Rin. Because from the very beginning, Rin had already sealed off all of Old Bug's escape routes, even consuming a large amount of his reserve Magicools at once to summon Ice Empress as a trump card. But to deal with a guy like that, you shouldn't need to summon me, should you? Ice Empress was a soul beast and didn't understand human behavior. Therefore, even when she saw the old bug about to push Sakura into the bug pit, she didn't have much of a reaction. Moreover, using a killer move like Ice Blast right away instantly consumed about 1/5 of Ice Empress's Magicools. Without a master who could continuously provide Magicools, this wave could be said to be quite wasteful. I want to calculate how much Magicools it takes to summon you all. I see. Ice Empress nodded. Summoning me cost you half of your Magicools. What does this mean? Your power, Ice Empress, is equivalent to using an A+ ranked noble phantasm. Rin said. From this, it can be seen that 500 points of Magicools and a full power attack from an A++ ranked noble phantasm are basically equivalent. Ice Blast was not Ice Empress's strongest move. Using this move against Matuzokan is like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. No need to worry about magic. Besides, Zokan is an unstable factor, resolving him early will benefit us. Rin didn't just appear suddenly, he had been planning for a long time to maximize his gains in this war. Finding Sakura and making her a master was the first step. Eliminating Zokan was also part of the plan. Big brother, thank you for saving Sakura. Sakura clung tightly to Rin's hand, afraid that this hard-won lifeline would suddenly disappear. Don't be afraid, Big brother will take you to a safe place. Rin didn't say any nonsense about sending her home. Moreover, given Sakura's attitude, whether she would be willing to return to the home that abandoned her was an unknown. To be personally pushed into a fiery pit by one's own parents. Any child would likely harbor resentment over such a thing. Don't talk about this being for the inheritance of magecraft. Perhaps Tokiomi had good intentions, but Sakura didn't understand any of that. She only knew that she was almost devoured by disgusting bugs. Sakura will be obedient. In her eyes, Rin was a hero who descended from the sky. Whatever his demands, Sakura would fulfill them, only asking that Rin not abandon her again like her parents did. Poor child. Listening to the girl's thoughts, Rin sighed inwardly. Indeed, everything is Tokiomi's fault. Rin brought Sakura to the most luxurious hotel in Fuyuki City. That's right, it was the same hotel where Kirai and Kiritsugu had their one-on-one duel in the original work. Rin had no identity in this world, and Sakura was just a child. But it didn't matter. Here is your room card. Looking at the room card handed over by the front desk lady, Rin picked up Sakura, who had already fallen asleep in his arms, and walked towards the elevator. Charm spell. A very simple mental manipulation. Sakurako, Benihime. Two figures appeared beside Rin, bowing respectfully and saying, "Please give your orders. Protect Sakura well." Yes. Monster nation from another world. This was precisely the noble phantasm that Rin had spent a great deal of effort constructing for the decisive battle. The effect of the noble phantasm was similar to the King of Conquerors Ionian Hitairoi. It used Rin's spirit space as a foundation to create a small space. Rin could use magic to create servant bodies for the monsters from the cardinal world who were already prepared for manifestation. Like Sakurako and Benihime. Both women were high-ranking ogres. If their true bodies were to enter this world, they would likely trigger the planet's will's rejection reaction upon arrival. Rin would not underestimate any world that contained parallel universes. Manifesting his true body in the Type Moon universe carried too much risk. Therefore, Rin settled for the next best thing. He utilized the heroic spirit manifestation ritual to transform hundreds of his subordinates into existences similar to heroic spirits. This way, although the strength of the monsters was greatly weakened, it was safe. As long as everyone was in the ogre village, controlling their characters like playing a game, they could follow Rin to participate in the exploration of the new world. To be continued. Chapter 87, Spearheads. Sakurako. Type, Anti-Army Noble Phantasm. Overall Combat Power, A. Summoning Cost, 50 Magic Power. Benihime. Type, Anti-Army Noble Phantasm. Overall Combat Power, A. Summoning Required, 50 Magic Power. In this world, the two women were equivalent to heroic spirits with no noble phantasm, but with all stats averaging A. If one were to disregard their existence as living beings, the power that Sakurako and Benihime could exert was comparable to an anti-army level noble phantasm. Ogres require 50 magic power to materialize. Rin thought of the 200 ogres in the Monster Nation space. 10,000 magic power can materialize 200 heroic spirits with A-rank overall combat power. In a way, Rin's Monster Nation from another world had some similarities to Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. From the weakest hobgoblins to the mid-tier wolfkin and the high-end combat power of the ogres. The three were equivalent to Gilgamesh's C-rank noble phantasm, B-rank noble phantasm, and A-rank noble phantasm, respectively. Calculating in this way, hobgoblins need 5,000 magic power, wolfkin 5 magic power each, 400 of them is 2,000, plus the ogres 2,000, a total of 9,000 magic power. And above that, there are A+ Shuna, Cheyenne, Sui, A++ Ice Empress, and the even stronger Ogerpon and Snow Empress. To create forms for everyone and have them manifest as servants, at least 25,000 magic power must be collected. Putting aside the magic power collection issue for now. How to use the power of his subordinates would be the key to Rin winning this Holy Grail war. Sakura, Sakura. Rin woke Sakura, and the girl slowly opened her eyes, first with a bewildered look, then like a frightened little rabbit, she pounced into Rin's arms. Don't be afraid, Sakura. After finally comforting the girl, Rin said, go take a bath, and then have a good night's sleep. Big brother, where is this? Only then did Sakura notice the change in environment and the presence of Sakurako and Benihime. We are at a hotel. Rin didn't explain more, but instead told Sakura to go bathe and rest first. The girl was in her most vulnerable period, instinctively obeying Rin. Thus, with the help of Sakurako and Benihime, Sakura obediently took a bath and changed into the little girl's pajamas that Rin had Shunabai back. After a night of rest, Sakura's spirits were much better. Rin also took the opportunity to inform Sakura of his origins and the current situation. Holy Grail War. Heroic spirits and masters. This information was clearly beyond Sakura's comprehension. But it didn't matter. Sakura only needed to know one thing. As long as it's big brother Rin's request, Sakura is willing to do anything. Sakura agreed without resistance to Rin becoming her heroic spirit. No. It should be said, this was simply too good. Heroic spirits stay by their master's side, meaning the two would be together, not separated. Clutching Rin's hand tightly, Sakura felt a strong sense of security. Girls shouldn't say such things. Rin gently flicked Sakura's nose. The girl nodded as if admitting her mistake, but whether she truly took Rin's words to heart was unknown. Then, I'm going to start, Sakura. Rin connected his magic power with the girl and then established a servant contract belonging to the Type Moon world. Ah. And as the contract was completed, Sakura suddenly let out a painful cry. What's wrong? Hand. Sakura looked at the back of her hand. It hurt so much. On the back of her originally slender and fair little hand, a strange red tattoo slowly emerged, which was the command seal, representing the master's identity. It's okay, this is a command seal, it's a symbol of my bond with Sakura. Is that so? Hearing Rin say this, the pain on Sakura's face immediately disappeared. In its place was immense cherish and care. In the girl's simple mind, as long as this command seal remained, her big brother Rin would never leave her. Seeing this, Rin first froze, then suddenly looked up. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. The rules, they're starting to change. Rin didn't know the reason for the rule change, or the consequences it would lead to. But as an invader, as long as the Type Moon world changed due to Rin's actions, it would bring him a certain amount of rule fragments. And they were Violet's best food source. It was the capital for building Rin's soul barrier, which is his unique skill. Violet, what does this change mean? Detecting. Violet immediately informed Rin of the changes in this world's Holy Grail system. Detection complete. Because of your early arrival, Rin, the Holy Grail War has been brought forward. Ahead of schedule. The Holy Grail War can be brought forward. Rin was quite surprised. He hadn't expected this action to cause such a huge ripple in the world line. It's somewhat beyond my expectations. But it just saves us the trouble. Originally, Rin intended to use a loophole. He planned for Violet to manipulate the timeline, rapidly jumping forward to 1 year later, which was the start of the Holy Grail War. But now, there's no need for that. If the Holy Grail War is brought forward, what will happen to the original masters and their servants? No need to worry. History has inertia, the inhibitory force will resolve all troubles. Even if they don't interfere, I will secretly exert force to make everything develop according to our needs. You're really powerful, Violet. Thank you for the compliment. Inside the room in the Ogre Village, Rin's main body gave Violet a thumbs up. The girl still maintained her expressionless demeanor. But inwardly, she was quite pleased with herself. Violet secretly glanced at Snow Empress, who was very close to Rin. TSK. Although Violet said nothing, Snow Empress clearly felt the provocation from someone. As for Rin, he ignored the healthy competition between the two girls. Fortunately, it's still the original lineup. Rin's targets for participating in this Holy Grail War were none other than Gilgamesh and the King of Conquerors. The former's noble phantasm and the latter's reality marble were powers Rin urgently needed to analyze. It didn't matter if other servants were replaced, but these two couldn't change. What about the King of Knights? Rin naturally liked Artoria. If she could be recruited, he wouldn't mind. Chapter 88, Tosaka Tokiomi's Shock, Bonus. Itoshi Rin. Magical Energy Reserve, 400/1000. Replenishment Rate, 10/hour. Recovering 10 points of magical energy per hour, this is the magical energy that young Sakura can currently replenish for Rin. Of course, this doesn't mean Sakura's magical energy is immense. In fact, most of the magical energy for servant summoning comes from the Holy Grail system. The master's role in this is more akin to a faucet. The higher the master's aptitude, the greater the water flow, and the more magical energy the Holy Grail can provide to the servant. Sakura's aptitude is unquestionable. Looking at the 4th and 5th Holy Grail Wars, besides Ilya, the Tosaka sisters had the highest magical energy aptitude. 10 points of magical energy recovery per hour means 240 per day. Currently, there are about 5 days until the Holy Grail War begins, plus 7 days for the war itself, totaling 12 days. In 12 days, Sakura can provide me with a total of 2,880 points of magical energy, plus what's left, that's 3,280 points. Snow Empress and Ogerpon, equivalent to EX-ranked noble phantasms, require a total of 2,000 points of magical energy to summon them. Shuna, Cheyenne, and Sui are a bit less powerful than Ice Empress, only requiring 250 each. 5,000 C-rank servants require 5,000 points of magical energy. 400 B-rank servants require 4,000 points of magical energy. 200 A-rank servants require 10,000 points of magical energy. 3 A+ rank servants require 750 points of magical energy. 1 A++ ranked servant requires 500 points of magical energy. If only considering peak combat power, Rin actually only needed to create A-rank servants or higher. But even so, Rin still needed to consume 13,000 points of magical energy. Clearly, the magical energy Sakura could provide alone was not enough. Shuna. Once his magical energy was sufficiently replenished, Rin directly summoned Shuna. Shuna. Type, Anti-Fortress Noble Phantasm. Overall rating, A+. Summoning cost, 250. Rin. Go to that mountain over there, there's a temple on it. Rin pointed in a certain direction and instructed, occupy that place and then set up a magical energy circle to draw spiritual energy. Ryudu Temple. One of the ley line locations in Fuyuki City. Through the ley lines, Rin could quickly obtain magical energy, thereby allowing the noble phantasm, monster nation of another world, to exert its intrinsic power. 3 nights ago, the Mattu residence was attacked by an unknown force. The entire Western-style house vanished, leaving only a pile of ice shards. At the Tosaka family, Tosaka Tokiomi listened to his disciple Kirai Kotomine's report, his heart filled with unease. The Mattu family, one of Fuyuki City's 2 major local powers, on par with the Tosaka family. Their strength was definitely not inferior to the Tosaka family. Especially Mattu Zoken. That old man, even Tokiomi couldn't see through him. However, such a Mattu family vanished overnight as if evaporated from the earth. The thought of this made Tokiomi incredibly alarmed. Sakura. Additionally, Tokiomi felt a tremendous headache, completely unsure how to explain it to his wife. He had personally handed Sakura over to the Mattu family. Now, such a thing had happened. For the first time, Tokiomi regretted his decision. Is there still no news of Sakura? Although hope was slim, Tokiomi still hoped Sakura could survive. If so, Sakura could inherit the Mattu family's magical energy circuits early. This would actually be a good thing for Sakura's magecraft path. Can you determine what kind of magecraft caused this? The people sent by the church conducted tests, but they haven't been able to find similar cases yet. Kotomine Kirai recalled the magical energy fluctuations left at the Mattu residence. That chilling cold, which still pierced one's bones even after several days, could it truly be achieved by magecraft? Furthermore, just last night, Kotomine Kirai, Mattu Byakuya, the current head of the Mattu family, sold off their assets at the fastest speed and then took his only son abroad. This incident happened too suddenly, even too absurd. Which force could have transformed the Mattu residence into that state before anyone could react? Are they worried about the enemy, so they fled early? Other than that, Tokiomi couldn't think of any other possibilities. Now, he could only prepare for the worst and await the Mattu family's next move. Who attacked the Mattu family, and why did they act? Could it be that mages from the clock tower discovered some taboo of the Mattu family and placed a sealing designation on them? Due to his complex thoughts, Tokiomi found it difficult to make a judgment. Also, Kirai, you should already know about that matter, right? Ah. Kirai raised his hand, revealing the back of his hand, on which was clearly the symbol of a Holy Grail War Master, a command seal. The Mattu family incident might also be related to the early start of the Holy Grail War. Teacher, do you mean a servant? That possibility cannot be ruled out. Tokiomi was only speculating. But the idea of an early summoned servant destroying the Mattu family was simply too absurd. You see, the Mattu family was one of the 3 families that originally constructed the Holy Grail system. No one knows more about the Holy Grail War than them. To be eliminated by something they designed themselves would be too ridiculous. The Holy Grail War is starting early, and the Holy Relic my teacher prepared for it. No need to worry, Kirai. More than the safety of his biological daughter Sakura, Tokiomi cared more about Amagas's ambition, which was the pursuit of the root. As long as one could reach the root, any sacrifice, no matter how great, was worth it. What's more, the bodies of Sakura and Mattu Zoken had not yet been found, so the matter could not be concluded. Perhaps they were still alive, just hiding. The item has already been acquired. The reason Tokiomi had been agitated these past few days was mainly because the Holy Grail War was about to begin, but the holy relic to summon that most ancient king had not yet arrived. However, just recently, that item very smoothly fell into Tokiomi's hands. As long as that king can be summoned, the victory of this Holy Grail War will be ours. Tokiomi was incredibly confident about this. The Tosaka family had awaited this day for who knows how long. Finally, that moment was about to arrive. At the same time, at the former Mattu residence, a black-haired young man stood outside the cordon, looking at the ruins before him with a grave expression. Upon learning that Sakura had been given by Tokiomi to the Mattu family, Mattu Korea's hatred for Tokiomi reached its peak. Knowing full well what kind of place the Mattu family was, he understood how despair-inducing it was for Sakura to fall into the Zoken's hands. And Tokiomi, who personally pushed his daughter into the fire pit. He really doesn't deserve to be a father. To be continued. Chapter 89, I want your command spells. What exactly happened? However, at this moment, Korea was utterly bewildered. He didn't know what had happened here. And where his nominal father, who was actually a zombie old man who had lived for countless years, had taken Sakura. As for the possibility that Zoken was already dead, Korea didn't even consider it. How could such a person die so easily? Damn it. Did I still come too late? Kicking a nearby street lamp, Kariya murmured, Sakura, where exactly are you? Thinking of the torment that innocent and pure girl might have suffered, Kariya felt immense guilt and self-reproach. No, I still have a chance. If I can summon a powerful heroic spirit, I will definitely be able to find Sakura. Looking at the blood-red mark on the back of his hand, this was the proof of being chosen by the Holy Grail. If it had been before, Kariya, who disliked magecraft, wouldn't have cared about such a boring thing. But now, it had clearly become his last straw. Excuse me, are you Mr. Kariya? Just as Kariya was pondering how to extract enough magical energy from the Matue family's heritage to participate in the Holy Grail War, a figure appeared behind the young man. Who? Kariya turned around in a panic, and then his pupils constricted. You. Appearing before Kariya was none other than the Oni girl in Miko attire, Shuna. Horns. You're not human. Kariya naturally knew about the legends of Japanese Oni, and considering the upcoming Holy Grail War, he asked, is it you? The heroic spirit who destroyed the Matue residence. Not human, appearing here, and giving him an incredibly dangerous aura. With these three factors combined, the only thing Kariya could think of was the reason given by the Holy Grail system for the early start, the heroic spirit who had arrived early. And now, she appeared before him. Kariya thought of a possibility, she was here to silence him. A heroic spirit. You could say that. Also, please don't misunderstand, I have no ill will towards Mr. Kariya. Shuna smiled slightly, then made a gesture of invitation. The reason I appeared here is by my master's command, to invite Mr. Kariya for a meeting with him. Your master? Who is he? Kariya originally wanted to refuse, but Shuna's next words made him unable to remain calm. If you wish to see Sakura, please come with me. Sakura. Kariya said, where is Sakura? What have you done to her? Don't worry, the child is very safe now. Take me there. As long as he could save Sakura, Kariya was willing to do anything. Please do not resist. After Shuna finished speaking, she cast spatial magic and directly took Kariya to the villa where Rin currently resided. Yes, a villa. To provide Sakura with a better living environment, Rin moved out of the hotel the day after checking in. Using magical energy, he easily obtained ownership of this villa. And yes, Rin paid for it. Moreover, he bought the entire villa at 3 times the market price. This is. My master and Sakura are waiting in the study. So, led by Shuna, Kariya passed through the courtyard and arrived at a study in the villa. Come in. The large door opened automatically, revealing a spacious study spanning over 100 square meters. Inside the study, Rin was sitting there, playing a game of shogi with a beautiful girl with snow-like, long hair. On the other side, Sakura was hugging a doll, surrounded by various toys. The girl was not alone. Beside her, there was a cute girl of about 12 or 13 years old, wearing a hooded kimono, playing. Sakura. Seeing Sakura safe and sound, Kariya breathed a sigh of relief and cried out in excitement. Sakura, noticing an outsider, instinctively hid behind Ojapan. She naturally recognized the man in front of her, it was Uncle Kariya, whom she used to like very much. Sakura. Seeing Sakura's reaction, Kariya's steps, which had been about to move forward, suddenly paused. Clearly, she must have suffered inhuman torment at the Matue family. If only I had come back sooner, Sakura might not have. Thinking that Sakura might have been tormented by disgusting bugs, Kariya felt immense heartache. He wanted to take Sakura home. However, before Kariya could speak, Sakura, who had already anticipated what he was going to say, quickly ran to Rin's side, gripping his sleeve tightly. I don't want to go back. Brother Rin, please don't abandon Sakura. In these past few days, Sakura had recovered quite well under Rin's care. As for the psychological trauma from the crestworms, that was not something that could be changed overnight. Furthermore, Rin had already promised Sakura that he would not abandon her. If my plan succeeds, I can break the restriction that only dependents can travel between worlds. Even if it failed, Rin would leave Sakura enough fallback options. For example, this villa, and the bank savings Rin had prepared in advance, would be enough to ensure Sakura's well-being when he left. Please sit, Mr. Kariya. Rin stood up and sat down face-to-face with Kariya, then spoke, you should have already seen the situation at the Matue residence. Yes, I did that. As for the reason, you can just assume I couldn't stand that Zoken bullying an innocent little girl like that. After speaking, Rin gently stroked Sakura's head, letting her sit beside him. Thank you for saving Sakura. Seeing Sakura so dependent on Rin, Kariya was already 70 to 80% convinced. So, are you also a participant in the Holy Grail War? That's right. Heroic spirits are, of course, also participants. Thank you again for saving Sakura. Kariya asked, so why did you ask me to come here? I want your command spells. Rin didn't beat around the bush, directly stating his objective. Command spells. Kariya glanced at the red mark on the back of his hand. He thought for a moment and said, all right, as compensation for helping me save Sakura, you can have my command spells. His original purpose for wanting to participate in the Holy Grail War was to save Sakura. But now, Zoken had been defeated by Rin, Kariya didn't believe Zoken was dead, and Sakura had also been saved. Therefore, these command spells were meaningless to him. It was reasonable to give them to Rin as a reward. No. Rin shook his head and said, you should indeed give me a reward, but not because of Sakura, but because I helped you kill that Zoken. What? Hearing Rin's words, Kariya instinctively stood up. How is that possible? That guy, how could you possibly kill him? If he could, Kariya would also want to kill Zoken. However, having grown up in the Matu family since childhood, he was well aware of how terrifying Zoken was. Is it because of the crest worms? Rin directly revealed the secret of Zoken's immortality. Don't worry, I locked onto that guy's soul and destroyed all of his substitutes. Chapter 90, Summoning a New Heroic Spirit, Bonus. Even if you still harbor doubts. Rin said, in the future, whenever Zoken appears, I will eradicate him. This way, Kariya would be completely free of worries. Transferring command spells requires specific spiritual medium surgery. No need for such trouble. Rin raised his hand, and the command spells that originally belonged to Kariya glowed with a dazzling red light. And when the light dissipated, Kariya's command spells began to disappear. In their place, a red tattoo appeared on the back of Rin's hand, precisely the 3 command spells he had just obtained from Kariya. Although Kariya had been out of the magic world for a while, he still understood basic magical knowledge. Command spells are bound to a Magus's magic circuits. To strip them away, the process is no different from a general medical surgery. But what about Rin? In just an instant, he took his command spells. Yes, took, not transferred. This meant that Rin didn't need to waste words with him at all, he could have obtained the command spells from him the moment they met. Why? Kariya said, since you have a way to forcibly take command spells, why did you say so much to me? That's because I'm a person who plays by the rules, of course. Rin shook his head, offering no further explanation. Kariya, by nature, was not bad, but his entire life was a tragedy. A disgusting family, his childhood sweetheart married someone else, and the daughter of the person he liked was pushed into a fiery pit. He chose to sacrifice himself to save Sakura. But in the end, under Kirai's scheme, he was misunderstood by Aoi. You've never truly loved anyone, have you? When Aoi said these words to him, Kariya's entire life was negated. With only 3 months left to live for the Holy Grail War, the woman he sacrificed everything to protect didn't even realize why he was doing it. Rin patted Kariya's shoulder, sighing inwardly. Is this what they call a simp ending up with nothing? Kariya was actually not wrong, everything was Tokiomi's fault. Just think of it as me not liking tragedies. Rin took Kariya's command spells, and the latter lost his chance to participate in the Holy Grail War. Since you've already left the world of Magi, don't look back. You don't have to worry about Sakura, I'll take good care of her. Of course, whenever Sakura wants to go home, I'll send her back too. Despite being unassured words, Kariya felt Rin's sincerity. This feeling was strange. But Kariya just felt that the man in front of him wasn't lying. Shuna, please see Mr. Kariya out. Yes. After learning that Sakura was fine and that she was so dependent on Rin, Kariya left. No matter what, Sakura being with Rin was better than staying in the Matu family. As for Tokiomi, that guy, how could he care about his daughter's life or death? In his eyes, there was only magic in the root. With such thoughts, Kariya took one last look at the villa, then turned and left. Brother Rin, do you know Uncle Kariya? No, this is our first meeting. Rin smiled and stroked Sakura's head, saying, he is not suitable to be a magus, staying away from the mysterious side is best for him. At the last moment, Rin used mental suggestion on Kariya. This could allow him to stay away from the troubles of the magic world and live a peaceful life. Alright, Big Brother won't abandon Sakura. Indeed, Sakura seemed to be asking about Korea, but she actually wanted to know if Rin would send her back. Now it was fine. With Rin's renewed assurance, Sakura finally felt relieved. Well then, Sakura, would you like to see a heroic spirit summoning? Heroic spirit summoning? Sakura looked at Rin curiously. As far as she knew, Rin was a heroic spirit, and he had even made a contract with her. Is Sakura going to summon another heroic spirit? No, that would be too much of a burden for you. Bearing one Rin was already the limit for young Sakura. With another one, Sakura definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. Moreover, to unleash Rin's full strength, Sakura alone was not enough. His true target was Ryudo Temple, where the Fuyuki City ley line was located. By occupying that place, Rin would be able to set up a massive magical energy absorption array, thereby giving him enough magical energy for the upcoming Holy Grail War. Soon, the time came to the day after Rin obtained the command spells from Korea. It was night, and the bright moon hung high. Rin held Sakura and walked up the last flight of stairs leading to Ryudo Temple. Swish. Sui appeared in front of Rin. He knelt on one knee and reported to his master, as per your request, everyone in the temple has been moved to a safe location. They fell under Shuna's sleep magic and will not awaken during the Holy Grail War. Using a special demonic art, the people in Ryudo Temple would be transferred. They would fall into a deep sleep. This sleep would not cause any harm to their bodies, and they would quickly recover as new upon waking. You all did very well. Rin praised them, then opened his attribute panel. Itoshi Rin. Magical Energy Reserve, 20,177/1000. Replenishment rate, 100/hour. A recovery speed of 100 magical energy per hour. And in a full 3 days, 72 hours, Rin recovered a total of 7,200 magical energy. This was why he could summon Snow Empress, Ogerpon, and others. First, materialize the strongest units, then gradually complete the army. Rin-sama. Shuna walked gracefully. The ritual array for heroic spirit summoning has been set up. You can summon at any time. Sakura, will you go stay with Sister Shuna for a while? Sakura nodded obediently, and as soon as she landed, she scurried to Shuna's side, then quietly watched Rin walk towards the array inscribed in the temple courtyard. Heroic spirit summoning, interesting. Rin sketched the array, while also thinking about his own summoning rituals. Heroic spirits also exist in the cardinal world. But the heroic spirits there are definitely different from those in the Type Moon world. Rin wanted to use this opportunity of heroic spirit summoning to analyze the basic rules of the Holy Grail system, and then, with Violet's power, make it his own. To be continued. Chapter 91, A Maiden's Chastity. Bonus. In Rin's plan, if the Holy Grail War hadn't been brought forward, he would have used a loophole in the rules to adjust the time axis of this world, then accelerate the transition to 1 year later. However, the war was brought forward, and the Holy Grail quickly selected its masters. Even more fortunately, Korea Matu was still chosen as one of the 7 masters. I've never encountered such a prosperous start. Rin thought so, and asked, "Are you ready, Violet?" "You can start." Upon hearing Violet's reply, Rin raised his hand, using magic and the command spell on the back of his hand to connect to the Holy Grail system that enveloped Fuyuki City through its ley line circulation. Fill, 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 fill. I proclaim, your body is under my command, my fate is in your sword. By the Holy Grail's summons, if you are willing to follow this will, obey this reason, then answer. I hereby swear that I shall be all the good in the world and that I shall defeat all evil in the world. You 7 heavens clad in 3 words of power, come forth from the circle of binding, guardian of the scales. Boom. The previously dim magic circle burst forth with bright light under Rin's incantation, and the intense fluctuation of magicules even stirred up waves of air, sweeping in all directions. Not a bad reaction. Snow Empress stood to the side with her arms crossed. I just don't know what kind of heroic spirit master will summon. Isn't it that black guy? Ogerpon looked up curiously. Rin had told them information about the original 7 heroic spirits of the 4th Holy Grail War. Korea had summoned Lancelot of the Berserker class. No, it won't be Lancelot. Snow Empress shook her head. Master did not use the corresponding holy relic, because this allows for a better connection to the root, giving Violet a chance to steal more rule power from it. So, this is a random summon. Ogerpon seemed to understand. Rin was trying his luck with a random summon. Not exactly random, at least the class is fixed. Snow Empress said, other classes are basically locked, leaving only Caster and Berserker. These two classes were random. Rin could summon any one of them. Here it comes. Finally, in Rin's perception, an aura emerged from the center of the magic circle. This was a very beautiful young girl. She had pink ear-length short hair and light green eyes, wearing a long white dress like a wedding gown, with metal ornaments at her waist and by her ears, and a golden sharp horn on her forehead that faintly flickered with emerald arcs of electricity as she looked up. Frankenstein. The moment the young girl was summoned, Rin obtained all of her information. Name, Frankenstein. Class, Berserker. Ability parameters, Strength C, Endurance B, Agility D, Mana D, Luck B, Noble Phantasm C. Personal skills. Galvanism, rank B can automatically accumulate magical energy, thereby greatly reducing the master's burden. Overload, rank C can unleash more powerful strength from a noble phantasm at the cost of self-damage. Noble phantasms. Bridal chest. Rank, C. Type, anti-unit noble phantasm. Range, 1. Maximum target, 1 person. Blasted tree. Rank, DB. Maximum target, 30 people. It's Frankenstein. Rin hadn't expected to summon Frankenstein. Stir. I am your master. Rin stepped forward and gently stroked Frankenstein's hair without any reservations, not showing the slightest fear due to her berserker class or the giant hammer named Bridal Chest. Frankenstein had clearly never experienced such a thing. She was a monster created by her father, abandoned by him for being too ugly. While she was alive, no one had ever held expectations for her. No, to be precise, for Frankenstein, the idea that someone would be willing to expect something from her was simply a miracle. Very mediocre attributes. Violet didn't give Frankenstein any face, stating bluntly, and this is with the Berserker enhancement. Her original attributes were probably only comparable to a C-rank heroic spirit. In other words, Rin used this opportunity of heroic spirit summoning to summon a heroic spirit that was slightly stronger than an ogre in single combat. What kind of terrible luck was this? It was a bit too bad, wasn't it? Hearing Violet speak ill of her, Frankenstein angrily raised her giant hammer and was about to smash it down. But Rin blocked her with one hand. Frankenstein looked at Rin, who had suppressed her with just one hand, with immense shock in her heart. Don't be mischievous, Violet. Rin sighed, rebuking her with a slightly heavier tone. Understood. Violet was just being instinctively sarcastic. Since the other party was summoned by Rin, she was a companion. Rin had few rules here. Only one point was an absolute taboo that must not be touched: betrayal of a companion. Violet looked down on Frankenstein. This was actually nothing, far from reaching a serious level. Rin also wouldn't demand that all his subordinates love each other, that was unrealistic. But, at least where Rin could see, he would eliminate such conflicts. Only with differences would there be competition. And as long as it was healthy competition, Rin would not stop it. Furthermore, Rin didn't need to speak further. Seeing Snow Empress's expression, Violet lowered her head. Looking down on a companion was wrong. At least for them, that was true. If one were to count, they were merely soul beasts from Soul Land, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years in vain. If it weren't for Rin bringing them out and bestowing power, what qualifications would the two girls have to belittle others? This point was true not only for Snow Empress and the others but also for the ogres, goblins, and wolf clan. They should have been weak, but fortunately, Rin favored them, which is why they are as they are now. Frankenstein was weaker than them. But this was only temporary. Who could be sure that after Rin brought Frankenstein back to the cardinal world, she wouldn't receive more blessings and then surpass Violet? At this moment, Rin and Snow Empress exchanged a glance, quite tacitly. Rin rebuking Violet was not just helping Frankenstein, but also helping Violet herself. Just as Snow Empress thought. Rin was unsure of Frankenstein's potential, as well as that of the new people from other worlds he would encounter in the future. To be continued. Chapter 92, Power Bank. Don't look down on people just because they're starting out. Clearly, This was the true principle Rin wanted to convey to Violet. I understand. Violet's mood improved greatly. Knowing that Rin spoke up for Frankenstein, but was actually placing great hopes on herself, Violet swept away her gloom and gained a clear understanding of her position under Rin's command. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that about you. Violet apologized to Frankenstein, who, upon seeing this, let out a few cries and then focused her attention on her master. So, Frankenstein is also going to become Rin's subordinate. Ogerpon bit her finger, looking at Snow Empress and Violet, then at Rin, with a blank, adorable expression. The simple Pokémon couldn't understand the complex thoughts of adults. No. Rin looked at his attribute panel, then shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, no. Frankenstein is just my heroic spirit, not a dependent. One of Rin's goals in performing the heroic spirit summoning was to see if he could expand the number of dependent slots through this method. It seemed this plan had failed. However, it's not without good news. Through this heroic spirit summoning, Violet collected some important information. One point was that Rin could retain the souls of the heroic spirits he possessed. For example, Frankenstein. If Rin wished, he could completely take her soul and then, in the cardinal world, forge a new body for her. Through this method, Rin could, in a roundabout way, steal the heroic spirits of this world. And as soon as Frankenstein entered the cardinal world, Violet could help her obtain a green card, allowing her to receive the blessing of the voice of the world. Moreover, don't underestimate Frankenstein. Her personal ability, galvanism, is precisely the power we need. Rin's heroic spirit body was anchored to Sakura. His existence constantly drained Sakura's magical energy. Even though Sakura was incredibly talented, the magical energy within her body was more abundant than that of an ordinary mage. However, a 6-year-old girl simply couldn't support Rin in full-strength combat. But now, it was fine. With the magical energy provided by Ryuta Temple, Rin could unleash the power of his heroic spirit template to its fullest extent. As for Frankenstein, she belonged to the type that could fight freely once fully charged, requiring no concern from Rin. The source of her electricity was the magical energy freely floating in the air. And with Ryuta Temple's ley line, Frankenstein could complete her charging in the shortest possible time. Most importantly, even after Frankenstein's magical energy was full, she could still absorb the ambient magical energy from the outside world, she just couldn't store any more. Could it be? At this moment, everyone realized Frankenstein's importance to them. Name, Frankenstein. Magical energy recovery, 40/hour. Isn't it great to have a free combatant who doesn't need to be supported and can even increase our magical energy recovery? To be honest, with the situation of things compared to the Lancelot, Rin still preferred Frankenstein. There was no other way, Lancelot consumed too much magical energy. Supplying him with magical energy was less efficient than giving it to Cheyenne and Ogerpon. They were not inferior to Lancelot at all. Unlike Frankenstein, she not only cost nothing, being free labor, but also increased magical energy recovery by 40 points, on top of Sakura's original 10 points and the ley line's 100 points. But, 40 points, isn't that a bit too much? Snow Empress was a bit curious. Frankenstein herself wasn't strong, yet her magical energy extraction from the Greater Holy Grail reached 4 times that of Sakura. It was truly unbelievable. Because of this place. Rin pointed to his feet. Frankenstein's ability absorbs the ambient magical energy from the outside world. And what we are doing now is releasing the magical energy accumulated for hundreds of years from the ley line beneath Ryuta Temple. This release required a corresponding magical energy extraction system. But no matter what, there would always be waste, and the proportion wasn't small. For every 100 points of magical energy Rin extracted from the ley line, nearly 60 points of magical energy were wasted. Coincidentally, Frankenstein can reuse this part of the magical energy. As a result, Rin's magical energy recovery efficiency increased from the initial 0 to the current 150 points per hour. And in just 100 hours, which is 5 days, Rin would be able to fully display the power of Monster Nation from another world. By then, no plans would be necessary. He could just charge in and sweep through this Holy Grail war. Kiriai's heroic spirit is still the original assassin. Tokiomi's Gilgamesh also hasn't changed. On the first night of the Holy Grail War, which was the second night after Frankenstein was summoned, Rin, who was staying in Ryuta Temple, received news that Assassin had trespassed into the Tosaka residence and was then powerfully annihilated by Gilgamesh. This scene was exactly the same as in the original work, purely a self-directed performance by Tokiomi Tosaka and Kiriai Kotomine. Aside from Castor and Lancer, who have not yet been discovered, the identities of the other heroic spirits have been confirmed. Sui knelt on one knee, reporting to Rin the information collected by the Shadow Squad ogres in various parts of the city. This morning, a white-haired beauty accompanied by a blonde woman dressed as a butler appeared in Fuyuki City's shopping district. A burly red-haired man also appeared beside a young man named Waver. Artoria and Iskandar, King of Knights and King of Conquerors, have also arrived. Knowing that these three had successfully descended into the Holy Grail War, Rin's hanging heart finally settled. Very good, our targets are mostly here. The remaining Castor and Lancer are irrelevant. Suddenly, Rin and Sui, who were sitting in the room, felt an invisible fighting intent emanating from the void. This blatant fighting intent is too arrogant. Ice Empress appeared behind Rin, her arms crossed, her expression displeased. Do you need me to go eliminate him? I agree with Ice Empress's suggestion. Cheyenne eagerly said, let me go, I'll definitely chop that guy into pieces. Don't be so irritable, you two. Rin slowly got up. He instructed Shuna to take good care of Sakura, then headed toward the direction from which the fighting intent originated. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the scene of Armuid and Artoria's first encounter. Let's go, we'll join the fun too. At the same time, at the container street at the mouth of the Mayan River in Fuyuki City, a warrior holding 2 spears and a knight princess in blue and white armor were engaged in a fierce offensive and defensive battle. To be continued. Comment. Chapter 93, Rin, Am I Castor? Bonus. Bang bang bang. Boom. Their movements were swift, each move displaying the depth of their swordsmanship and spearmanship. Rin's figure appeared high above, his gaze sweeping left and right, quickly identifying everyone's positions. Waver and Iskandar on the distant bridge, Assassin lurking above, Irisveal watching the battle nervously, and Kaneth hiding somewhere. Of course, Rin didn't miss Mia and Amiya Kiritsugu, both armed with sniper rifles, waiting for an opportunity to eliminate a master. How does it feel? Purely in terms of martial arts, they've reached the pinnacle of human capability. Snow Empress noticed the ones hiding in the shadows. Should we get rid of these rats? Forget it. We're just here to watch the battle tonight. Rin dangled his feet and sat on the edge of a container. His targets weren't those two, but the King of Conquerors and Gilgamesh, who had yet to enter the fray. Wait. Suddenly, Kiritsugu, observing from the shadows, felt a tremor in his chest. He quickly moved his scope. Is that a new master? Through the sniper scope, Kiritsugu saw Rin. What? White hair, heterochromatic eyes, around 16 or 17 years old, wearing modern casual clothes, and inhumanly handsome. Not only Kiritsugu, but Kirai also saw Rin through Assassin's vision and quickly reported his appearance to Tokiomi Tosaka. Tokiomi was genuinely confused now. Kirai had just given a similar report earlier regarding Irisveal. At the time, Tokiomi had concluded that she was an Einsburn homunculus. But Rin? Another homunculus? A heroic spirit? Or another master? But there was no need to keep guessing. As if sensing their probing gazes, Rin slowly raised his right hand, revealing a blood-red command spell on the back of it. Command spell. A master. That was everyone's immediate reaction, but what shocked them even more was Rin's boldness. As a master, he didn't hide. He directly revealed himself. You had Kaneth lurking in the shadows, Irisveal as Kiritsugu's decoy, and even Kirai and Tokiomi were observing from afar. But only Rin stood out in plain sight without hesitation. Is he just reckless, or does he have something to rely on? How dare he expose himself so openly? Should we eliminate him? Mia had already aimed her rifle at Rin's head, prepared to shoot. At this distance. At this distance. Suddenly, Mia's hand froze. And in front of her throat, a cold blade shimmered, ready to slash her neck at any moment. When a bead of cold sweat slid down her cheek, she could feel the killing intent behind her. Never before had death felt so tangible. Mia. Having fought alongside Mia for years, Kiritsugu immediately noticed something was wrong from the change in her voice. Mia was in danger. Which meant, so was he. Should I kill her? The deep, weathered male voice in his earpiece sent a chill down Kiritsugu's spine. He had also been exposed. Thump, thump, thump. Behind me. When? Startled by the approaching footsteps, Kiritsugu was just about to react. but a hand landed on his shoulder first. In that instant, Kiritsugu was completely immobilized, as if locked down by an invisible force. A seemingly effortless hand held him in place. He couldn't move. "Do you think I should kill her?" Rin had vanished from everyone's sight. He lightly patted Kiritsugu on the shoulder and asked, "Saber's true master, Amiya Kiritsugu." After saying that, Rin casually sat down beside him, continuing to watch the battle below. As for Kiritsugu, completely restrained, he couldn't even raise his command spell to summon Saber, let alone fight back. This guy. He's definitely not a magus. No magus could possess such techniques. And it wasn't just Kiritsugu. Kirai and Tokiomi were also frantically searching for Rin's figure. "He's gone." "Yes." Kirai said, "It was like an illusion." Assassin lost sight of him in an instant. How is that possible? Losing track of someone like Rin would normally be understandable. But this was Assassin. Assassin, who specialized in stealth and assassination. Someone who could evade even his perception. Not even most heroic spirits could pull that off. But Rin was gone. Invisibility magic, or some kind of illusion. Actually, there was another possibility, spatial magic. But that thought was terrifying. If a magus of that level really entered the Holy Grail War, Tokiomi could only imagine the pressure they'd face. Perhaps we were wrong. Tokiomi's expression was grim. That white-haired young man isn't a master at all. Only 3 servant classes had yet to be revealed, Rider, Caster, and Berserker. Judging from his calm demeanor, he clearly wasn't a Berserker. Caster. Kiritsugu reached a similar conclusion. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "So, what does Caster-sama want with me?" "Oh." Rin was a little surprised that Kiritsugu could still speak so calmly. So, he released his hold on him. "What are you talking about? Weren't you the ones planning something against me? Hiding in the shadows, using those dangerous weapons to try and ambush me. How underhanded, Mr. Kiritsugu." Rin plainly pointed out the contradiction between them. "You owe me an explanation, or that woman will pay for it." Even though Mia hadn't actually pulled the trigger. Just aiming a sniper rifle, Rin might tolerate that, but his subordinates wouldn't. If he hadn't stopped her, Snow Empress would have already triggered an ice explosion spell. To be continued. Chapter 94, Innate Time Control. What kind of explanation do you want? Although Kiritsugu's tone remained calm, tension gripped his heart. Your magecraft. Rin stated his demand bluntly. Innate time control. This. The shock in Kiritsugu's heart was beyond words. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to see through his secrets so thoroughly. Did someone betray me? Who was it? Mia. Iris Veal. The Einsburn family. In an instant, Kiritsugu considered countless possibilities. Didn't you call me Caster? Rin said, as a magus from the Age of Gods, is it so hard to believe I can see through modern magic at a glance? Of course, it was hard to believe. He hadn't even used that magic. Is this the value of a caster, being able to expose his trump card instantly? But no matter how turbulent Kiritsugu's thoughts were, right now, he was like a fish on the chopping block, with no room to struggle. Yes, but the core of this magic relies on the magic crest. Although innate time control was the culmination of generations of the Amiya family's research, Kiritsugu himself didn't hold it in high regard. As long as world peace could be achieved, something like magecraft was just a tool. However, the magecraft wasn't simple. At its core, it was a bounded field. It manipulated time, separating the internal flow of time within a designated space from that of the outside world, allowing the user to freely control it. This type of magecraft consumed a vast amount of magical energy, and required complex rituals and lengthy preparation. No need for all that. Rin interrupted Kiritsugu's explanation. As long as you don't resist, I can analyze a mere magecraft in no time. He had no concern about Kiritsugu seeing through his abilities. Rin's real trump cards were Snow Empress and Ogerpon. As long as those two remained unknown, no one could target him properly. All right. Kiritsugu had no choice. Not only was Mia being held hostage by Rin's subordinate, but he himself was also under Rin's control. He had no confidence in escaping from a heroic spirit like Rin. Caster. Just what are you? Following Rin's instruction, Kiritsugu relaxed his body, but his mind kept spinning rapidly. White hair. Heterochromatic eyes, one gold and one silver. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Kiritsugu searched his memory, he couldn't associate Rin with any known heroic spirit. Wait. Suddenly, Kiritsugu realized something. If Rin was the heroic spirit summoned as caster, then who was the one holding me hostage? Recalling the deep, rough male voice over the earpiece, it was clearly different from Rin's voice. His master. But that was way too weird. What kind of master would obey a heroic spirit's command and take hostages? Was the servant-master relationship reversed? And Rin had command spells on his hand, undeniably real ones. Kiritsugu felt a chill run through him. Just what kind of rule-breaking heroic spirit is this guy? Detected rule fragments, beginning analysis. Analyzing. The skill duplicator wasn't as easy to use in the Type Moon world as it was in the Konosuba world. In Konosuba, combined with appraisal, Rin could instantly turn adventurer's class skills into his own. But here, copying another's ability required sufficient analysis time. And the target needed to either use the skill or remain within close proximity. Even if he didn't activate the spell, Violet could still analyze innate time control, this bounded field, without being detected by the Type Moon world's rule system. Alright. Rin had Sui release Mia. Before the magic analysis is complete, let's just enjoy the nightly duel. Even though he said that, looking at the battlefield, it was obvious that Saber was at a disadvantage. D'Armuid had already activated his noble phantasms. First, he used Crimson Rose of Exorcism to force Artoria to remove her armor, then followed with Yellow Rose of Mortality to successfully sever one of the tendons in her hand. Irisveil, use healing on me too. Seeing D'Armuid's wounds rapidly heal under Kainatha's magical energy, Artoria called out for support. I already used it. Irisveil said anxiously. I clearly cast it, how could this be? The healing should have worked, Saber. You should already be recovering. But Artoria's wrist was still bleeding. Clearly, this wasn't Irisveil's fault. D'Armuid had done something to block the healing. You were smart to recognize your armor was useless against Crimson Rose of Exorcism. D'Armuid said, but you removed it too quickly. If you'd kept it on a bit longer, it might have blocked Yellow Rose of Mortality. I see. A cursed spear that prevents wounds from healing once inflicted. Artoria had already pieced together his identity. The red spear that negates magic, the yellow cursed spear that causes unhealable wounds, and the tear mole under your right eye that charms women. You must be D'Armuid Ua Duibni, the strongest warrior of the Fianna. Likewise, D'Armuid had also identified Artoria as the legendary King Arthur from her sword alone. Saber lost. A figure appeared behind Rin, causing Kiritsugu to turn around sharply, only to see a girl with icy blue hair and a cold expression. Humph. Ice Empress observed Kiritsugu and snorted. This guy's the enemy master, right? Should I just kill him? The moment she spoke, Kiritsugu felt overwhelming killing intent bear down on him. As expected from one of Rin's dependents, an ancient beast who had lived for 400,000 years. Kill first, talk later. He's already paid the price. Rin was someone who honored the rules. Since Kiritsugu had offered payment, Rin would let this one slide. But there won't be a next time, Amiya Kiritsugu. Every word Rin spoke struck like a hammer on Kiritsugu's chest, making him break out in a cold sweat. Monster. That was Kiritsugu's first impression of Rin. A terrifying monster, beyond reason or logic. Absolutely. This guy cannot be made an enemy. Although his rational mind knew this was the correct judgment. But as someone who fought for justice, Rin also understood, Kiritsugu would never stop challenging him. Chapter 95, King Solomon. Bonus. Rumble. Sizzle sizzle. The sudden thunder and lightning drew everyone's attention. With a bolt of lightning splitting the sky, Artoria and D'Armuid were forcibly interrupted, their expressions serious as they turned toward the red-haired man who descended before them, riding a chariot wreathed in thunder. His arrival gave the injured Artoria a much-needed moment to breathe. My name is the King of Conquerors, Iskandar. Iskandar spread his arms wide and loudly proclaimed his presence to the two servants. I have descended into this Holy Grail war as the rider-class servant. Another one appeared. Ice Empress narrowed her eyes. She recognized this man as one of the two main targets Rin had been looking forward to facing in this Holy Grail war. Saber's hand is injured. She can no longer wield her holy sword. Having watched the duel between Artoria and D'Armuid, Ice Empress had a clear understanding of her own capabilities. Even without using specialized magic, her A++ rated physical body was already superior to Diarmuid, even when he was using his noble phantasms. As for Saber's light beam attack, she could probably withstand it, but it would likely drain her internal magical energy completely. If we move now, we could take all three of them down. Not the time. Rin dismissed the suggestion. There are still other servants lurking in the shadows. If Gilgamesh launched a sneak attack during our assault, it would be a hassle. All right. Ice Empress wanted to ask why Snow Empress hadn't been sent to intercept Gilgamesh, but seeing that Rin didn't intend to end the Holy Grail War tonight, she stayed silent. As a dependent, she had the right to give her opinion. But the final decision rested with Rin alone. Meanwhile, Kiritsugu stood off to the side, silently observing Ice Empress. The girl radiated a terrifying coldness and an overwhelming amount of magical energy. She didn't look human in the slightest. The only reasonable conclusion was that she was a servant. But something about this whole situation was off. The one who had captured Mia was a servant, and although Rin had command spells, he also seemed like a servant. Then there was the one who had just arrived. In such a short span, 3 servants had already appeared. What baffled Kiritsugu even more was how the others clearly regarded Rin as their superior. An alliance? No. There's no way an alliance works like this. For some reason, a certain image surfaced in Kiritsugu's mind, a legendary figure who commanded powerful, servant-like beings. Don't tell me. Kiritsugu was shaken by his own conclusion. If it really is that person, just how chaotic will this Holy Grail War become? Rin noticed Kiritsugu's spiraling thoughts. But he didn't care. No matter what Kiritsugu imagined, he could never guess that Rin and the others weren't from this world at all. It wasn't a matter of plausibility, no one would assume that the Holy Grail could summon servants from other worlds. Though fate has made us contenders for the Holy Grail, I would like to ask you one thing first. Will you join me, and yield the Holy Grail? The King of Conquerors declared boldly, if so, I shall treat you as comrades and share with you the joy of conquering the world. Huh? What kind of joke is that? His words left everyone speechless. Anyone here, whether master or servant, had their own desires. How could they hand over the Holy Grail so easily? Let alone submit to another servant. That was an insult to their very pride. This guy. Did the world nearly get conquered by someone like him? Kiritsugu was at a loss. The legendary Alexander the Great, was this what he was really like? Isn't it fun? Rin rested his chin on his hand. To be honest, if I could, I'd like to live like that guy. What? I'm not interested in the Holy Grail. Rin said plainly, compared to the Grail, I'd rather win the loyalty of all the summoned servants. At that moment, Kaneth finally noticed Waver standing beside the Conqueror. Just one look was enough for Kaneth to realize the truth behind the theft of his holy relic. And so, a barrage of biting sarcasm and threats poured from him, reducing Waver to a trembling mess. Fortunately, the King of Conquerors lived up to his name. He comforted his young master with ease, then fired back without mercy. Hey! Magus. From what I'm hearing, you plan to take this kid's place as my master. If that's true, then that's absolutely ridiculous. My master must be a warrior who can ride with me across the battlefield. Iskandar boomed. A coward who won't even show his face isn't worthy to be my master. When it came to trash talk, the King of Conquerors was a seasoned expert. Kaneth clenched his fists in silent fury, and raged at being publicly deemed inferior to Waver. Kiritsugu, however, remained indifferent. He was an assassin. Assassins didn't need pride or honor. It's just. Kiritsugu turned his head and instantly noticed the dark expression on the Ice Empress's face. Apparently, such mockery wasn't entirely without effect. To someone as proud as Ice Empress, being described as a rat hiding in the shadows was absolutely unacceptable. Frankenstein. Rin called her name, stopping the Ice Empress before she acted. Then he casually summoned another. Go. Let them see you. Ah. Frankenstein appeared from the void, wielding her massive thunderhammer. Bang. The girl leapt forward, bouncing between several containers, then landed like a meteor in the middle of the 3 servants' battlefield. Rin had no specific plan in sending Frankenstein into the field. He just wanted the servants present to get familiar with his real berserker. Another one. A new servant. Unlike the others, who were just surprised, Kiritsugu was completely stunned by Rin's actions. This is the third one. Frankenstein. Is that the servant's true name? Kiritsugu couldn't recall any servant by that name, but his thoughts only solidified his theory. A caster, capable of summoning powerful servant-class entities. The king of magecraft who, according to the Tanakh, could command 72 demon gods, Solomon. Kiritsugu's sudden words caused Rin to pause. Ah, are you talking about my identity? Rin responded, neither confirming nor denying it. That said, the more he thought about it, the more it really did seem like he fit the profile of King Solomon. Especially that line about commanding 72 demon gods. His own skill, monster nation from another world, functioned similarly in effect. Even the command structure of those summoned legions had eerie parallels to the demon god armies. To be continued. Asterisk. Chapter 96, Mongrel. Rin suddenly realized that if he really claimed to be King Solomon in this Holy Grail war. Good grief. It seems I guessed right. Kiritsugu saw Rin's silence and took it as confirmation. Hard to believe, this Holy Grail war has both a king of conquerors and a king of magecraft. Adding his own king of knights, Artoria, the amount of king energy in this Grail war was getting a bit excessive. ZZZZZZZ. The little girl with the sparking body. The king of conquerors rubbed his chin thoughtfully, still unable to identify Frankenstein's origin. Mind introducing yourself first? Ah. But Frankenstein clearly didn't understand him. Her entire body crackled with lightning, and she looked ready to charge forward at any moment. Careful, Irisveal. Artoria instinctively stepped in front of Irisveal, raising her holy sword. Diarmuid's expression also turned serious, ready for a fight. Hey, hold on. What a short-tempered little girl. Can't you at least let me finish? Iskandar's voice was as loud and boisterous as ever, but his words had little effect. It was Rin's calm command that halted Frankenstein. The arcs of lightning dissipated, and Frankenstein leaned her giant hammer, Maiden's Chastity, to the side, quietly waiting for the next move. I thought you were one of those wild types who couldn't communicate. Iskandar squinted. He could now sense her alignment. If nothing went wrong, this girl was likely the berserker of this Holy Grail war. Rider. Artoria turned toward him. What exactly are you trying to do? What is your goal? My goal. Instead of answering, Iskandar suddenly raised his head and shouted into the night. Hey! I know you're out there. You guys hiding in the dark, peeking from the shadows. His voice thundered through the air. The clash between Saber and Lancer must have drawn more than just me and this little girl. Come out. Heroic spirits summoned by the Holy Grail. If you don't want to be looked down on by me, Iskandar the King of Conquerors, then gather here now. All heroic spirits were figures of legend, people of great deeds and greater pride. Naturally, after such a public challenge from Iskandar. Aside from Assassin, nearly no one would tolerate the insult. Trouble. Tokiomi, watching from a hidden vantage point, grimaced. If there was any heroic spirit summoned this time who would not tolerate provocation, it was him, Gilgamesh. Rin watched as Gilgamesh appeared atop a street lamp, immediately cursing everyone in sight, branding them as filthy mongrels. With no Lancelot to be his rival, his noble phantasm had already locked onto the King of Conquerors, who had offended him. But then... As if naturally incompatible, Frankenstein glared at Gilgamesh, her entire body sparking with volatile magical energy, clearly on the verge of exploding. Rin raised an eyebrow, but he quickly realized the cause. The term mongrel. Even Frankenstein perceived it as an unforgivably cruel insult. Who allowed you to gaze upon me, mongrel? Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes at Frankenstein's glare and instantly fired two noble phantasms from Gate of Babylon. Boom. Boom. Two beams of golden light surged toward Frankenstein like streaks of lightning. She gripped her hammer tightly, spinning to smash away the faster weapon, Durandal. But the sheer force behind it caused her timing to slip. She was half a beat too slow for the second. Frankenstein's strength, compared to this generation's heroic spirits, was just a bit stronger than Hassan of the 100 Faces. Against a broken existence like Gilgamesh, she had no chance of victory. Even lasting a few minutes was questionable. But Rin never intended for Frankenstein to carry this Holy Grail war. She had already given him something more valuable, experience in heroic spirit summoning and a magical energy regen buff. It's your turn. Rin was perfectly calm, simply calling out a name. Cheyenne. As you command. There was no need for extra orders. A tall, beautiful figure crossed space in a flash, placing herself between Frankenstein and the incoming noble phantasm. Boom. With a faint hum, a slender, pale hand reached out and, to the astonishment of every heroic spirit present, caught the golden spear midair. Buzz buzz buzz. The spear trembled wildly in Cheyenne's grasp, buzzing with violent magical energy. It tried to escape her grip. But Cheyenne's hand didn't budge. Her fingers were like cold iron, and even a noble phantasm forged from legend couldn't move her. A fine weapon, but... Cheyenne raised her eyes to Gilgamesh, who remained perched arrogantly atop the lamppost, and squeezed. Crack crack crack. Snap. Bang. Impossible. Everyone's gaze locked onto the golden spear in her hand. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The originally brilliant, polished weapon was now covered in cracks. Cheyenne had crushed it barehanded. That spear. That's definitely a noble phantasm. And not a low-tier one either, it was at least B rank or higher. But it was effortlessly broken by a girl with her bare hands. Keep going, Cheyenne. Rin's voice rang in her ear. Make that flashy guy throw more out of Gate of Babylon. Getting close to Gilgamesh was not easy. So force him to fight. Force him to keep throwing out weapons. And in the process. Detected noble phantasm, Gate of Babylon. Analysis commencing. Analyzing. Violet didn't need to analyze them one by one. As long as they appeared before Rin, the more Gilgamesh threw, the more Violet would gather. The more she observed, the faster she could break down the mechanisms behind his strength. To think you'd defile my treasures with those filthy hands. Gilgamesh's fury boiled over, not at the spear's destruction, but at the fact it had been touched by Cheyenne. You truly wish for death, mongrel. His handsome face twisted with cold, killing intent, completely devoid of any remaining grace. The space around Gilgamesh shimmered like a mirage. From within, a radiant golden glow bloomed like the light of heaven. The next moment, a new array of noble phantasms unfolded behind him like a divine halo. There were 16 in total. Not just swords and spears, but axes, hammers, lances and even weapons so bizarre their origins were unidentifiable. Each was mirror-polished and brimming with magical energy. Every single one was a legendary armament. Each carried its own deep-rooted mystery. There was no doubt. They were all true noble phantasms. Without exception. Chapter 97, Enraged Gilgamesh, Bonus. Dainsleif, the cursed sword wielded by King Hogni of Denmark in Norse mythology. Harp, the blade that nullifies immortality. The hero Perseus used it to decapitate Medusa. Gram, the demonic sword of the sun, symbolizing both glory and destruction, wielded by the Norse hero Sigurd. Vajra, the thunderbolt of Indra, the thunder and rain god of ancient Indian mythology. It is said to be a divine thunder weapon forged by the craftsman god Tvashtra. As Rin calmly listed each of the noble phantasms materializing before Gilgamesh, Amiya Kiritsugu stood beside him in stunned silence. Is this the wisdom of King Solomon? Kiritsugu's belief in Rin's identity grew even stronger. After all, other than the king of magecraft himself, who else could recognize all of Gilgamesh's treasures at a glance? He didn't even consider the possibility Rin was bluffing. A being of such overwhelming strength wouldn't need to lie about something so trivial. Of course, all of that was just Kiritsugu's own fantasy and had nothing to do with Rin. Rin didn't have Solomon's wisdom. But he did have the world's spirit, Violet. With Violet's help, Rin's appraisal skill had ascended to the level of a divine authority. Any object that appeared before him, no matter how obscure, would be analyzed and its entire history revealed. How is this even possible? Below, Waver trembled. It wasn't just him, every heroic spirit and master present was shaken to their core. Heroic spirits didn't necessarily have only one noble phantasm. Some might possess 2, maybe even 3 or 4. But even then, that was the limit. Yet the golden archer before them showed no such restriction, summoning weapon after weapon, each one legendary, each discarded after a single use. And this wasn't even the first time. In the previous battle with Assassin, Gilgamesh hadn't repeated a single noble phantasm. Can that heroic spirit, the one who suddenly appeared, can she hold out? Gilgamesh's display of force was so overwhelming that, for a moment, everyone forgot about Cheyenne's identity. Where did she come from? Why was she protecting Frankenstein? Let's go. Gilgamesh clearly had no intention of waiting. Let this king see how long you can last with those filthy, unworthy hands. At his command, dozens of floating noble phantasms launched through the air toward Cheyenne. Boom. The roar of explosions thundered through the city. The glow of clashing noble phantasms illuminated the night like firecrackers tearing apart the darkness. Just throwing weapons was creating this kind of destructive power. Was that even possible? The barrage of noble phantasms fell like rain, slamming into the streets of the warehouse district, transforming everything into a burning ruin. And yet, the assault showed no sign of stopping. Gilgamesh wasn't just sustaining the onslaught, he was intensifying it. There was a simple reason. Cheyenne wasn't just surviving, she was fighting back harder. She wielded a massive greatsword over 2 meters long, unleashing immense power with each swing. She slashed, swept, blocked. The movements were simple, yet every motion dismantled Gilgamesh's noble phantasms with shocking ease. From 6 to 12 to 24. Cheyenne danced across the battlefield as if walking through a garden, weaving between blades like a butterfly among flowers, slowly closing the distance between her and Gilgamesh. Get out of here. The girl vaulted forward, arms raised high. With both hands gripping her blade, she brought it crashing down. Get out of here. Damn it. Gilgamesh's expression darkened. The greatsword split the ground with monstrous force, forcing him to retreat midair to avoid the strike. Rumble. The sword crashed into the earth. The blow shook the entire district, fracturing streets and collapsing warehouses. But it didn't end there. Crack, crack, splash. Oh no. Everyone up, now. Iris Veil. The already fragile warehouse district couldn't handle the strain. The entire area began to collapse. Everyone quickly leapt to higher ground, jumping onto containers. Only Cheyenne and Gilgamesh remained on the ruined battlefield, still locked in a standoff. What an amusing toy. Fighting with you is actually kind of fun. Hey, shiny golden guy. Cheyenne grinned, a rare spark of excitement lighting her eyes. Got more toys? Come on, give me more. You, insolent fool. Gilgamesh's rage exploded. To think that I, who am to be revered, have been dragged down to stand on equal footing with you. His expression twisted with venomous fury. To show such disrespect, even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone. You mongrel. I will erase your existence completely. Buzz buzz buzz. Golden light erupted like wildfire. Space around Gilgamesh distorted, warping as if under divine pressure. From within, a vast new arsenal emerged. Spears, swords, axes, hammers, lances, some of which defied logic in their design. The next wave consisted of 108 noble phantasms. A divine spectacle. Even heroic spirits like the King of Conquerors, Artoria, and Diarmuid could only fall silent. Oi, what kind of sick joke is this? Counting the ones he's already thrown, how many does this heroic spirit even have? Does he have an infinite stock of noble phantasms? For the first time, the watching masters felt the unfairness of the Holy Grail War. Especially Diarmuid. He had 2 spears and 2 swords but only got to bring 2 of them to this battle. Yet this golden show-off was throwing around legendary artifacts like spare change. Where was the justice in that? Diarmuid clenched his fists, suppressing his envy. Is the gap between heroic spirits really this wide? Above it all, Rin watched the unfolding chaos with a pleased smile. Well done, Cheyenne. Keep provoking him. To be continued. Chapter 98, Chosen Death. Kiritsugu heard Rin's comment and found his frown deepening once again. Both were heroic spirits. Some could send out a subordinate and simply watch from the sidelines. Others, like Gilgamesh, were treated like clowns, put on stage, mocked, and toyed with at will. This guy is definitely the most dangerous heroic spirit in this Holy Grail War. Kiritsugu desperately wanted to stay away from Rin, but Ice Empress behind him was still staring daggers at him. He could feel it. If Rin weren't holding her back, Ice Empress would have already launched an attack. Demon gods. Kiritsugu began to speculate which 2 of the 72 demon god pillars these women corresponded to. That overwhelming killing intent. That indestructible physique. Unfortunately, the details of the 72 demon god pillars were too vast and convoluted. In the moment, Kiritsugu couldn't figure out which demon gods they resembled. Gilgamesh is serious. He plans to continue deploying Gate of Babylon. On the other end, Kodomine Kirai, observing the battlefield through Assassin's vision, was reporting the situation via a gem communicator to Tokiomi, causing the latter a massive headache. Sigh. Tokiomi had never intended for Gilgamesh to be exposed so early. But now, if he didn't recall him, Gilgamesh would surely fight Cheyenne to the death. The problem was, what's the origin of that female heroic spirit? With horns on her forehead, somewhat elf-like in appearance, yet her combat was agile beyond belief. Whether it was her battlefield instincts, combat experience, brute strength, or unbreakable body, everything screamed danger. And the feeling was not wrong. Among Rin's 6 main dependents brought into this war, Cheyenne, Shuna, and Sui all had A+ stat panels. More importantly, unlike typical heroic spirits from the Monster Nation, the 3 of them possessed powerful special abilities. Cheyenne. Noble Phantasms, Tyrant, A+, Oni Transformation, A. Shuna. Noble Phantasms, Analyst, A+, Manufacturer, A+, Oni Transformation, A. Sui. Noble Phantasms, Shadow Striker, A+, Oni Transformation, A. Aside from the universally shared Oni Transformation, a full attribute-boosting ability, their unique skills had been converted into Noble Phantasms. And none of them were weak. Each one of the 4 Noble Phantasms reached A+ rank. In other words, if evaluated like actual heroic spirits, Cheyenne would be classified as a top-tier saber class. A+ Noble Phantasm, A-rank support Noble Phantasm, and enhanced physical stats across the board. So unless Gilgamesh unleashed his truly top-tier Noble Phantasms, ones that exceeded standard specifications, let alone defeating Cheyenne, even damaging her would be a stretch. Tyrant. The ability of this Noble Phantasm is similar to Heracles' 12 labors. Except it doesn't provide resurrection. To break through Cheyenne's defense, the minimum requirement was an A-rank Noble Phantasm. Yes. A-rank. Anything below A-rank couldn't leave a scratch on her. Of course, this only applied to the destructive force of the weapon itself. If it was a Noble Phantasm with unique properties, like Crimson Rose of Exorcism, Guy Dirge, Cheyenne wouldn't be immune to it. I figured you out, mongrel. Though arrogant, Gilgamesh's insight was unmatched. After the earlier barrage, he noticed a clear pattern. Cheyenne wasn't simply tanking everything. Some Noble Phantasms she would block with her weapon. Others she would dodge. The ones you avoided, they were all A+ and above. So what? Ha ha ha. Gilgamesh laughed, waving to recall the Noble Phantasms he had just fired, then summoned a new batch from Gate of Babylon, swords, spears, halberds, countless armaments appearing. As many as are needed to deal with you, this king has them all. This time, he summoned 108 Noble Phantasms. Without exception, all were A+ rank or higher. Every one uniquely crafted, overwhelmingly refined, their magical energy alone causing the space around them to tremble. Even Cheyenne's expression turned serious. She didn't say a word. But her entire posture shifted. She had to focus now. Otherwise, she might actually get injured. He's serious. Gilgamesh's full release stunned everyone watching. If Cheyenne being immune to A-rank Noble Phantasms was already horrifying, then this was just insanity. A heroic spirit capable of manifesting over 100 A+ Noble Phantasms. What the hell were they even fighting for anymore? This is bad. Tokiomi could no longer sit still. He hadn't expected Gilgamesh to reveal so much. Now, every faction would be wary of him. Unless Gilgamesh was taken down first, it would be impossible for anyone to win the Holy Grail War. We can't let Gilgamesh keep playing around. Resolute, Tokiomi burned a command spell. By my command spell, Hero King, restrain your wrath and retreat. Gilgamesh, who had been about to reduce Cheyenne to atoms for daring to insult him, abruptly halted. He looked up, scowling. You think your words are enough to make me stop? You've got guts, Tokiomi. Right then, Gilgamesh felt a murderous urge toward Tosaka Tokiomi. The man who always fawned over him had never truly placed him above himself. Very well. Tokiomi, you found your path to death. Unfortunately, the command spell's power was absolute. Even Gilgamesh couldn't resist its pull. He merely waved a hand, recalling all the Noble Phantasms into Gate of Babylon. You've saved your life. Glaring coldly at Cheyenne one last time, Gilgamesh threw out a parting threat before turning and walking off into the distance. Mongrels. Until we meet again, keep squabbling in your pitiful little wars. Only heroes worthy of meeting me may stand before me again. Hey! Running away already. Cheyenne continued mocking him without mercy. TCH. I thought he was something special. What a letdown. Humph. Gilgamesh gritted his teeth, his rage now boiling over. Directly aimed at Tokiomi Tosaka. It's over. From atop the container stack, Rin sat casually at the edge, gazing down at the screen floating before him. Innate time control. Analysis, 100%. Unlocked, 20% of bounded field blueprint completed. Gate of Babylon. Analysis, 15%. Chapter 99, same as mine, bonus. However, it's still not enough. Innate time control was only part of a bounded field. Even when converted into a complete one, it only reached 20%. As for the fight between Gilgamesh and Cheyenne, his usage of Gate of Babylon was still not extensive enough, resulting in just 15% analysis. Moreover, the deeper the analysis went, the more data was required to continue. For someone like Gilgamesh, unless he was forced to use Chains of Heaven or EA, the analysis of Gate of Babylon could never reach 100%. Still need to plan for the long term. All right. Rin said, tonight's goal is achieved. Let's go back to. Oh, right. Rin stood up and patted Kiritsugu on the shoulder. Thanks for the gift. See you next time, Amiya Kiritsugu. Ice Empress silently followed behind Rin. Before leaving, she gave Kiritsugu a final glance. That cold gaze was like a blade, ready to pierce Kiritsugu's heart at any moment. Rin wasn't surprised by her reaction. Amiya Kiritsugu was dangerous. Even Ice Empress, as a soul beast, instinctively sensed his abnormality and had the urge to eliminate him. Beast's intuition. Kiritsugu understood this and grew even more uneasy. It's the same pressure as facing an ancient monster. Luckily, the one leading these demon gods was King Solomon. And for now, he could still be reasoned with. Ha. Realizing Rin had truly left and that he'd survived, Kiritsugu finally let out a long breath. Mia. Relaxing after the tension broke, Kiritsugu immediately contacted Mia. I'm fine. He's gone. Is that so? Kiritsugu said, it seems, we're not worth his attention. Even if they'd been looked down on, Kiritsugu felt no resentment, only immense relief. So, who exactly is that heroic spirit? If I'm not wrong, that man should be the king who commands the 72 demon gods. Anyone with even a passing knowledge of the occult would immediately recognize what that meant. King Solomon. After Kiritsugu's reminder, Mia began recalling the earlier events. The girl who wielded a strange giant hammer. The tall, purple-haired one-horned warrior woman. The silent assassin who almost slit her throat. And that incident not long ago, where the entire Matu household had been frozen into shards. If nothing else, that was likely Rin's handiwork. With power like that, if it comes from Solomon's demon gods, then it's not surprising. Mia fully agreed with Kiritsugu's deduction. Only this identity could explain why Rin had so many overwhelming, heroic spirits at his side. Those guys aren't heroic spirits. They're demon gods, more like magical beasts or familiars. Due to restrictions of the Holy Grail War, they couldn't release their full power, so they manifested in humanoid form. Kiritsugu's well-constructed theory didn't just convince himself, it fully persuaded Mia. There was no helping it. The pressure Ice Empress left him with was simply too strong. He was certain. She wasn't any heroic spirit recorded in human history. She had no human attributes at all. Her judgment was pure instinct, like a predator. She hunted based solely on threat. Nothing more. Time to go. Cheyenne walked over to Frankenstein, who stood in a daze. Then the two of them dissolved into golden particles and vanished. Frankenstein sounded a little disappointed. She had really wanted to fight Gilgamesh. But she also knew her limits. She wasn't a match for someone like that. You're welcome. Cheyenne clearly understood her intent and smiled. We're companions. Of course we help each other. Frankenstein obediently followed behind Cheyenne. Just now, the girl who had leapt in front of the noble phantasms to protect her had truly struck Frankenstein's heart. Her new master. And her first friend. Companion. Friend likes. Oh. Cheyenne laughed, swinging an arm around the girl's shoulder. You can talk now. Haha, that's great. Just like that, the two women chatted as they walked, their figures dissolving into golden light in the distance. But their departure didn't bring relief to the heroic spirits watching. On the contrary, it deepened their curiosity and caution. First of all, the two were definitely heroic spirits. That much, anyone present could confirm without doubt. So, here was the question. If Frankenstein was a berserker, then what was Cheyenne? A caster. By process of elimination, the currently summoned classes included Saber Artoria, Rider Iskandar, Archer Gilgamesh, Lancer Armwood, Berserker Frankenstein, and the assassin seen earlier. That left only the caster class. But a caster that's strong? Are you kidding? From her combat power, durability, and speed, when Cheyenne fought Gilgamesh, even Saber, said to be the strongest of the 7 classes, wouldn't dare claim to beat her. Strength, endurance, agility, all above A. That doesn't fit a caster's stat line. Then, was it a trick? Was Frankenstein not the berserker? And Cheyenne was? Kid, figure anything out. Iskandar looked to Waver, hoping for insight. The first heroic spirit to appear, the girl with the giant hammer, was definitely a berserker. That was Waver's evaluation of Frankenstein. But the one who came later. I can see her stats, but I can't determine her class. Masters could use magecraft to glimpse some of a heroic spirit's basic info. Of course, things like true name, noble phantasm, and abilities were out of reach. What do you mean? Iskandar was confused. You can see the stats, but not the class. Waver, being a half-baked magus, could only describe what he saw. Other heroic spirits might not have grasped the meaning behind what Waver said. But Iskandar did. Because. Is it the same as mine? He immediately thought of a possibility. Subordinate servants. They have no class, only stats, but are still able to rival full-fledged heroic spirits. It was exactly like the warriors in his Ionioi Hitairoi. The only difference. Cheyenne was stronger. To be continued. Chapter 100, 72 Demon Gods, Bonus. Irisveal. Let's retreat for now, Saber. All right. Artoria kept a close watch on Armwood, worried he might strike again. You come back too, Lancer. Fortunately, Cainith chose to recall his servant. What Waver could understand, Cainith naturally could too, perhaps even more. Berserker, and that unicorn girl, most likely a caster's familiar. Cainith faintly realized the greatest variable in this Holy Grail war was the caster lurking behind the scenes. The proud lord of the clock tower, for the sake of victory, began to consider forming an alliance. But unfortunately, Cainith's identity and position were too awkward. Gilgamesh's arrogant attitude made any alliance with him impossible. Artoria's master was Amiya Kiritsugu, a magus killer. Cainith despised these kinds of magi who strayed from orthodox magecraft. As for Waver, he was his own student, a thief who stole his holy relic. Cainith would rather lose the Holy Grail war than ally with such a disgrace. TCH. Cainith exited the warehouse district, sighing internally. Are Caster and Berserker my only remaining options? Caster and Berserker had clearly formed an alliance, this was plain to see. He was considering whether he should join them as well to counter the other masters and servants more effectively. Kiritsugu. Elsewhere, Artoria and Irisveal had regrouped with Amiya Kiritsugu. You've worked hard, Irisveal. Kiritsugu shifted his gaze from Saber's injured wrist, then told them everything that had just occurred, including his conjecture about Rin's identity. A heroic spirit who can summon heroic spirits. That alone was shocking enough. But what stunned them more was Rin's suspected true identity. King Solomon. Artoria and Irisveal exchanged a look. The two women increasingly felt that this Holy Grail war was straying into the absurd. First there was an archer with unlimited noble phantasms, and now a caster capable of summoning demon gods. Compared to Gilgamesh and Rin, Artoria felt like she was, just too normal. King Solomon has 72 demon gods. How many can he summon? Irisveal frowned. If it's all of them, that's a total cheat. After all, the top-ranking demon gods, such as Baal or Amun, had already surpassed the category of heroic spirit. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them deities. There must be some kind of restriction. Kiritsugu, who aimed to seize the Holy Grail, saw Rin as an obstacle he had to overcome. Then Kiritsugu, you and I. No. Kiritsugu shook his head. We stick to the original plan. I'll stay hidden. You'll continue posing as Saber's master. But if we do that, your situation will be very dangerous. Rin had already sent an assassin after him once. There would be a second, and a third. If Rin truly wanted to eliminate the Saber team, he could simply have his servants assassinate Kiritsugu and win the war without a fight. However, Kiritsugu wasn't too concerned about that. Though their encounter was brief, he felt that Rin wasn't the kind of person to use such underhanded tactics. King Solomon could have killed me at any time. If he didn't act then, there's no need to worry about him acting later. Additionally, Kiritsugu had considered the possibility of uniting with other masters to resist Rin together. If it really comes to that. Kiritsugu looked at Iris Veil. Then Saber's only job is to protect you until the very end of the Holy Grail War. Rather than letting his wife die in vain, it was better to withdraw. Rin-sama. At Ryuta Temple, Shuna led the Mikoheim to welcome Rin and the others home. HM. How's Sakura? She's been waiting all night for you to return. Shuna showed a slightly helpless look. But she's still just a child. She couldn't hold out past 10 and fell asleep in the living room. They had been gone all night. It was nearly 4 a.m. Rin and his followers were heroic spirits. They didn't need sleep or food. In the entire Ryuta Temple, only Sakura still had human needs. That girl. Perhaps out of fear of being abandoned again, she was heartbreakingly sensible. For the next 2 days, let's stay in Ryuta Temple. Rin recalled the events of the Fourth Holy Grail War. Although some things have changed due to my presence, the major developments should remain the same. This wasn't just a guess. With Violet's real-time surveillance, he had a firm grasp on the Holy Grail War's direction. Barring a few unpredictable minor events. Sui. Here. Sui appeared behind Rin, accompanied by Sauren and several other Shadow Squad members. Have you located that killer I had you track? Due to the Holy Grail War starting early, Rin wasn't sure if the serial killer Ryunosuke Uryu from the original timeline would still appear. Found him. Who? Rin sighed in amusement. Is the inertia of the world really this strong? Even with the timeline moved up by a year, under the push of the world's will, Ryunosuke Uryu still began his killing spree. Should I kill him the moment he gets his command spells? Killing him now wouldn't benefit Rin in any way. According to Sui's analysis, the best time to eliminate Ryunosuke Uryu would be right after he successfully summoned a heroic spirit. That way, with the master dead, the true caster would vanish too. Yeah. Rin had no interest in the sea monster or that so-called demon marshal. I'll leave this to the Shadow Squad. Make sure it's handled cleanly. Understood. As Sui's figure disappeared into the courtyard, Rin recalled Kiritsugu's earlier speculation. King Solomon, huh? I wonder how you'll react when my true identity is revealed. A demon lord from another world. A walking calamity commanding endless monsters. The natural enemy of humanity. Borrowing someone else's name was not something Rin liked to do. Then, at the upcoming Banquet of Kings, Rin said, let my arrival be proclaimed.